My brother, where do you intend to go tonight? I heard that you missed your connecting flight to the Blue Ridge Mountain over near Tennessee. You're ever welcome with me anytime you like. Let's drive to the countryside, leave behind some green-eyed lookalikes, so no one gets worried, no. So no one gets worried, no. But Sean, don't get careless, I'm sure it'll be fine. I love you, I love you, oh brother of mine. Even if you don't mind, in the quivering forest, where the shivering dog lives, our good grandfather built a wooden nest, and the river got frozen, and the home got snowed in, and a yellow moon glowed bright till the morning light. Terrible am I, child, even if you don't mind, no.
Oh! Sorry. I'm going to say, oh! Okay. Welcome. I have no clue if anything's going to work here today. How's life going? Am I streaming on Kick? I am. Oh my God. Why'd you reformat your stuff? You know, I just like to have new stuff every now and then. I wanted to change my Windows install bullshit. Oh, wait, can I not? Oh my God. Camera, NDI, everything working. First run. What's our boy up to?
What?
He's not even out. What are you guys talking
I do
about?
stuff like that. Honestly, what you want is a cannibal hunt. What is a cannibal hunt?
Destiny mentioned at the UN? Was I?
Let's just do it inside my car. Ask Prawn, he might actually have it. The exorcism is gonna be lit, yeah. I'm trying to figure out if we should do it with Squeeze here.
He's going to Ryle Kittenhouse's house to confront him. Holy shit.
I don't have. Someone sent me like his location. Right. Who sent me like everything? Was it this guy? Oh, what's this guy? Okay. Alright, I have it.
Okay. Okay, can I do this? Oh, okay. All right, I don't know what the point of this was. Are there any like actual nice looking Windows themes? I feel like I end up just because like I get these backgrounds and shit. I don't know. I just don't like any of them. I feel like I just end up using like the stock Windows, whatever that weird flower paper mache thing is. I like your new mic. I think it's very cool. Yeah, maybe one day I'll actually learn how to EQ it properly. Hold on.
What is that like?
The sexual matador, right?
Stop!
You are married to Stephen Miller,
I
so
am.
you are the envy of all women. What is that like?
The sexual matador, right?
What is it like being married to such a sexual matador?
He is an incredibly inspiring man who gets me going in the morning with his speeches being like, let's start the day. I am going to defeat the left and we are going to win. He wakes up the day ready to carry out the mission that President Trump was elected to do.
Epic. Can you explain slide 3? I don't even know what the fuck this is. Well, if everybody voted there to make food right, that means nobody should be starving anymore, right? Okay. I still can't order my B&H stuff. That's tomorrow. When am I supposed to leave for this event? Phoenix is on the 2nd? Okay. All right. I'll have a good 2 days to test stuff. No time to order anything else if it doesn't work. We're locked the fuck in. Let's go. Questions. Oh. Okay. We're my hardcore power user tech bros. Is there anything that people use here besides just like Explorer? Like, is there another default or good like file explorer on Windows? I noticed that Windows does this thing where it doesn't actually show you. We just OneDrive. Wait, why the fuck is that even on this computer? What the fuck is in there? Oh, empty. Good. Fuck you. Wait, what's over here? Oh, okay. Making me freak the fuck out. Windows doesn't show you the sizes of folders anymore? How long has it been like that? I didn't even know. What the fuck? I use onecommander.com specifically because of the lack of size of folders. One Commander is a modern file manager for Windows 11 and Windows 10. Features include... Oh. Do you think this is worth? Right-click Properties updates it. Does it? Good one, dude. Off topic, but use this to remove bloating, dog shit apps and settings. Is this better than the Chris Titer one? Because that's what I just did yesterday. Why didn't you uninstall OneDrive? I haven't reformatted this box yet. I just did my streamer computer.
Trump and RFK Jr. today say that taking Tylenol while pregnant causes autism. Well, I'm on the spectrum of autism. I'm on the spectrum of autism with Asperger's or ASD. And I think it's complete hogwash.
Okay.
Yeah, let me look at it again. Sorry, I need to clean my room. Yeah, it's kind of a mess in here.
What is happening?
Breaking news.
Okay. The bro, oh my god. Are these guys supposed to be like world-renowned anti-vaxxers? I'm trying to figure out if I'm actually like a fucking genius. Should I be like on some Einstein shit? Do I need to like preserve my brain? There's no way that I'm so much smarter than every other human on the planet and everyone else is so fucking retarded. It can't be the case. This guy is a physician on the right. This guy here. And then this other guy is supposedly some famous anti-vax. These guys are the most retarded motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. It can't be this way. It can't be that so many people are so fucking retarded. That's impossible. Like, these guys don't read or do anything. This guy supposedly worked in... He's a board licensed physician, and like I think across 3 different specialties, and like has published I think like 20 to 50 papers or whatever. And this guy was just fucking retarded. What's happening?
It's
just a grift. Yeah, maybe actually.
So the next question.
Why is he retarded? They just like memorize talking points and then they can't critically engage with anything. I don't know. It's so depressing.
To start the topic,
Somebody pick a number between 1 and 60. Go, and we'll just watch like 5 minutes from there. Whoever does it first in chat. Yusuf said 60. All right.
the measles topic?
I'll just say something quick.
Yeah.
Whenever they report these measles cases in the press, they have two buckets: vaccinated or unvaccinated and unknown. Why do they always lump the unknown with the unvaccinated?
Like they always, it's just like the dumbest thing that I would expect like my mom or some rando on fucking Twitter to say. Like these are all-star anti-vaxxers?
The reason is it serves to scare the public because it looks like they just hear it as, oh, it's the unvaccinated that aren't getting hit. Well, actually, why would they need to lump it in with the unknowns? What they should be reporting is, here are the number of vaccinated kids who got cases, here are the number of unvaccinated kids who got cases, and here are the unknown cases. And they never do that ever in the press. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Do you think? Maybe?
All right. Thank you, Steve. Dave and Dan, you guys got the last word on the measles topic.
Okay. Real quick before I get started. I just heard Pierre say that it's hand-wavy or like secretive to control for factors or confounders in the data and not tell you what you did. The methods of every paper tell you what they controlled for and what statistical tests they do. They do.
Not that one, sir. Show me the paper where the methods are.
Yeah, we can do that.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
You guys mind if we take a 5-minute break? You can go on the internet and find it for me?
So
you can show me the methods? Let's do it.
In this paper right here?
It's math.
I almost debated going over this just to do like a rhetoric analysis because it's so obvious. Like people telegraph so hard when they're arguing in bad faith, and I don't know if it comes across sometimes to everybody. Just like the way that people lean into certain things or avoid certain things, it's like so like you could have no idea of what the actual underlying fact is, but you can tell like what the person is oriented towards or away from just based on like how they answer questions. Like partners do this a lot. If people are trying to be manipulative or mindfucky to like people, where someone will say some shit where it's like you have an agreement where you're like vegan, and your partner is like, I think you ate meat yesterday, and it's like, what do you mean? No, and it's like, yeah, you ate something non-vegan yesterday. What are you talking about? I think you had a cheeseburger yesterday. It's like, no, wait, hold on. No, I didn't have a cheeseburger yesterday. And it's like, no, I know you ate something non-vegan. No, you said I had a cheeseburger. I didn't have a cheeseburger. Show me where I went to a cheeseburger place. Show me yesterday. Show me exactly where it's this like weird thing where somebody is on this like nebulous, like they're floating above the sky. And then they're waiting for like this one weird thing to like come down on. And that's the thing that they want to stake their whole claim in, irrespective of any general argument, irrespective of any back and forth. What you just saw there was I've talked to the Dan Wilson guy before. I think he is a PhD researcher. And the Dan the Funk guy, or not Dan the Funk, the Dave the science guy, regardless of his cucked stance on Palestine and his hatred of me for that, I think is also a pretty smart guy. My understanding is data sets are normally just never published as part of research. I don't think I've ever seen a research paper where they publish the entire raw data set. I just think that's really abnormal. I don't know why. Then when I was watching that debate, neither of them brought it up. Maybe there are other fields where it is more normal, or maybe if you're a researcher, you get access to those data sets somehow, but generally speaking, I never see like raw data sets published. That's just usually not made available to the public at least. And this guy, I guess, has made that criticism before. And, you know, anytime, especially we have a conspiracy theorist, they're always trying to hang their hat on like one objection. And so that's why he got so excited. He said, really? Show me the data set so I can see the exact methodology so I can look at exactly how they went to the data. It's like nobody usually publishes that information. That's incredibly rare.
These measles cases in the press, they have two buckets.
The statistical models that they use, did they explain them or provide them? No.
But that's like what he's like screaming about over there.
All right, so we're not going to argue in the audience.
Yeah. Let's try to keep going here.
So it is important to control for confounders. So why do you weigh the raw data more highly than the controlled analysis?
It's here's the thing: a pattern of suppression and manipulation of trials around autism has
All
a
over the
scope and
world?
a scale you don't even have any idea how to
all over the
comprehend.
world?
That's just, how about the 3 that I just gave you that are used all around the world? Madsden goes from 45% increase to 8% lower. You got a guy who chooses to study antigens when a vaccine goes from 3,000 antigens to 4, and he says there's no correlation with autism. And then you have a guy who uses data from another city. There's no reasons for any of those 3 things. My problem with Madsden is that
There's also like this feeling of, God, I hate this guy because he should be so smart. This guy's like a physician and in his published papers and everything. This guy isn't a doctor anymore. Oh, true. He's not a physician anymore because he got decertified. There's like this thing where when you're talking to somebody, they have like a couple specific discrete points, but they're not able to like navigate a conversation dynamically back and forth with these points. Like it doesn't feel like they really understand what they're talking about. It feels like they've memorized a couple of topics that are a few layers too deep for them to understand, so they can't actually make an association with anything else. All this guy, maybe it's just a grift, I guess. I don't know. Fuck. I shouldn't be talking about this because I don't want to watch the whole thing, but now I kind of want to watch the whole thing. I don't know.
So, first of all, by a show of hands, how many of you in the audience think that there is a link between vaccines and autism? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wow. About 23 of you. Wow, interesting. And how many of you don't believe there is a link? Hands up. About 18. So that's amazing. I'm glad that we have this kind of mix in the audience here tonight. This is what Penguin's all about, getting us all together to have good, faith, helpful conversations. So we've been at this for 10 years at Pangburn, producing events. We produced the 4-part Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson series in 2017. If you guys haven't seen our recent God debate between Alex O'Connor and Dinesh D'Souza, that's one of my favorite debates we've ever produced. Check that one out. Also, Dillahunty versus Jordan Peterson's fantastic discussion. So in our 10 years of operation, I'm not sure that we've ever produced a live discussion with stakes this high. There are people literally dying and living sick due to misinformation. Now, depending on who you ask, that misinformation exists on the other side. We have both sides represented here tonight. On the quote-unquote pro-vaccine side, we have Professor Dave Explains, Dave Farina, and Debunk the Funk, Dr. Dan Wilson. On the quote-unquote anti-vaccine side, we have Steve Kirsch and Dr. Pierre Corey.
Also, just real quick, are we believing? Dude, I don't want to become a conspiratard, but he wrote this on a bullet in a clip. What gun was he even using? What is this going in? Like an M1 Garand or whatever? What the fuck even is this for? An SKS? That could be a Mosin, no? They might be called stripper clips that you can use to load a Mosin? I don't know, I've never heard of that. Maybe, I don't know. Who the fuck just writes anti-ice? Yeah, on like one of the bullet. I have no idea. What the fuck? And then he shot and killed 3 immigrants. He missed all the ICE people. Oh, you can use a stripper clip for a Mosin. Huh. I don't know.
Like many of the labels that are grafted onto me by others, the debaters may reject these labels, but they do exist in the culture. As moderator tonight, my name's Travis Pangburn, by the way. As moderator tonight, I plan on saying as little as possible and simply allow the dialectic to flow. At Pangburn, we always hope to produce a good faith, helpful, passionate discussion, even when the stakes seem dire. I will ask you, the audience, to please not interrupt these important exchanges. Don here, to my right, will be playing timekeeper to ensure each side has equal amount of time on each topic. 6 topics have been agreed upon for tonight's discussion. The goal is to try to allow enough time for each topic. The side that doesn't get to start the topic will get the final words on that topic. The topics are as follows. Number 1, vaccines and autism. Is there a link? Number 2, new measles outbreak. Is misinformation to blame? Number 3, did the COVID vaccines save lives? And there's also a sub.
He actually killed himself with his rifle? Wait, did they prop his body up, or is this just what he looked like? You didn't bring a separate pistol for this? Jesus Christ. Okay.
Question to the third question. RFK Jr. pulls $500 million in funding for vaccine development. Is this good for the USA? Number 4, are kids better off being fully vaccinated according to the CDC vaccination schedule or fully unvaccinated? Number 5, should we eliminate liability protection for vaccine manufacturers? And number 6, is ivermectin effective against COVID-19? The speakers have provided 5 references per topic that everyone can have access to during this debate. You just need to go to paying-burn.com/references. We are going to start with quick introductions and thoughts on tonight's debate before we jump into the first topic. Let's start with Dave and Dan.
Okay, so
can I just say, for people that watch my stream, okay, it might be like a little bit of a slog fest, and you might have to break out the Wikipedia and Wikipedia a lot of individual terms, okay? But if you believe in yourself, okay, if you believe and if you're willing to just read, you can read research papers, okay? You can do it. You might have to Google a lot of the terms, but you can read them. I would highly recommend just reading a few papers sometimes, because you can get a feel for how literature looks like in a scientific context, the types of things that they write about, the types of things you'd expect in a paper. If you can do this just like 3 or 4 times, it will give you so much insight into the people that you are talking to. You can like immediately tell if this person has ever read any research in their entire life. It's immediately obvious if you just like are willing to read a few papers.
I cannot tell you how disheartening it is to hear so many people still falling for this vaccines autism bullshit. It started with Andrew Wakefield in the 90s in the retracted Lancet study, and it's been a plague on mankind ever since. No matter how many studies are done, no matter how many hundreds of thousands or millions of children that are studied where absolutely zero correlation is found, anti-vaxxers continue to push this myth, which is absolutely insane and utterly unfounded. Not only is there zero data to support this link and a mountain of data disproving the link, it also just completely betrays any understanding of what autism even is. Autism is an inborn, genetic-based neurological condition. You can't catch autism. You can't get autism. You are born autistic, and then symptoms show up, and people say, oh my God, it's the vaccine, and it's just complete horseshit. There's essentially nothing to discuss here. We're going to discuss it anyway, apparently, but that's how it is.
Yep. All right, thanks, Dave. Go ahead, Dan. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
My current understanding, I do think he is a little too strong on this. Like, there could be environmental factors. You wouldn't catch it and maybe not transmit it from one person to another, but there could be environmental factors that maybe cause it to come out more or something. I don't know.
Well, I think
I'll echo that. And just a general comment about this debate. I think that the evidence is very clear for what the right answers are for each of these topics. And to be on stage with 2 people who have profited so much and gained so much from saying the complete opposite of what the facts
people get money from lying, isn't it?
Is frankly just a little bit frustrating. But we are here to have a debate, and we are going to educate these 2 people who are anti-vaccine for your all entertainment. And I think you all should enjoy it.
Thanks, Dan. All right. Pierre, how about you?
Yeah. I think we already have
Nice and hot on the mic, Pierre.
I think we already have the answer. So anyway, the opening statement for me is I'll just say that, my background, I have 3 daughters, all of them fully vaccinated according to the CDC schedule. I'm a physician that went pretty high in academic medicine. I was the chief of the critical care service and the director of the main ICU at one of the largest academic medical centers in the country. I also published over 50 papers, maybe 60, and one of my textbooks is translated to 7 languages, and it's in 3rd edition. I was known as a leader in several fields, one of which was critical care ultrasonography. Another one was therapeutic hypothermia after cardiac arrest. In fact, I was one of the leaders who launched the program here called Project Hypothermia. My protocol, my hospital was the first one in all of New York City to cool patients, and by the time I was done, every hospital had a protocol. So I have a long history in medicine. So how did I get to this purported anti-vax position? Well, let's be clear on what an anti-vaxxer is, right? And also, let's be clear on what disinformation and misinformation is, because already I'm hearing things so completely inaccurate. Let's be clear. Misinformation is something said out of ignorance or error. Disinformation is something said with the intent to mislead. If anti-vaxxers are disinformationists, what is their incentive to mislead? Why are they so up in arms against people getting vaccinated? It's because they want to protect them. There's only 2 ways you get to be a purported anti-vaxxer. One is through the direct lived reality of your child's life getting destroyed within days to a week of a vaccine. Or 2, you are highly educated and you've done sufficient research into the background and history of the vaccine and vaccine industry. It is very well described that anti-vax positions, patients who choose not to vaccinate their children, are always highly educated. They're critical thinkers who do deep research. And coming from where I told you I came from, I found out that in my research in COVID, in my advocacy in COVID, I came out, I told the world to use corticosteroids in the hospitalized phase of this disease. I did it months before everyone. I got attacked. My whole university went after me. It became standard of care worldwide. When I said the same thing about ivermectin, my life went completely sideways. Sideways. I've lost 4 jobs. I've been without income at times, but yet apparently I'm a grifter. And how did I get to this position on vaccines? Because I found that I was living in a world where a lie could be told and everyone believed it around the world that ivermectin was ineffective at COVID. And when I saw that happening before my eyes with one of the greatest disinformation campaigns ever perpetrated by pharma, I asked myself, what other lies could they do? And that's how I'm here. Thanks.
I'm trying not to go too far to the other side, but I was so obsessed with trying to be objective. Peter, in that one debate, brought up that my constellation, not my specifically, but that constellation of beliefs thing. And I actually think it's totally valid to lean into it. And I think I should more. And I think it's fair to do it more. You'll never find somebody who's like, oh, hey, who are you? Oh, I'm a guy. Yeah, I think that climate change is real and we should definitely do something about it. I generally think that the most important things we can do for our health is, like eating healthy and exercise. I'm generally, I think that, America's role is kind of important in the world and, maybe we're involved in some military conflict that maybe we shouldn't be in, but for the most part, I think we should. Oh, I'm opposed to vaccines. I think that there is poisonous big pharma intent there. It's never that. It's always like, oh, you're anti-vax? Just curious. What do you think about like Andrew Tate? Oh, he's being unfairly prosecuted. Oh, that's weird. You a Trump supporter? I wouldn't call myself a Trump supporter. Did you vote for him? Yeah. Okay. Do you, how do you feel about like alternative medicine? I think we don't do enough research for that. I think it's really important. We should look a lot more into like alternative forms. Like, oh, okay. What do you think about fluoridated water? I think it's dangerous. Oh, okay. It's like, there's always like a very neat box of beliefs that you can always put all these people in. And it's like, what are the chances? I don't know. That just seems kind of weird. But you shouldn't over-index on that because I guess somebody could theoretically look at me and people go like, oh, you're the institutional guy. You believe in all the institutions. Although I would say there's a better reason to believe in the fact-checked 50 million different people that are all collaboratively building on common ideas than just a couple people that stand opposite to the industry. But, I don't know. I just think it's cringe. Like, he can't just be an anti-vaxxer. He's also an anti-vaxxer that believes in ivermectin. Okay, chief. Also, this thing here, too, of like, do you think that vaccines cause autism? No, the Wakefield study was clearly and obviously bullshit, and that research hasn't been replicated anywhere else in the world. Okay, what about you, sir? Do you think that vaccines cause autism? I think it's important to look at the history of big pharma and to look at all the people who've been canceled about this. It's like, okay, so are you even talking? Are you just here to like tell me a story?
All right, Steve, go ahead.
I was hugely pro-vaccine. Be insane not to get the COVID shots. So I got my 2, my wife got 4, my kids are all vaccinated. And then I started hearing stories and started hearing stories, and some of them were of friends who had their relatives die. I heard one story from a friend who said that, she asked me, are the COVID vaccines safe? And I said, of course they're safe. They're the safest thing ever. I'm like repeating what I've been hearing from the CDC. And I said, why are you asking me such a dumb question? And I was a little bit more polite than that. And she said, well, 3 of my relatives were perfectly healthy, and a week after they got the COVID vaccine, they're dead. And I said, that's
like a basic sanity check, right? Where a sanity check is like, if we understand broadly like the numbers we should expect, does this seem like something realistic? This one person knew 3 people that died to vaccines? 1 person, 3 people? If that was the case, I feel like hundreds of millions of people around the world would be dead. We wouldn't have to be scouring the fucking cemeteries to try to invent these or find so desperately these like vaccine victims. There would be death on an unprecedented scale from these vaccines. 1 person knew 3 people who died from vaccines. 3?
Possible. The COVID vaccines are perfectly safe. Nobody, it's like 1 in a million chance. So you can't be 1 in a trillion here. I mean, that's statistically unlikely. And she said, yeah, but they're dead. And so that was the trigger that got me to go and start to look at the data. And there were other stories, by the way, for other people who were getting vaccine injured. I've never heard those.
Right. I went to look at the data. And also, by the way, there are other stories too. I'm sure there are lots of stories. That's not data, really, what we're talking about though, right?
These stories before for any vaccine. So I started looking at the data. I looked at the VAERS data. I looked at all sorts of papers and so forth.
red flag. The VAERS data that's just a database of people who report any kind of event after a vaccine. You would have to like actually dig through this and study it. You can't just like, what does he mean when he says look at it? But okay.
And I ended up writing a 150-page article on questioning whether you should get the COVID shots or not. It was published in Trial Site News, got a lot of readers, super popular. And after I published that article, people on my scientific advisory board, which I had for finding early treatments for COVID, resigned, and they said they never wanted to speak to me again, and I was a bad person. And I said, well, was there something that I said that was wrong in the article? Because if I'm wrong, I just would like to be corrected, because I don't want to be spreading misinformation. And they said, we never want to talk to you again, goodbye. And so people were never willing.
Now, some people are like this, right? Like where they just want to be corrected. And that I'm sure there's some percentage of the population that's like that. But for a lot of these people, they don't want to be corrected. When you do correct them on a thing, they just jump to the next thing. No matter how many times you correct bad underlying arguments, their actual probability assessment of their conclusion never changes.
To tell me why I was wrong. And the best that I can get is people who try to tell me, oh, you're wrong, but they don't provide any reason that I'm wrong that's backed by evidence. There's just hand-waving attacks. So it's been a frustrating experience for me, people saying that I'm wrong, but nobody willing to actually show the data that actually confirms that I'm wrong and they're right. So I'm hoping to find someone who can do that someday. But in the meantime, I've been calling.
Destiny, my 106-year-old aunt got the COVID shot and died the same year. When you see it in real life, it really changes your perspective.
For data transparency. And there's no study that was ever done, published in a peer-reviewed journal, saying that if you withhold the data from the public, you're going to get better public health outcomes. The public deserves deserves seeing the public health data. It's always being withheld. It's being withheld from everybody in the United States. It's always been kept secret. RFK Jr. is going to change that. But calling for data transparency, why can't we have the data and let everybody decide from the data? Why does it have to be hidden?
All right. All right, thank you, Steve, so much. We're going to get to the first question right away here. Let's get into it. Dave and Dan, you guys are going to be able to start this one. That means Steve and Pierre are going to get the last word on this question. So the question is, vaccines and autism, is there a link?
So it's funny to me because it's always the same story, right? I was pro-vax and my kids are vaccinated. It's just the COVID vax. But
you'll see this, but I will say is, I don't know if it's because he's used to debating flat earthers. I think Dave comes in way too hot on this debate.
It was just the COVID vaccine. Why are we here talking about the entire vaccine schedule, right? Why are we talking about vaccines and autism? Is there a vaccine in the schedule that you think is good? How is it that we're always fixating on the COVID vaccine and then all of these people here that are supporting you are just magically against all vaccines, right? If you're not anti-vaxxers, how did that happen exactly?
I'll help you out. It's all of them. Keep going.
Huh?
It's all of them. Keep going.
Okay, so he admits it.
Okay,
so you are just against all vaccines.
Yeah.
It's your turn. Go ahead.
You listed a lot of accolades in your introduction.
Let's, you guys in the audience, please don't heckle the stage. We need to let the information come out. Let these guys have the conversation.
Okay, Pierre, so you listed a lot of accolades in your introduction, and the common line that a lot of people who think that vaccines cause autism say is that autism has greatly increased in the past few decades. You two would agree with that line of reasoning, right?
That's not the primary line of reasoning, but yes.
But it's necessary, right?
That's one of the things, but that's not the primary.
But if autism was not increasing over the past few decades, that would be interesting to you?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so do you have any knowledge, any mechanism, any scientific reasoning as to why there is a biological reason why autism is increasing as opposed to a diagnostic criteria reason?
Yes, we do.
Okay, let's start.
Lay it on us.
So should we go now?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's back and forth. It's back and forth.
Let me be clear. So vaccines have a number of adjuvants. Many of them have been shown to be neurotoxic and producing neuroinflammation.
Which one?
It's in all of the inserts.
Which one?
So now maybe he was going to get to more for this. But I will say that, like, when it comes to medical stuff, and I can only speak on this now because I've read stuff and I understand a little better, but I think any medical professional will tell you the same. When people say things like, this thing is neurotoxic, or this thing causes inflammation, or whatever, that doesn't really mean much, right? Like, a thing could cause some kind of, like, chronic condition, or something that's acutely so horrible, it could, like, cause a seizure or a stroke, or something could just cause like a short-term thing of like inflammation, or it's slightly toxic in some regard. Like alcohol is a toxin for your body that your liver, slowly cleans out as you have a lot of fun on a Friday, Saturday night. But when people throw these words out here, like a thing is toxic, or a thing is like, all of these things are at certain doses, okay? And then all of them are meant to counteract other things, right? So the question is never like, is this thing bad or good for you? When it comes to medication, I've said this a million times, I'll continue to show. So when it comes to medication, the question is always, is it better than the likelihood of you contracting the disease and the outcome from that? That's always what you're comparing any medication against, right? It's never just like, if you could compare your default body with a medication, you would never take any medication ever because you're just healthy, right? But you're always comparing the medication to some whatever condition or disease or thing that it's trying to treat. That's always the go-to. Anytime people do this broad, like, oh, these things can cause inflammation. Okay, that's a good starting point. Show me the clinical outcomes now, right? Like, what are the clinical outcomes of people that are all on this medication or do this thing compared to the people that don't get it? And then you compare that to, people that contract the disease, people that don't, placebo, whatever. They never take this like next step. They'll just say a thing like, oh, well, this causes inflammation. Sugar causes inflammation in the body. Dairy causes inflammation in the body. Like, that you need more than that.
Anything with mercury, thimerosal, aluminum, known
There's
neurotoxins.
no,
Are those in MMR?
So there's no mercury
Are those in the
childhood
MMR?
vaccines.
Yeah.
So
mercury
there's
was
no
never in
mercury.
the vaccines?
There's no mercury currently in childhood
But
vaccines.
why'd they take it out?
So when they took it
2001.
out, did
Why?
autism
Quite a long time
increase?
ago.
Why'd they take it out?
Because
Because
people
of the public fervor.
Yes.
They had never been demonstrated to be harmful at all. They took it out because of public fervor. But the point is 2001. And when they took it
So this is true. It was removed. I don't know if the other doctor guy didn't know that it was removed because it's really weird when people try to sneak stuff in here. Like when he brings that up, does he not know that it was removed, or was he hoping that these guys didn't know that it was removed? Number one. Number two, it sounds like he thinks it was removed because of a good reason. My understanding is there was no clinical or research data that was shown at all that this whatever mercury bullshit or compound or whatever was causing health issues. That research had never been demonstrated. They just did it because of like the public health fervor around this bullshit because of retards like him.
Yes.
They had never been demonstrated to be harmful at all. They took it out because of public fervor. But the point is 2001. And when they took it out, did autism rates decline or did they go up?
It's not just mercury.
Okay, so it's not.
So that's such a great. This is a really, really, really great example of how you can tell how somebody is reasoning their way towards a particular conclusion, right? I believe, by the way, I think this table can support 100 pounds because it has 10 legs and each leg can support 10 pounds of weight. Interesting. Well, I just removed 2 legs. How many pounds of weight do you think it can support now? 100 pounds. But I just took 2 legs off, right? Shouldn't it only be 100 pounds? Okay, I'm going to knock down 2 more legs. So there's only 6 legs. You said 10 legs could hold 100 pounds. Now there's only 6 legs. How many pounds do you think it can hold? 110 pounds. What? As you knock down like parts of the argument, how is your conclusion, the strength of your conclusion or your confidence in your conclusion, how is that not decreasing as well? How is there no impact on that whatsoever? There's an interesting thing that happens in this part of the conversation where it's like, okay, well, there was a thing that you said was bad in vaccines. They took it out. Nothing got better though. The autism rates increased, like nothing changed. Now they can play this game where like, well, there are other issues too. Okay, sure, but so then was this thing not an issue then? Was it just changing the rate of change or what? Like, how can we measure that any way or somehow or?
Thimerosal.
I
Check thimerosal
didn't
off.
say thimerosal. I said many of the adjuvants.
You said
so
mercury.
Polysorbate,
Which one?
aluminum.
Hang on. So you
Any of them.
said
They're in the
you
interest
said
of
mercury.
vaccines that cause neurological injuries.
Which one?
Here.
There's also this thing here where, like I actually have, there's a balance to be had here because I do the opposite problem. If I feel like I have a general understanding of a topic and I start on a point and somebody tries to yank me to some other point, I'll gladly talk about the other point. I'll talk about anything because I feel like I have a good understanding of the topic, right? So, somebody's like, well, actually it was the Arabs that were being victimized by the Jews because of attacks in 1940. And I'm like, well, actually, there were massacres before. What about 60? I'll just leave. I'll go to that topic the next week. It's like, oh, sure, let's talk about it, right? Now, I would argue that demonstrates that I'm capable of dynamically engaging with the conversation. I'm not doing the most like optically or rhetorically effective strategy, but I'll have the conversation. But for other people on the other end, on the complete opposite end, it's like the total opposite where they're not willing to engage at all and they just have to kind of like get out their bullshit, right? So his whole statement here is there's a combination of bad things that are in vaccines that cause these bad things to happen to human bodies. But he doesn't really want to go through those things one at a time. It's almost like it's like an abbreviated Gish Gallop almost. There's like this whole bag of bullshit that he kind of throws out, and he has to kind of like get that whole line out. But then he doesn't actually want to address anything that's in the bag, like point by point. He just has to get the whole thing out, and that's it. This kind of shit happens a lot in this conversation.
One of them.
Here, you said mercury.
Yes.
Okay.
And
First of all, that's not. First of all, that's not an adjuvant.
What?
First of all, mercury is not an adjuvant.
It's an ingredient then. How's that?
What is it? What does it do?
It's an ingredient in the vaccine.
What does it do?
You tell me.
I think that's a really bad. If he should be able to explain this, I think he should be eager to explain it. Remember, especially this guy credential whored himself at the beginning of the debate. I was on 17 different fucking boards, and my dick was in every fucking possible medical publishing paper. Blah blah blah. It's like, okay, explain what this does. You should very easily be able to rattle this stuff off or demonstrate some understanding of it. I would say that that's very worrying if you are not capable of explaining any of it. But
ingredient in the vaccine.
What does it do?
You tell me.
You don't know, do you?
I don't care.
So we are going to.
It's a preservative.
I don't know. I don't care. Can you really not explain this as a doctor, as a researcher?
We are now going to have
I
to
don't care.
educate.
It's
We are now going to have to educate them
Yeah.
on what the ingredient
Doesn't
they
even know
think
what
is
it is.
dangerous
It
does.
provokes an inflammatory response.
It's also not elemental
It's a
preservative.
preservative. No,
Okay.
it's a preservative.
Let's let Steve get in here. Steve, you want to add something?
No, yeah, it's just
That eagerness to have the topic fielded to somebody else as well, I think is also an indicator of somebody having a weak argument. You see there's a lot of debate panels where when somebody's really getting hammered and then somebody else like does like a boop, they're like, oh, wait. Mike, did Mike want to say something? Mike, I heard you. Mike. Yeah, let's bring in Mike here. He wants to talk right now. Oh my God. You've got this like mega super doctor dude. And then this guy was like one of two people that invented like the optical mouse. Who's an anti-vaxxer for some reason. So now the doctor is like staring him down like, okay, go ahead and explain it.
he's just talking about one of the ingredients. It's not just the adjuvants. It's anything that's in the vaccine that is getting injected.
Yeah, thimerosal is not an adjuvant again,
so
by the way.
aluminum, for example, can get into you through injection.
Is that in MMR?
Hang on, we'll get to aluminum, but let's stay on mercury. Did autism go up after 2001 when it was taken out of the childhood vaccines? Yes.
It's
So
been decreasing for
would you
decades.
expect autism to go down if an ingredient that causes autism got out of vaccines?
The thing that
Because now they're
causes
being exposed
autism isn't in
less.
there anymore. What do you expect is going to happen?
It doesn't quite work that way because
How does it work?
How do you know?
Wait.
Expect autism to go down if an ingredient that causes autism got out of vaccines.
The thing
because
that
now they're
causes
being exposed
autism isn't in
less.
there anymore. What do you expect is going to happen?
It doesn't quite work that way because
How does it work?
How do you know?
Do you know what else happened after they took
You're
the mercury out of the
asking
vaccine?
Do you see how he wanted to jump to a different thing? Now the really astounding thing is not only is there a lack of like biology or medical information, there's a lack of statistical understanding here too, because they could say the one thing that I say, right? Well, it wouldn't necessarily cause a decrease in autism. It might just cause a decrease in the increase in autism, right? That could be like a data argument that they make, but they don't even make that argument. They don't even try to do this.
The number of vaccines continue to explode.
Not really.
And
Oh,
what's
really?
no, not by that much.
How many-
But also, what's in them? We're still looking for the ingredient, right? You don't know what they do,
I
but
don't care about the ingredients. We're talking about the association.
I don't care about the ingredients. Now he's completely abandoned the topic. That was the first thing that he brought up. Remember, is it Dan or Dave? Dan Wilson. He's the one that invited him. I hate it when people do this. This is why I always qualify and I say like, I'll even catch myself like, can you give me like, what are your arguments against this? I'm like, wait, no, sorry, hold on. Give me your strongest argument. Just give me your like top 2 arguments against this. Because I noticed that this thing happens where it's like, give me the 5 reasons why you think that soccer is better than football. And then people will rattle off like 2 reasons. And then as soon as you challenge them on it, they're like, oh, okay, well, that's not that important. It's like, okay, don't waste my time then giving me shitty reasons. Just give me like your top 2 reasons, okay? Give me your top 2 reasons. So Dan invited him to say, well, why, explain why you think these are bad or whatever. He started off on this. Well, first he said, what is it? Adjunct or whatever, or adjunct, whatever the fuck. I don't know what that word is. It's supposed to help increase like the effectiveness of whatever. Adjuvant. Versus ingredient. But now he doesn't want to talk about it at all. Now he's like, oh fuck, okay, they got me on this one. Let's talk about something different.
no, not by that much.
How many-
But also, what's in them? We're still looking for the ingredient, right? You don't know what they do,
I
but
don't care about the ingredients. We're talking about the association between vaccines and autism.
Yes.
You guys are asking for mechanisms. I will tell you the associations between vaccines and autism. You want to do that?
But you mentioned mercury.
Like associations, well, now we're completely moving off of any kind of like mechanistic thing, and now we're just talking about broader associated studies. Okay, sure, but like, sorry, this is a stupid question, but does being a physician automatically give you authority on something like this where you should know stuff, or do non-specialized doctors know? Not necessarily. It would give you a little bit more generalized knowledge, but also he said he was published. Like he's a researcher as well. So he should be more equipped than the average person by far to dive into this area of research. And he's published here, or he says he is.
I'm asking for a mechanism there, and you're not able to do that. So we can move on.
No.
There's gotta be a compound that does it, right?
I'll give you a mechanism, aluminum.
So okay,
Are
explain.
Are you familiar?
Aluminum is not a mechanism; it's an ingredient. Okay, but
with Chris Exley?
Yes.
Okay, so he's like the world expert on
He's not.
toxicology.
He's not.
Oh, he's not. Then who is?
There is no single world.
there's also there is a field of literature, a body of literature on any given topic. In my personal experience, in a given field, there will be like key papers that everybody kind of refers to that are cited a ton. And there will be a few researchers that are like really well known for like certain topics that might have back and forth or publish a lot on a particular topic. Okay. Anytime somebody cites you a guy saying, this guy is the world leader of whatever, and he's not like actively involved in like publishing back and forth, you can almost always believe the exact opposite of whatever the person citing that person is going to tell you. So when somebody's like, Dr. Robert Mullen invented the mRNA vaccine. This Robert Mullen's a fucking retard and an anti-vaxxer and a pro-ivermectin, and he's generally fucking retarded, right? Anytime people give you these, this is the guy's the world's leading expert. Okay, what is he published? Like, what is he involved in right now in terms of this area of research? Because people will always especially these kind of anti-intellectual people, they'll always cite to the world's leading expert. And it just so happens that for some reason, the world's leading expert is standing in contradiction to literally the entire fucking field of research right now. And I don't know why that is the case. And they never seem to explain this, but
expert in toxicology.
Okay,
That's, you like to paint this caricature. You like to paint this caricature of science. There is no one single expert.
Years.
So?
Who's been doing it for longer than 36 years?
What is the length of time? How old was Albert Einstein when he came up with general relativity? Was it even 36? I don't remember. This motherfucker was figuring shit out when he was young as fuck. Was 36. So unless he'd been working on it his whole life. For general relativity. Special relativity is for losers. Yeah, this is another, who cares how old somebody is? What?
He's been producing slop for 46 years.
Okay. So he's been doing it for 36 years. There's nobody doing more research on that. And he finds kids, like a 12-year-old, with aluminum concentration in their brain that is off the charts, never seen before, and the kid is autistic.
Great. So let's start with, I'm assuming you're talking first about the 2017 Exley paper, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you look at the numbers there in his table of aluminum measurements?
No.
You didn't look at
Hang on. You didn't look at the...
So ordinarily, in a normie debate, I even felt bad pushing Myron on this, source. In a normie debate, I try not to push for sources unless we're having a really big disagreement. We have to kind of be able to resolve some disagreement. But if you're the world anti-vax guy, and you're going to come out here and argue an anti-vax thing, I shouldn't even feel bad for saying this. You should have read the papers. You should be familiar with the research. With at least a few, 3 or 4 papers that you've read start to finish and you're aware of everything in the paper. I don't know, especially when you're making a living arguing this. And this is the guy that you're citing. That can't be the case. Yeah.
They're off the charts, but you didn't look at the numbers.
There's a lot of stuff that I haven't...
Steve,
it's your source that you provided for this debate, and you don't know anything about the data in it?
Do you want to... Here, I'll give you some quotes from Chris Exley.
It's okay.
Quotes? Why did we go from research papers to quotes? What? The fuck was that noise? Oh.
Since you don't know the paper that you brought, we can teach you what's in the paper. The numbers are all fucking over the place. Yeah. There's no clear trend. And second of all, there's absolutely no way to mechanistically and causally link that to anything. Even if the data was good, how do you rule out the idea that there's a neurological condition that just makes the brain not clear aluminum as well, right? There's no way to mechanistically link that to a causative agent of autism.
So Chris Exley has published over 200 peer-reviewed papers.
Data.
On aluminum.
Let's get to the data.
He's published over 200 peer-reviewed papers.
You can see just the way this guy's arguing, right? I feel like heuristically, without knowing anything about the subject, this guy is just probably completely wrong. Or he's, at the very least, he's the worst representative for this side of the argument. None of these arguments, how long a guy has been working in an area, how many papers he has, 200 papers, all on the exact same subject, or all on the same back and forth. This is not responsive to the actual argument. And if he's such a prolific publisher and researcher, why aren't you familiar with at least a couple of his big papers, right?
Many of which are retracted.
What he says is, I did not see such high aluminum content in the brains of Alzheimer's patients. This was extraordinary. These are some of the highest values ever measured in human brain tissue. Now, go ahead and dispute that. Tell me your source for someone who has higher levels of aluminum than what he's measured.
These actually are incredibly heuristics, but only on non-contentious topics. Sure, but on contentious topics, there's more heuristics that we can apply here. Cautiously, I say cautiously. And you can only apply these, or I would say, because I'm familiar with the medical stuff. No, well, not even, actually. You don't have to. Another thing that I always say is magnitude or effect size or whatever, okay? If somebody is telling you that some guy has measured a thing, I've told you this, right? Some guy comes out and he says, I think I've just published a groundbreaking paper, and I can show with a high degree of confidence that there is a statistically significant, meaning likely it is the true effect is measured in the paper, not a huge effect, but there's a statistically significant decrease in lifespan for people that get vaccinated by, half a year, by 6 months or something, okay? If somebody were to tell you something like that, like just that claim in and of itself is like, okay, 6 months is kind of long, but we'll just say like, okay, sure, maybe, right? Okay. Like I'm not like immediately rejecting this. There's a variety of reasons why for all-cause mortality rate, maybe we don't know 6 months. If somebody comes out and they say, we just did a groundbreaking paper, statistically significant result, 25-year reduction in lifespan from being vaccinated. Excuse me. If the effect size is so big, how did so many people miss it? That seems highly unlikely. You're going to have an insane explanation for how so many people miss such a huge effect size. So when this guy here is saying something like, this kid that was vaccinated had the most fucking aluminum ever found in a brain ever, like that much, and nobody else is seeing this across the entire vaccinated population of people? How?
Mute that. Tell me your source for someone who has higher levels of aluminum than what he's measured.
I'll do you better. So let's go to that table that you didn't read. So let me read off some of the measurements that he got.
You're also, now these two guys, I would say are arguing in good faith, just based on everything that I've seen. You're also immediately losing optically, and I would also argue intellectually, if you're not familiar with your underlying paper, because now Dan technically has carte blanche to say whatever the fuck he wants about it. He can just start making shit up. And if you're not even familiar with your own paper, well, now you're fucked, right?
Aluminum in a child's brain. Do you know what a technical replicate of an experiment is?
Sorry,
a technical replicate.
Is this science class?
Apparently it needs to be, because you guys don't even read the studies that you're doing.
I'm sorry, Pierre.
I really cannot express how much I fucking hate that this fucking loser credentials himself and then refuses to engage in a technical discussion. Leave the credentials at the door, little bro. Put the scalpel in the bag if you're not going to actually be willing to engage in a critical conversation. In my mind, you can provide credentials or not. If you're credentialed, the whole point of acquiring the credentials was to acquire the knowledge, right? You're not like if I'm troubleshooting audio or helping somebody with OBS, I'm not like entering these conversations like, I've been a streamer for 15 years, so I can fucking say, right? And it's like, no, I know all the shit. I can tell you all of it. I can talk about all of it. I'm not gonna sit here and just scream my credentials over and over again or whatever. For you to scream down your credentials at the beginning of this debate, I was a board certified ball dingler for 69 years. Nice, huh? And then as soon as, a few complicated questions, or I say complicated, but a few basic science questions, it's like, oh, are we doing quizzes now? What is this, fucking science class? Give me a fucking break, bro. If you wanted to credential yourself, then you should be able to engage in a credential discussion. Fuck you.
Replicate.
Is this science class?
Apparently it needs to be, because you guys don't even read the studies that you're doing.
I'm sorry, Pierre.
Pierre, I think. Well,
is it nitpicky or are we proving that you have no fucking idea what you're talking about?
Let me just make.
It's
Okay,
the
let's
source
recap.
you brought.
Let's recap for a bit. Pierre brought up mercury.
No, I brought autism. You are still sticking.
You need a causative agent.
I'm
We don't have it.
recapping here.
You said mercury. You said aluminum.
This is descending into nonsense.
So
It's descending into us.
He's doing the thing, the lazy gardener, right? Oh, we're getting into the weeds on this. Oh, we're getting lost in the weeds. Excuse me. Credentialed. You're a credentialed man. The weeds is where we live, okay? This is where you're supposed to do all of your investigation. What do you think academia is? What do you think research papers are? Just people, writing summaries back and forth at each other?
Showing
we
that you
have,
have no idea what you're talking about.
Here, let's.
you guys, let's recap the time here.
Look, but we do need to finish this real quick, because we didn't bring up the point that that it didn't parse the study. There was no data on whether the patients were vaccinated or unvaccinated. The study was shit. You finished that because you read it better than I did.
Sure. So, first of all, Pierre, I understand you're getting upset, but I think it's reasonable to expect you to know certain things about the topics you claim to know better than the world's leading experts on.
Can I talk about this?
Yeah, let's let Pierre get in. Yeah.
So this request for mechanisms is one of the oldest tricks in the book that's perpetrated by the academics, okay? So this is what they do. When they see associations that they cannot dispel, they do one of a few things. And let's talk about the Institute of Medicine, because you guys actually put that in as a reference. Do you guys know the history of the Institute of Medicine, what it is? So I can ask you these little nitty questions.
Yeah,
so what is the Institute of Medicine?
It's an independent body of experts.
Oh, it is? Yeah. Okay. How do they get funded?
This is like the biggest red flag ever. So we went from, do you understand how the study works? Did you read the tables of data? And now he's like, oh, well, my turn. I bet you don't even know how the Illuminati summoned Satan to put together the first board of, all Jewish, by the way, medical institution people. Bet you didn't know that, did you? Bet you didn't know that if you take Pfizer and if you rearrange all the letters and you add and remove some, it actually spells Satan. Bet you didn't know that, did you? And it's like, what the fuck are we talking about now? Now we've completely abandoned any pretext of a scientific discussion.
I can ask you these little nitty questions.
Yeah,
so what is the Institute of Medicine?
It's an independent body of experts.
Oh, it is? Okay. How do they get funded?
Not aware.
What?
Not aware.
You're not.
Destiny, it's true that researchers like mechanisms of action because when you know them, you can publish in better journals. True, mechanisms of action are nice to have, although I think would argue maybe that a mechanism of action isn't enough to get you over the line when it comes to not epidemiological, pharmaceutical stuff or medicine. Mechanisms of action are never enough to get you over the line. You need clinical outcomes, right? So the idea that there's like a hyperfixation on mechanisms of action, at least when it comes to medicine, is not actually, it shouldn't be true at all. When it comes to evaluating patient outcomes, you're looking at clinical outcomes, right? Does it actually improve the fucking condition? You know this. This is my SARS-CoV guy. I hate this other doctor dude. This guy drives
It's an
me
independent
crazy.
body of experts.
Oh, it is? Okay. How do they get funded?
Not aware.
What?
Not aware.
You're not aware? Okay.
You're not aware, but you rely on their.
All right, so
you rely on what
let
they
me-
say.
let me school you a
You
little
guys
bit.
support.
I am actually embarrassed that oh, no. Actually, never mind. I was going to say that I never thought of this argument before, but they bring up such a great counter to this, and I'm just going to scream. I kind of already do. I need to give myself more credit. Never mind. But
ILM data, you don't even know how to fund it.
So I care more about the integrity of data
Relying
than
on
I do
is
about the
Institute of
funding
Medicine.
sources. But we can get to funding sources if you
The
want.
Institute of Medicine is a private organization funded by industry and government.
also, I'm not saying like question everything, okay? Like BIG, question everything. But like there are so many truisms that are thrown around. It is good. My favorite thing about ever doing any kind of like philosophy stuff is that it helps you investigate kind of these default assumptions you have about the world, right? Like when I see things, am I actually for real seeing a thing, or am I actually just, seeing like an artifact of a thing, or there's just interesting questions to be asked there. The same is true for a lot of statements that are just given that are just like true, and you're supposed to feel a way about them without any good justification. Okay, what he just said here.
Sources, but we can get to funding sources
The
if you
Institute
want.
of Medicine is a private organization funded by industry and government.
Okay, that sounds bad. They're funded by the industry and the government. Okay, well, but like think about that. Is that bad? If the industry and the government weren't funding them, who should be funding them? Like people always say this, like, did you know that Big Pharma pays for their own medical trials? And it's like, well, okay, well, who else would pay for their medical trials? Are we supposed to pay for them? Is it supposed to be charity? Or should big agriculture, like that kind of just makes sense, doesn't it? Like people will say these things and you're supposed to feel really bad. And it's like, well, actually, wait a second. I don't know if we should feel bad at all about that. That seems kind of normal, no?
They have produced numbers of reports on various toxins plaguing our society, beginning with Agent Orange. Here we are, 40
These like go-to example things as well. Like what?
years later, numbers of reports of Agent Orange. Each time they say insufficient data. Finally, in 2018, they said, you know what, we need studies on veterans, 30 years later, okay? They were investigated by a congressional committee and found that they manipulated and misled the public. That's just on Agent Orange. They've gone on over the next few decades to address a number.
It also sucks here because if you haven't read up on this topic, and I haven't, right? Almost every single time people summarize stuff like this, especially on the conspiracy side, if you actually like dig into whatever they're talking about, it's just wrong. They're just like the whoever got like charged with a crime or whatever was misrepresented, it'll just be completely wrong the way they're summarizing it. So it's hard too if you're not prepared in advance for whatever weird conspiracy shit they're about to go down. And this is like Agent Orange. Why are we talking about this?
Of toxins for which the government would be having to pay out massive compensation
But
claims,
there's still a really good counter for this, and they're going to bring it up, and I do too.
including Gulf War syndrome, the anthrax vaccine, where veterans chronically ill, lives destroyed from Gulf War syndrome. They tested for squalene, an ingredient in the anthrax vaccine. 95% of those ill had squalene antibiotics. Anyone healthy had none. Okay, so let me finish. I'm finishing my point here. So you have Gulf War, you have anthrax, you have Agent Orange, nothing to see here. Asbestos in baby powder, baby food, nothing to see here. Autism. We don't know. We don't have the evidence to say yes or no. There's a pattern. This is an organization that gets hired by industry and government to literally kick the can down the road. And even when they find an association, they do what you guys do. Elaborate the mechanisms. Show me the mechanisms.
You know where this conspiracy...
My job is to show you that they will kill and injure people and make them ill.
Where this can...
Wait, like my job isn't to show you there was a response there. My job isn't to show you the mechanism. It's to show you the outcomes and the associations, and we need to deal with that. But that wasn't what he said. He's like, my job is to show you they murder people. They're evil. Okay.
Show me the mechanisms.
You know where this conspiracy...
My job is to show you that they will kill and injure people and make them ill.
Where this conspiracy falls apart is that you're relying on the American government, ignoring the fact that there are hundreds of other countries that also do science. So if you can't...
I should lean on this point more because I do bring this up, but it's just the ultimate mindfuck destroyer. You're like, oh, okay, fine. You're right. Big Pharma's bought. The CDC can't be trusted. The National Institute of Health, all bullshit. Why hasn't any other country pointed this out? Why isn't the big Denmark study and, why haven't the scientists in Europe or our enemies in China or Russia, why have none of them pointed any of this out?
Provide any studies from other nations that aren't under the tyrannical American government that can produce any kind of data to establish these connections, then what are we even doing here, right?
And I'd like to add on this point about mechanisms. When we ask for mechanisms, we expect an answer. And I don't know is a fine answer because scientists, we don't expect a mechanism in every single case. There are plenty of things where we know there are known associations, but no known nailed down mechanism.
True. Somebody said, is ADHD called into question as well? Why is autism seemingly singled out? Without going too far down this rabbit hole, I'm going to sound very ethereal. Is that the right word I'm looking for here? Remember, diseases and normal, these are words and constructs of the human mind. What a normal human body is, what a disease is, what a abnormal brain is, what a pathological brain is, like these are just things that we say because we've grouped things in certain ways probably for some utility for humans. The idea that there's like an objectively, like in nature, bad, abnormal, wrong, unhealthy thing is hard to, that's not really a thing that necessarily exists. These are human constructs, okay? That's going to upset some of you, I don't care. The reason why I say this though is because there are certain brain types that we have pathologized, meaning we're saying that this brain type, the outcomes associated with these brain types are so bad that we're going to call them diseased, that might only be diseased in a certain society, but maybe not in another society. So for instance, right, for ADHD, it might be that an ordinary human being that's living in the environment that our bodies were adapted for, like living in the jungle, in the forest, runs around, picks plants, fucks dogs, whatever, that this brain might not be considered abnormal or unhealthy at all. Maybe there's enough ordinary stimulation. Maybe there's enough physical exercise. Maybe I've heard the fucking, lay Reddit argument or whatever that maybe ADHD people help tribes, hunter-gatherers move on more because they get bored in areas or something. I don't know how true that is. And the same maybe could be said maybe for autism. Maybe it might be that an autistic person gets way more social training in a hunter-gatherer tribe such that they either overcome that, at least for the higher level autistic people, that social gap or whatever, who knows? All that to say that like there are certain brains that we pathologize now, but don't be careful thinking that like there's a God blueprint for what the human brain should look like. And we're identifying, the God blueprint defects. We've just pathologized certain brains based on how they fit into modern society. And then ideally we've identified ways to kind of like bring those brains more in line with what functions best in modern society. So for people with ADHD, it seems like some kind of stimulant medication. For people with autism, it seems like top lane or jungle.
So to be mad that we're asking for a mechanism is a little weird. But if we want to get back to aluminum, which is the topic that you guys wanted to talk about, we can do that.
Well, no, you guys wanted to talk about it. You asked for a mechanism. I want to talk about.
Sorry, wait, hold on. Nah, ADHD has objective impairments in all sorts of settings and no advantages. Working memory impairments, much higher degree of workplace accidents, impulsivity, etc. There's a massive meme about ADHD destiny. Okay, listen, you're barking up the wrong tree. I agree with you 1,000,000,000%, okay? Okay, I'm a very ADHD person. I'm on my 60 milligrams of Vyvanse for 2 years, okay? My life has changed, but, and I get triggered as fuck when I see people write that shit online of like, oh, ADHD is my superpower. Kill in a video game yourself, okay? That's bullshit. All I'm saying is that like, why do I feel like I have ADHD, in society? Because I have a hard time reading a paper, focusing on something from start to finish. Go back, 10,000 years, there is no paper, right? There's nothing to read. Right? I wouldn't have to worry about multitasking or focusing. Like, what are you even focusing on? Basket weaving? I'm just saying that I understand that there are a ton of negative outcomes associated with ADHD, but even what you said, things like workplace accidents. When you talk about workplace accidents, the workplace is probably significantly simpler and requires significantly less focus and attention and specialization way back, in hunter-gatherer tribes versus today where you need, way higher amounts of focus or concentration. That's all I'm saying.
The topic that you guys wanted to talk about, we can do that.
Well, no, you guys wanted to talk about it. You asked for a mechanism. I want to talk about the Verstraeten study.
You get a vaccine.
I want to talk about the William Thompson.
Fuck, sorry, hold on, we're getting sidetracked. That's why neurodivergent has become a term. It's meant to distinguish people who have statistically abnormal brain development without pathologizing it. I would have to think for a while about how I feel about that. There are things in life that when everybody views them as being negative or diseased, they take on like a very morally normative stance towards it. So they'll think that like, oh, that's disease, so it's bad. Like words like abnormal are associated as being bad. So for like gay, oh, gay, that's abnormal. It is abnormal. It's not normal. But when you say that's abnormal, it kind of sounds like you are homophobic. It kind of sounds like you hate gay people. So I think that sometimes, I think it's good to get away from the like moral, like the negative normative loading of a thing, right? But I do worry sometimes when people have words like neurodivergent, it kind of sounds a little bit to me like differently abled. Like I will say that, like probably my biggest regret in life, and I've talked about this in the past, I usually don't have regrets in life or whatever, probably my biggest regret in life is not starting any kind of amphetamine sooner. I like the difference, if you've been a fan of mine for 10 years, like the difference pre and post it's actually unfucking believable. It's probably, I could be the fucking poster child for this goddamn medication, okay? Holy shit. And the idea that like, oh, well, you know, maybe having ADHD helps you do this whatever bullshit, or maybe having autism helps you do this bullshit. For the most part, I think that's bullshit. I think that these things, at least in today's society, tend to just be strict negatives. There is no special, like the autistic savant shit is more or less fucking bullshit. I don't even know how many people have that. It's like 1% of 1% of 1%. Who's to say these people wouldn't be super smart if they were ordinary anyway? And the vast majority of people that have autism would be better off not having autism, same thing with ADHD or anything else. So, yeah.
An answer. And I don't know is a fine answer because scientists, we don't expect a mechanism in every single case. There are plenty of things where we know there are known associations, but no known nailed down mechanism. So to be mad that we're asking for a mechanism is a little weird. But if we want to get back to aluminum, which is the topic that you guys wanted to talk about, we can do that.
Well, no, you guys want to talk about it because you asked for a mechanism. I want to talk about the Verstraeten study.
You get a vaccine.
I want to talk about the William Thompson
child,
study.
and then the child falls into dense, life-altering, nonverbal autism for the rest of their life, either beginning that day or the next day.
That's not a mechanism.
Which has happened.
I don't remember if we looked this up or not. Is like, I feel stupid. Is acute onset autism, is that even a real thing? Is that like an actual thing that happens to people? I feel like when we looked at this a bit before, I don't think I ever saw anything like that, where acute onset, you just instantly become mega autistic. I've never heard of that before. But then also the fact that he's like falling into like the most common statistical trap of a person does a thing and then a thing happens. You know, how do you deal with that? Well, bro, there's a ton of people who say the word desk and then die afterwards, you know, just going by the numbers. I'm sure there's at least a few people today somewhere on this planet that died after saying the word desk, but that doesn't mean that we would say that one caused the other. That's why mechanisms of action and causative agents and these kind of like associative studies and causal links are important to discover, you know?
Zero time.
So can we talk
You're
about
relying
that?
on bullshit anecdotal evidence.
Can
You
we
have
talk-
no studies to support that whatsoever.
Wait, can we talk about the Verstraeten study?
The what?
The Verstraeten study. This is the VSD study. It's done in 1999 by CDC epidemiologist Thomas Verstraeten. You know what he found? 11 risk ratio for
Another heuristic. Oh, fuck, I can do so many of these now. If there is like I don't want to call it necessarily cutting edge, but if there's a hotly contested area of research, like where there's back and forth discussion, both in the scientific community and in the public community, about a particular topic, you should always be very wary when people are citing you stuff from 20 or 30 years ago. Medicine is a hotly evolving field. The research methodologies have gotten better on everything. Sometimes the investigative tools have gotten better. The way that you can like image and scan things, techniques in labs, a whole bunch of stuff I probably don't even know about. And then just like an improvement on the literature where other people have been verifying studies or, you know, posting retractions of studies, whatever else. You should always be very hesitant when somebody's citing you data from 30 years ago, especially if that data has a large effect size, is a huge magnitude, is showing a massive effect. If somebody is citing you, did you know that in this paper 30 years ago, they actually show that when you take a vaccine, your dick falls off? And it's like, damn, a big study showed that 30 years ago? Okay, who followed up on that? You're telling me that nobody else in the field, anywhere across the entire fucking world, thought that was interesting enough to take up? Why? Can you explain that? You need to have a huge explanation for why nobody else pursued that area of research. Now, there are some explanations, I think, for some of this stuff. A really good one and sad one, I would say, in the United States, for instance, has to do with research around SSRIs and illegal drugs. That there's kind of, I think, I've heard this repeated. I haven't done this myself, but I've heard it repeated a lot, and it makes sense, and I feel like I've seen it demonstrated, that like there's like this 50-year gap in research for things like ketamine or MDMA or psilocybin or LSD or whatever to treat depression, because doing medical research on like Schedule 1 or whatever substances, it's just really difficult. It's hard to do this stuff. And So like that could be a thing where you're saying, oh, did you know that like 40 years ago there was some research showing that LSD might help people with depression, right? Now, if you were to say, oh, really? Well, why has no one followed up on that? Well, you would have an answer. You said it's really hard to do research on compounds that are made illegal by the federal government. It's hard to get approved funding for it. It's hard to get the substances. It's hard, like there's a lot of extra, hoops to jump through. It's like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense, right? You'd have an explainer there at least. Have you seen how insane Dave gets when anyone criticizes him? He also got kicked off Twitter for misogyny. Dave is also pretty bad at scientific topics in general. He's a political channel masquerading as a science channel. I don't know about that. I just know that he messes up the flat earther guys a lot. I know that he's super fucking militant on that Israel-Palestine shit. Like, I think he fucking hates me on that. I think he's called me a genocider dude before. I don't know anything about the misogyny thing, but...
Or thimerosal and autism. So what did they do? They had a secret meeting.
Simpsonwood?
At Simpsonwood, right, to talk about how do we massage this? How do we tell the public? And there were some quotes. It's a huge transcript. But out of that transcript, there are some choice quotes. Things like, wow, linear relationship, dose-response relationship.
Something that I've learned from my reading of history and my reading of scientific literature is almost every time somebody throws quotes at you, they almost always are either misrepresenting or don't even have the necessary understanding to tell you about the particular thing they're talking about. People that live and breathe quotes are almost never the people that are telling you the truth on a thing, just generally speaking.
We increase the dose, the association increases. People were aware of that, and they talked about, oh shit, we're going to be in huge legal trouble.
Yeah.
How are we going to message this to the public?
It's a cute story, but again, thimerosal was taken out of the MMR vaccine in 2001. Did autism go down?
But wait a second. He found the association.
So
how do you get an 11-to-1 risk ratio?
So do you see how this guy can't engage with the topic, right? So he just said there's an 11-to-1 risk ratio, right? Hazard ratio, I think, or whatever. I need to go look at what this is again. But I think the likelihood of, if you take a thing, the increased chance of you getting or developing some negative thing is whatever you're measuring. And he's saying, well, they took the mercury shit out, so then why didn't this go away? This guy can't engage with that at all because he just memorized talking points. There's no dynamic back and forth. It's just like yeah.
He found the association.
What are your thoughts on the flotilla heading towards Gaza right now that's being protected by France naval ships? Don't know anything about the French ships. Almost all the flotilla shit going to Gaza is always fucking cringe, but I don't give a fuck.
11-to-1 risk ratio on something where there's no cause and effect.
So what exactly
why did they have that offsite meeting to talk about it? Why did they need to do that if it's just a coincidence?
Very cute stories, but we're looking for data.
Yeah, so
that is
so
no, you're spinning a conspiratorial narrative.
Steve, slow down.
All right, let Dan respond to the bullshit you said.
You know what the risk ratio is for if you smoke a pack a day and lung cancer?
You notice this change of, you know how I said like they do the general thing and then when they find one thing they want to focus on it? Notice before we didn't want to do the quizzing on science topics and everything else, but now that we're on this risk ratio concept for this one paper, now he really wants to talk about this one concept, right?
Do you know what the risk ratio of that is? It's a well-known association. Risk ratio is 10-to-1. This was 11-to-1.
So what kind of confounders did they control for in that experiment that you're talking about?
Why are you like this guy? Like this is just so cringe. I can't dude. I hate these guys too because like this is the shit that I would live for. If Finkelstein wanted to go back and forth on the South African ICJ case with me, or if Rabbani wanted to go back and forth on any of the actual historical arguments related to, like the rightful ownership of the West Bank of the Gaza Strip between like 48, 67, like I would love, it would be so much fun. I'd love to do this, okay? I would love to dive into the nitty gritty on all this stuff. It's so much fun because if you've invested the time in learning it, well then yeah, let's fight about it. It just seems interesting. And you can expand your knowledge and all that too. To see this guy, again, who fucking credentialed himself, you credentialed yourself to be so upset when somebody says, can you give me some details about like the research you're talking about? It is so unserious. The fuck is wrong with you?
You're trying to scrutinize the bullshit.
That's a very important
research
point.
that we try
so
to
do you know?
What kind of confounder, Dan, causes an 11-to-1 odds ratio?
So
also, that was just an incredibly fucking stupid question because my assumption would be for any researcher that if you're doing some kind of research and you come up with with some, hazard ratio that is so far outside of what's normally measured, I feel like any researcher's first thought is gonna be, oh fuck, like what did I what did I fuck up for? Or what did I not control for correctly here? Like, I'm probably measuring something else. I imagine that would be for any good researcher, the first thing you would do is probably go back and like, okay, I need to, because I'm about to publish, this is going to be some big shit. I need to make sure my shit is rock solid. And I didn't like my data collection or my data set is not like heavily biased or skewed or sampled incorrectly or something. Or I didn't do some calculation wrong and I fucking, had an extra zero or something. If you're that off, that should be like your first question.
Well, if I were what's the confounder on that one?
Steve, do you know what ascertainment bias is?
Yes, I do.
So if I were to survey a room full of crotchety old men on, let's say, whether or not they have type 2 diabetes, and then survey a room full of soccer players on the same question, you think that there would be a huge risk ratio difference there?
Of course. But what they did is they used...
Why?
They used over 100,000 people.
Numbers are not that important. Like by the time you're getting up to like 1,000 people, you've got enough basically for a representative sample. Like you don't need 100,000 people, and there's no like it's not really answering the question at all. In
the VSD database, they were trying to find out. The whole mission for Verstraeten was to go and get the data to do the study to discredit this whole association. Now, Verstraeten is very skilled in the art of manipulating numbers in order to make the signal go away. And so he went through 5 rounds. It took him 4 years. 4 years, Dan, to make the signal go away. And he has there's a famous email he sent off saying, I can't make the signal go away.
Yeah, that's
title
it.
the subject line was, it won't go away.
It's a cute story.
Your one quote.
See how everything relies on anecdotal evidence for you. Why isn't there a study from some other country that you can point to that's not under the tyrannical American government that reproduces what you're
so
talking
David
about?
Dan,
That's your big one right there. And he brings this up a lot. I should bring this up more. Okay, well, who else studied it then, right? Fine, the CDC's biased, the NIH, all the American pharma companies are biased. Okay, well, why has somebody else brought this up then?
It turns out, two seconds. David and Dan, you guys have your final thoughts on this particular topic, and then
There is one very important
Steve and
point.
Pierre get the last word on this topic.
Okay, there's one very important point that we didn't bring up, and that's diagnostic criteria. And I would ask you guys, do you have any idea how autism is diagnosed and how that has changed in the past 30 to 40
Yes,
years?
and it's changed quite significantly.
Yeah, how so? Like, how?
Because they want to make the signal go away. So they brought
No. How does a professional in the field diagnose autism, and how has that changed? It's not about whatever data you're trying to talk about. When was
like, this is one of your, how do you not know this? This is like one of your strongest points is the increase in autism. It shows, like it's just so obvious to me that these people are either lying or just completely not educated in this area. Like, if this is a huge part of your argument, how could you not at least have the curiosity to know, right?
autism spectrum disorder added to the DSM? When was autism spectrum disorder added to the DSM?
Various levels of the DSM. It changed over time.
When was autism spectrum disorder added to the DSM?
What, DSM-1?
Pierre, do you know?
Wait, how old is DSM-1? Isn't ASD relatively new? My guess would be 5. Maybe it was 4. When did DSM-1 even come out? Fucking 1427. What?
You were in the medical field. Do you know? Do you know you were in the medical field?
1994. 1994.
Okay.
So how do you imagine that impacted?
Into the mic there, Pierre.
Just argument, and then I'll be able to respond. Instead, you're asking me little questions. I'm not going to...
3, I think. When did they? I thought they got rid of Asperger's like a couple decades ago. I thought the DSM-5 was pretty old. Let me check. I'm curious. It's no longer considered a diagnosis in the DSM-5. Does that mean they got rid of it in the... So when did autism spectrum disorder come around? Okay, yeah, I think it was a DSM-5. DSM-5 is like fairly oldish, though. Is it really 1994 old, though? And he said 1? Yeah, I don't even know how long. Wait, how old is the DSM-1? That's crazy. Why would you say that? Is the DSM-1 even real? I don't think I've even heard the DSM-1 reference before. That's just very funny. I'm sorry, wait, hold on. When did the DSM-1 come out? 1952. Based. King.
DSM-1?
Pierre, you do...
Levels of the DSM. It changed over time.
When was autism...
And his answer doesn't make sense. It changed over time. When did it come out? In the beginning?
Spectrum disorder added to the DSM.
What, DSM-1?
Pierre, do you know you were in the medical field?
Why would you even guess that?
You know? Do you know you were in the medical field?
1994. 1994.
Okay.
So how do you imagine that impacted?
Diagnostic criteria.
Into the mic there,
Make
Pierre.
Make
Just-
the argument, and then I'll be able to respond.
It's-
Then you're asking me little questions. I'm not going to do this. This is just silly.
You're not gonna talk about one of the most important aspects of
You're
this.
not making an argument. You're asking me random.
It's not a random question.
These questions aren't random. And how can you not know any of this? How can you not know any of this? Why not use the ICD in the US? Isn't the ICD like more international? I think we use the APA. Is it American Psychiatric or Psychological Association? Who is APA? Psychological Association? Uses the DSM. There's probably a lot of crossover between the DSM and the other books, I guess.
You're saying
Tell
autism
me why it's
rises
not random.
correlated
Here.
with vaccines,
Tell me why
and
it's
I'm
not
telling
random.
you that it's just diagnoses.
All right,
Because prior to these diagnostic criteria, level 1 and 2 autistic children were not getting diagnosed, and now they are. Do you know I know this? Because I have an autistic son. Okay, so I know about how this is diagnosed. Okay?
And I'll complete these thoughts. Pierre wants us to just tell him the facts instead of quiz him
He
on
just
what he
wants
should
us
know.
to steamroll
So
everything.
let me explain. So we know that autism is genetic. 70 to 80% of autism cases are genetic. That has
Amount of
been-
data versus bullshit.
So there are several genome-wide association studies showing that autism is genetic. There are several twin and familial studies showing that genetics is an extremely strong component.
He's like crying to the moderator. Like, how are you getting dunked by these guys? I don't even know if Dave has a PhD. I think the Dan guy does. I've talked to him once before, but it was just disagreeing, so I think it was kind of a boring convo. But like, you're like the big hotshot dude. You should be trashing these children on this topic. You should be annihilating them. How can you credential yourself so hard and like what the fuck? And just be so lost in the convo. It's like humiliating.
Also, there is data looking at rates. There is data looking at rates of non-profound autism versus profound autism in the past 16 years. It has been shown convincingly that the lion's share of the increase in autism that RFK says is an epidemic is due to non-profound autism cases that are being caught by the expanded diagnostic criteria.
Which were not diagnosed in the past.
Doctors are not looking at kids for 10 seconds and looking for an autism diagnosis because they're flapping their hands or being nonverbal. It's expanded. It's much more broad than that. People can be functional and autistic. That was not recognized 20 years ago.
Okay, final thoughts on the topic by Pierre and Steve.
Like, Dan is giving the level 1 refutation of this. The diagnostic criteria has expanded. How have you not heard this argument before? How have you not heard this? This is like the level 1 rejection. Like, that I call these like the level 1 refutation when somebody acts like they've never heard a single topic before. You know, like, I think that we shouldn't let people into hospitals who are people who are unvaccinated or whatever, right? I think that we should give them any medical treatment at all. It's like, oh, should we expand that to all diseases? Yeah, if you do something that causes you to have a disease, then you shouldn't be allowed to get medical treatment for it. It's like, oh, okay, should like all fat people not be allowed to get medical treatment for anything that could be related to being fat? And they're like, oh fuck, oh my god, I've never thought about that before. And it's like, okay. Now, for an ordinary person or whatever, if you're just like, you know, rattling off some shit, that's fine. But if you were like if you marketed yourself as like a pro debater or a guy who's thought about this topic for years, and it's like, how have you've never had somebody bring up the most basic refutation of your idea, like the level 1 argument against this before? What?
Let me say 3 things about this. Kennedy, RFK Jr. Talks very often about this. You know, when he was growing up, never saw an autistic kid.
Like, what are these arguments? When this guy was growing up, he never saw an autistic kid. Like, what? Okay. What is this argument?
Today, he still can't find an autistic person of his age. So it's not the diagnostic criteria that has changed. So that's
definitely
the
knows.
Why are people clapping for this?
Autistic people his age.
The second thing is there has never been a before and after study looking at the timing for rapid onset autism. About 25% of the cases.
I don't think this is real. I should Google this instead of continuing to say this. Rapid onset autism. Is this actually a real thing? Maybe it might be. I've just never heard of it before. Sudden onset autism. Fuck the AI. Regression in autism. Oh, maybe it's called regressive autism? Let me check this. Regressive autism. Oh, this? Childhood disintegrative disorder, also known as Heller syndrome, and disintegrative psychosis is a rare condition characterized by late onset of developmental delays or severe and sudden reversals in language, social engagement, bowel and bladder, play, and motor skills. Researchers have not been successful in finding a cause for this disorder. CDD has some similarities to autism and is sometimes considered a low-functioning form of it. Oh, all of these were subsumed into autism spectrum disorder. God, it's like that's a big-ass spectrum. In May of 2013, CDC was one of several subsets of pervasive developmental disorder, including Asperger's syndrome, classic autism, and pervasive developmental disorder not otherwise specified, that was subsumed into a single diagnostic term called autism spectrum disorder in the DSM-5 manual. Gotcha. Okay, so this is like a crazy. Some shit's getting fucked. Yeah. Ordinarily, I don't think that you have like this like sudden onset autism. That's just a very rare type of thing. I think I'd never even heard of it before. We looked up the shit about the Wakefield study.
Of autism, plus or minus, happen very rapidly within a week. Did you know that every single case that we can find, at least 80% of those cases happen within a week after a vaccine, 20% happen a week before the vaccine. So,
again, a basic sanity check on this. When do these cases tend to happen? Because my guess is it looked like it said the average onset of age was like 3 to 10 or whatever, right? Okay, well, how many vaccines are you getting at this age, right? Could I also say that like 50% of these things happen, right after your first day of school, or 20% happen right after your first day of school? Like how many of these kids are starting school or, starting their first grade or kindergarten? You have to have more than this. Like these are the weakest associations ever.
If it's not related to the vaccine, then why are 80% of those cases happening after a vaccine rather than right the week before? Nobody's been able to explain that. Nobody in the world has ever done that study, and they never will. Because
what are they supposed to study? First, you have to even show that this is a real thing. Like, now give a paper on this. Who even demonstrates that or has cataloged that 80% of this sudden onset autism happens right after receiving a vaccine? Like, how could you even begin to disprove that point if we don't even have like a positive claim that it's even a real thing?
They don't want to know the truth. And that's the most important thing that you should know about this. And the third thing is that when William Thompson, who led the CDC study on autism and linking it with vaccines, and they found a link, you know what happened? His bosses told him, destroy that data. So it will never see the light of day. And let's publish the paper as if we had never seen that link.
Stories and lies, data.
This is how corrupt the CDC has been. Thompson was called to testify in front of Congress. He was subpoenaed to answer questions. He was deposed under oath. You know what happened to that deposition? It's sealed. So nobody will ever be able to see it.
CDC doesn't run Sweden.
Transparency, that is hiding the data from the American public.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Pierre, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sensing a really difference in perspective on the world, and I'll just explain mine, and it'll explain how the rest of this evening is going to go. What happened to me and what transformed me was discovery of the massive influence of money in the pharmaceutical industry in almost every institution and aspect of science.
Really? Then it sounds like your credentials are worthless. You should have introduced yourself with like an MBA, or I guess as an investigative journalist, or I don't know, somebody who worked with like a member of FINRA or the SEC, I guess. Like, what? This is where we're going to now? Like, what?
A scope and a scale I never knew, and I was a practicing physician for 20 years before I left in disgust. By the way, you know who else left in disgust in the way I did? Editors of the highest impact medical journals in the world over the last 20 years have all left. One of them, Marcia Angel, wrote a book about how the pharmaceutical industry has literally taken over all of medicine. And I'll give you the 2-minute primer. It starts at the top, $1 trillion industry named pharma. The captains below, by the way, that's a criminal syndicate. They are now up to $65 billion in the last 20 years, no, $126 billion in the last 20 years in criminal and civil penalties, which is more than double the rest of the industries combined. Under them sit the medical journals, high profit margins. Most of it comes from pharma. Almost all of it comes from pharma. You have agencies which are fully captured in ways like CDC Foundation, FDA is a revolving door, and NIH is through royalties. Then you have the professional societies. Don't even get me started on those. Those are bought and paid for. Then you have the researchers whose careers never go anywhere if they publish inconvenient science. Then you have Congress. In 2021, $666,000 per member of Congress.
At some point, so you're spending money to buy off all these members of Congress. You're spending money to buy off all of the other big pharma companies. You're spending money to buy off all the research institutions. You're spending money to buy off all of the supposedly independent boards and everything. At some point, wouldn't it be cheaper just to actually create real medicine? Wouldn't it be cheaper to just make drugs that work? What are we doing here? Where everybody is so fucking evil. This is really how it's all going? Is every single aspect of society is captured by big, like, whatever. I don't know, man.
Okay? Then you have the Little Institute of Medicine, who's the little prostitute hitman for all of science. These guys are going to be yelling about these studies with hundreds of thousands of people in and how it definitively shows no proof, and there's no evidence that there's autism. And where are the studies showing people falling in left MMR? They have no idea of the immensely rigid and tight control of what appears in journals. They do not know. They are being fed propaganda, facts.
Every single paper is wrong because
pharma. And then they go out to the
pharma.
little podcasters and see how wrong these guys are. They don't know how to think.
Does the
This
CDC
paper
control
says
Sweden?
so. The New England Journal of Medicine says so. And so this is why it's very difficult to debate, because the science that I'm bringing forth is that is censored, and what they're bringing forth is that is which is propagandized. And so if they don't recognize the validity of many data sources, especially they seem particularly unconcerned when we're revealing.
You also, I think, at the beginning of a debate, I think in real debates, like if you really wanted to try it, people should trade their sources beforehand, like they did with the root claim debate. This should be the opening point, so you can just leave, right? Like, okay. If we're just going to say that all of Big Pharma is captured, all of the journals are captured, and the CDC and the NIH, and then all the academic institutes, if all of it's captured, okay, well then what the fuck are we debating here? I can't possibly win a debate. Every single source I could possibly give you is going to be biased and tainted worldwide. So what are we even arguing at this point, you know?
Scientists.
How do we make any progress in medication at all? How do we have any new drugs that work or do anything at all? If it's the case that every single thing is fucked and bought and paid for, what the fuck are we doing out here? How is anything being done?
Literally suppressing and having to whistleblow data they've been taught to manipulate and hide, like Thompson. The CDC was sitting on data showing massive rates of autism in Black and African American children. And you know what? You know who his boss was at the time? CDC director. She left to head Merck's vaccine division after she left and got him to do it. So I don't know what world they live in, not the world I do.
All right, thanks, Pierre.
I live in the world where the CDC does not control European nations.
Well, one sec, Dave. We do got to move on to the next.
They should force an answer to that question. How are all of the other international organizations and institutions captured?
What's going on here? Oh, okay. Yeah, and just to recap, Steve had the most time on that one, 11 minutes and 14 seconds. Pierre second with 10 minutes.
Also, when I say that conservatives intentionally dodge debates and everything, this is why. Or people like Hassan, it's because this is what it's going to look like. When you're confronted with somebody who actually knows what they're talking about, you're fucked. And you just all you can do is flail and hope maybe that you have like rhetorical tricks to escape any of the actual underlying points. But like this is why they don't do it.
In 3 seconds, I'm just doing this for the record of the video. Dan had 7 minutes and 1 second, and Professor Dave had 6 minutes and 14 seconds. So we got to move on to the next topic. Steve and Pierre get to start. Let's try to let each other finish their what they want to say a little better than the last round, and then we'll get responses. So the next question is, new measles outbreak, is misinformation to blame? First to go is going to be Pierre and Steve.
So I assume what's implicit in that question is that people are misinformed, not getting vaccinated, and that's what's caused the epidemic? Is that better phrasing of the question? Is that what you guys agree with? Misinformation is to blame for the rise in measles?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, first of all, there's been measles outbreaks all the time, every year. This was definitely the biggest one in 25
How non-responsive? Why, like,
years. It's not unique to the U.S. In fact, measles has been exploding around the world. 27,000 cases in the UK, over 100,000 across Europe. They're popping up everywhere, sometimes 30x to what they were before the pandemic. Why has this been increasing over these last few years? That's a question I want to put in your head. Interestingly, and I was shocked to learn this.
Would you ever go through the Graham, Hancock, Flint, Dibble debate? There are tons of good insights in there you could comment on. Also want to watch. I don't know if I can make it through that one, especially after talking to Flint and everything, and then knowing how that turned out. My understanding because he was on an episode of Bridges. I think that the Flint guy is maybe like the Peter guy. There's this term. Our friend reminded me of this term recently: epistemic trespassing. Everybody does this, almost everybody does this. They learn one topic and they think they can be an expert on everything immediately without putting in any work, without doing any reading on it, right? And I was so impressed by Flint and his ability to learn how to do debate, considering he had no background whatsoever in it. And the prep that he talked about for doing it, he just seemed like he had a very good foundation for building towards that. And the fact that he annihilated that Graham dude who believes in the lost city of Atlantis, unironically, like it's just a total fucking joke. The fact that like Joe Rogan brought back on the Graham Hancock dude to make fun of Flint and everything, I can't, dude. That's just insane. That's just crazy to me. Oh my God. Who said epistemic trespassing? Funnily enough, it was actually last night when I was fucking your mom. I had no problem going in and out of her puss, and then I wanted to fuck her in the ass. And I was like, I went in the puss real easy. I should be able to go all the way in your asshole. And she's like, that's epistemic trespass. Ah!
You know what? The U.S. has done pretty well. In Texas, there was like 1,000 cases. There's 12 counties in Texas with not one case, and yet the Texas Health and Human Services kept saying that this is the most contagious thing ever, and that, scaring everyone. They even talked about lockdowns. They want to vaccinate everybody. It actually wasn't that bad, and no one died. But yet, going back to my point of how pharma controls this whole thing, what pharma is really good at. Oh, by the way, in those things that work for pharma, don't forget the media. The media will amplify messages to you, to scare you, to get you to do things. They will blame those who have vaccine hesitancy. This is why in my life I've been attacked, because I'm coming.
Them, they, the media, them, they, all these like general amorphous enemies who are at all places simultaneously, who can do everything and nothing at the same.
Now with inconvenient scientific opinions to the pharmaceutical industry. So was misinformation to blame? I don't know. Ask Europe, ask UK, ask all of those other countries, some of the most highly COVID vaccinated countries in the world. And there's been an article in Bloomberg, which I actually wrote a rebuttal to, where they literally discussed in the article, they can't figure out how the best COVID performing countries are getting hit the hardest with measles. Maybe they have a mechanism for that. Why would suddenly all these countries that had super high COVID vaccination rates are now seeing measles like they've never seen in history?
Also, people that do research, people that work in these fields doing research, these people are fucking nerds, okay? So if you've thought of a question, they've absolutely thought of a question. And you know what one of the best parts of a paper is? Okay, everybody knows about the abstract, okay? I used to say that, just read the abstract. Or if I wanted to be real, and telling you, read the conclusion, okay? But you know what is also included in so many research papers? And it's so great. It's a section that will often be called discussion or further discussion. And you might read a paper and think, man, I got some questions. And you know what? The researchers themselves might even have the exact same questions, and they might even address some of the exact things that you're wondering. There's a really funny paper that I saw Tim Pool bring up about how women are more likely to leave their husbands than their husbands are to leave the women if they get an upgrade in pay, showing, that women always want to upgrade. And Tim Pool brought it up, and I tried to figure out where that paper came from. And then I heard Jordan Peterson bring it up, and I'm like, okay, well, let's see, what is he citing? And then I found the original paper. And the funny thing is while that was true, it was a paper about, I think, politicians that worked in Sweden. If you got promoted to a higher office, were you more or less likely to leave your husband based on your gender? And women were more likely to leave than the husband was. And believe it or not, when we looked up that paper and the data showed that, in the discussion section, they talked about that. They were like, we wondered, is it because of, this particular mechanism of action? Are women more likely to upgrade? And because they talked about it, they said, what we tried to do then is we looked at other predictors for what would cause a woman to leave her husband more than a man. And the funny thing is that when they ran the numbers on that, when they looked at what was the highest predictor of the woman leaving the man, the highest predictor of that was actually how traditional both people viewed relationships. And that when you scaled back the traditional view of relationships to having a more, I don't know if you say modern or feminist, woke, cuck, whatever view of relationships, the likelihood of the woman leaving more than the man completely disappeared, right? So that would be a thing where it's like, oh shit, not only was there a further discussion section talking about that exact topic, they even went back to their data and they looked through it. And also, sometimes in papers, you might think, now everybody does is like, oh, what did they think of socioeconomic status? Did they think that maybe rich people are more like, yes, they have thought about that. And they probably have something in the paper for that. Sometimes researchers have really cool tricks on how they figure shit out. I remember I was arguing with Sean once, actual justice warrior, over whether or not cops were more racist pulling people over at night or in the morning versus at night. And there was this huge, I think this might have been published in Nature, 100 million traffic stops. And the hypothesis was that cops would be more likely to pull over black people at higher percentages than white people in the day versus in the night, because they can identify the race more easily. So they're more likely to pull over somebody who's black versus somebody who's white, right? Now, obviously, right, before you even finish that sentence, well, maybe black people are more likely to work at different times of the day, right? That's a fair point, right? Maybe it is. But the researchers in this 100 million traffic stop study devised a really cute and clever way to try to measure that. And the hypothesis that they had within the study was, if it is the case that black people just work at different times of the day versus if there's actually some racial discrimination, is what we should be able to do is if we can show that the racial disparity of traffic stops decreases the later the time gets, right? What we should be able to show is if we look at this exact same study, but we measure it a week before and after, or we look before and after daylight savings time, then we should be able to show that per hour, what'll happen is we'll actually see a weird shift. Something like this or whatever might happen, right? And then they do that daylight savings time application of the data, and they do find out. And they're like, oh shit, look, as soon as daylight savings time kicks on, and so everybody's working the same hours, but now it's light out earlier, you still see the racial disparity carrying more into like the 5, 6, 7 o'clock time before the sun is out. It's like, oh, that's cute, right? So not only can you answer questions that you might immediately have about a particular study, sometimes there's even clever, cute little tricks that researchers think of to try to figure out like, oh, how do we account for this particular possible confounding variable?
All right, Dave and Dan.
All right. I'll go first. So just real quick, I know we moved on from this topic, but I would want to...
Also, sorry, just a final thing. I'm sorry, there's just like, if you're just willing to like read papers, like there's so much that's in here. Sometimes it does look like there's a really weird thing going on, or there's like an area for further investigation. That'll be in the further discussion or in the conclusion or whatever of the paper. They'll say like, it kind of looks like this thing might be, fucked. Maybe we actually, there should be more research on this, or we hope that somebody investigates this further. We hope that somebody looks at this further, right? That'll happen.
All right. I'll go first. So just real quick, I know we moved on from this topic, but I would want to just point out, when it comes to autism in relation to MMR vaccines, these two would like to tell stories about suppression of American institutions and capture, but there have been studies all around the world confirming that MMR does not cause autism, including one study from Denmark using 657,461 children studied over the course of a period of 11 years, showing no link between MMR and autism. Now,
Destiny, among all the research papers you've read, are there any that made you think, this seems like BS? No intention behind this question, just pure curiosity. Not generally, but like I'm usually reading like big landmark papers or really important, but like I'm not like digging through like all the lesser journals in some subject that, I'm trying to find, lesser known researchers going back and forth just because it's not. Maybe if I was like heavily involved in, if this is like my PhD or something, maybe, but yeah. There have been some papers that I've read where I'm like, oh, this seems like bullshit, but it's not because like I've figured out that they're bullshit. It's because they're usually specifically cited as like, well, this is contradictory to the field. Well, explain that, and then you go through and it's like, oh, okay, so yeah.
Moving on to measles and the current outbreaks and misinformation, we know that where measles is the worst, vaccines are not. So in areas of the world that have the lowest vaccine coverage, that's where you see the most measles deaths, the most measles cases, and the most measles hospitalizations. That's true in the current outbreak in Gaines County, Texas, where I believe the vaccination rate for measles was about 82%, and the epicenter of the outbreak was a pocket of mostly unvaccinated communities, mostly Mennonites. So we know that we don't have to like make up stories about, oh, they're suppressing data and this group is shady and they want money, which, by the way, only one group on this stage sells supplements, and it's not Dave and I. And
or expensive telehealth.
You guys don't
accuse me of selling a supplement?
You guys don't sell supplements?
Straight,
you guys don't sell supplements anymore?
Don't ask me. You seem to know, huh?
You guys don't sell supplements
just accuse
anymore?
me of selling supplements?
Do you not advertise supplements?
Have I ever sold a supplement? Do your research. Do get your shit straight.
So, okay, I actually haven't read on this, but the way that he responds here makes it sound like he does sell something, but it's not a supplement. Sam Pepper did this once, I remember, on an episode of Kick or Keep, and when people are lying about things, they'll do this where they'll stake everything on a very particular word or claim, even though in the general sense they're probably doing something wrong, but they'll be very big on like the one. I kind of gave this example earlier. I'm curious if this guy has sold anything. I think this is around where I don't think I watched this whole thing. I think I stopped watching around here. But
yes, you want to start accusing me of stuff that you have no idea? Bring something real if you're going to accuse me. I don't want to hear this nonsense.
So do you not
check yourself?
Have you not?
What do you charge for a consultation?
Spikevax supplements?
You're going to tell me I've sold a supplement?
I'm asking you.
I think you got this.
Just Google it. Him on Telegram. Pierre Corey. Is that him? He's Pierre. How long ago was this? Nothing in this world is more important than your life, and you may be in line to lose it. I mean, aren't we all? This whole system is made up to destroy our long life. Marketing about the worst things that cause us anxiety, fast food everywhere for affordable prices. When the gyms are too expensive, the media only causes us stress. Everything is made up to destroy us. I am encouraging you to start today. You don't know what will tomorrow bring. A few years ago it was COVID-19, and tomorrow may be worse. Do you remember who suffered the most? The people with obesity. What are these miracle pills that can change your life? All celebrities are using Medicor, and the reviews are unbelievable. Is this actually real? Did he really do this? Ooh, how fucking annihilated did all of the bullshit weight loss drug industry get when fucking semaglutide or whatever came out? The GLP-1s? Damn, that must suck for them. They're like, fuck, somebody actually found the obesity drug. Contrarians are telling you this dietary supplement on Telegram, except it's not them. And the unregulated Wild West for freedom-loving social media platforms, the con game is set on the backs of those who sown dissent. I did a double take. Was Dr. Pierre Corey endorsing weight loss supplements on his Telegram channel? This mainstream started reluctantly kick the worst system. Oh, maybe the funk guy saw this, but this isn't actually his. I found out that this wasn't. Even though the channel I'd subscribed to was Pierre Corey Official, Corey himself tweeted out that his Telegram post could be found at Pierre Corey FLCCC. Oh, he's part of that COVID frontline bullshit. The fake channel was wearing Corey's face as a mask. Damn. Destiny reads this chat. I won't goon. Stop gooning, young man.
Steve sold supplements. You charge $1,600 for a consultation.
What's that? Sorry.
You charge expensive.
I work for a living. I spend a lot of time with patients. How is that selling a supplement?
Telehealth.
Wait, if he's board decertified, oh, he can just sell it as a consultation. This is his website. Products we stand by. Boobab. Oh, Baobab. Does this stuff not count as supplements? Compassionate care for complex conditions. Long haul COVID vaccine injury, mRNA shedding injury. Oh God, I'm shedding mRNA all over my body. No! Fuck. One-to-one care plans for multi-system illness brought on by mRNA vaccines. Spike protein shedding injury. One-to-one care plans for health issues brought on by mRNA shedding to non-vaccinated individuals. Oh my God. Regenerative medicine for multi-system illnesses such as post-viral, ME, CFS, MCAS. Oh, your chronic fatigue syndromes. What is MCAS? Is this another meme disease or... mast cell activation syndrome. Destiny reads this chat. I'll get a 90% average this year. Good job, buddy. You got it.
I didn't say
I'm a
supplement.
physician.
This guy.
Telehealth physician.
Sorry, what supplement am I selling?
Is that
sorry, what?
What supplement am I selling? I'm not aware that I'm selling.
Dude, the Wayback Machine exists, man.
The nattokinase supplement? Does the audience know about this nattokinase supplement?
Guys, he's confusing us with McCullough.
You guys don't endorse the wellness company in any of your content?
Yeah. Love the wellness company.
You don't think that supplement is good?
It's nonsense. Keep going.
Okay, good. We agree on something. We agree that the nattokinase supplement
We agree that
is
you're wrong
garbage.
in making a false accusation. Thank you.
If I made a false accusation about you selling supplements, then I would take that back. But we agree that the Spikevax supplement with nattokinase is garbage. We agree on something. Great.
Yeah.
No?
How's your eye, by the way? Getting better?
No.
No?
No, permanently blind.
So
Thanks for asking.
It's a terrible supplement, right? Untested.
I do not sell supplements. You said I sold supplements. I do not sell supplements.
Okay, so untested.
I wonder when they say I don't sell supplements. I wonder if he means like he doesn't promote. Does that include not promoting them either? I wonder how exact he's being there.
Supplements very bad. At least we'll come away with
agree
that.
on that.
Untested, unregulated supplements are bad. We'll just come away from this with that.
Yeah. So you like to tell stories about it's not a topic because you're talking about corruption
because we're talking about the measles outbreak and suddenly you guys
brought up
to whether I sell supplements or not.
And you guys brought up conflicts of interest and profiting off of stuff. You got to admit that people who sell misinformation also profit greatly from it.
Actually, I'm making a fraction of what I was making before as a high-tech executive.
As do I. I've lost an incredible amount, my whole career, my reputation, and a lot of money. So you guys want to call me a grifter? Get your facts straight.
That's bullshit.
Just because you see me on like social media or something, you think that makes me rich? I do not profit over my personal profile. I'm a
Maybe we can compare net worth later.
I opened a practice dedicated to the treatment of the COVID vaccine injured.
Okay, we can look up net worth.
Yeah, Hawking, ivermectin. Yeah,
let's back to measles, guys.
Back to measles. We can talk about stories of people suppressing data and all these boogeyman stories, but if you look around the world, in reality, measles deaths, hospitalizations, and cases are worse where the vaccine is not.
3 deaths in Texas, by the way. He lied.
Yeah, do you guys?
By the way,
are you
he
guys
said
saying,
no one died in
by the way,
Texas.
so
are you guys saying nobody died of
two
measles?
Two of them, I was personally tasked with doing the expert medical review. They did not die of measles. That's one.
Bullshit.
The third.
Okay, what did they die of, and how do you know?
The expert medical review. What the fuck does that mean?
This is juvenile. So you want to call bullshit when I spent literally 15 hours reviewing records?
Are you
This
saying
is not- this
are you
is not
saying you
credible.
determined the cause of death?
What's that?
Are you saying you determined the cause of death?
Absolutely.
Medical records.
Have you ever done a medical record review?
So,
Like with
I'm sorry.
autopsy?
Wait, to determine the cause of death, don't you have to be like, oh, I'm talking shit right now. I would imagine you'd have to be like the attending physician, not even doing doing the autopsy, no?
Of death?
What's that?
Are you saying you determined the cause of death?
Absolutely.
Medical records.
Have you ever done a medical record review?
So,
Like with
I'm
autopsy?
sorry. I'm sorry. You reviewed their medical records, or you actually determined their cause of death and
I
reported it to
came
the
to a
county?
conclusion as to cause of death, which was the
So you
Oh, he's just speaking. Okay, loser.
did not. So you were not.
This is the conversation we're gonna have.
Yes. So you're not. So you're not report. You did not report.
This is the conversation you want to have? Excuse me, you just brought this up. Why is he so offended to get into the specifics on any of this? Like, what the fuck? If you ever talk to a person that's working on their PhD, I feel like this is like the secret fucking flirt technique is like you ask them about their research because generally they're not going to get to talk to anybody else about this shit, right? Like, oh my God, you're going to ask me specific questions about this bullshit that I'm spending 10 hours a day on? Yes, let me talk about it, right? Or I've said this a million times, like if somebody wanted to debate me and actually get into the specifics on any of the topics I read on, like, yes, let's do it. Finally, fuck, I get to use all this research. Why does this guy get so ass-pained when somebody's like, can we talk about the specifics of what you're bringing up? It's like, this is what you want to get into? Bro, you're a literal doctor and researcher, or you were, no?
Death, which was the
So you
task
did
that I
not.
put
So
forth.
you were not.
This is the conversation we're gonna have.
Yes. So you're not. So you're not report. You did not report the death to the county and say this was the cause of death. You looked at the medical records and had a different opinion.
I have a different opinion, yes, and I
Okay. It's a bit different, but
I can tell you.
I wonder why that would be
with
motivated to
decades
go
of
in a certain
experience
direction,
doing
huh?
malpractice case reviews. I'm a pulmonologist and intensivist. I looked through immense amounts of records, collected a lot of detail, and I'll even tell you that one of them, about 60% through, I was actually thinking that measles might be the proximate cause, and then everything changed. Neither of those were from measles at all.
So how do
the
you-
third one is a man for whom no records are available. There's very little information. There's a claim that he died.
So-
but I will tell you that the media went nuts with 2 children dead, and the families went to Children's Health events, and then they tasked me with doing the review, and I found that both of those cases are slam dunk lawsuits.
Did you review
lawsuits.
Did you review the 83 in Samoa from RFK?
What does that have to
they jump off that topic. Are they going to go back to that?
do with anything? We're talking about measles here.
No, we're talking about measles around the world.
No,
it's not
you-
just
you are.
America.
You are.
I'm
Keep
talking
talking.
about measles in
Here,
general.
here, let me explain.
Other countries don't matter.
Hang
Let's
on.
talk about what we reviewed.
Let me
He
explain.
reviewed the medical records. Did you guys review the medical records in Texas?
So, Pierre, how do you determine if a measles death is a measles death?
So you would look for evidence. So if you're going to die of measles in the way these 2 children died, which was hypoxic respiratory failure, you would have to have evidence of measles in the lungs, okay, through testing. On one autopsy,
Did they test?
Now these are both severe, overwhelming bacterial pneumonias. They were both tested. Yes.
So do you think that secondary bacterial infections are not
they're as common as the day is
potential cause
long.
of
My
measles
daughter's
deaths?
had one after the flu. They're as common as days long.
Yeah,
These
so-
were gross mismanagements. That's on.
A
They're as
co- a
common as the
potential
days
cause
long.
of
My
measles
daughter's
deaths?
had one after the flu. They're as common as days long.
Yes, secondary bacterial
What's he
infections are
saying?
not
They're as common as the
potential
days
cause
long.
of
My
measles
daughter's
deaths?
had one after the flu. They're as common as days long.
Yeah,
These
so-
were gross mismanagements.
Common
That's
as
what I'm
the day
telling
is
you.
long? What's he saying?
After the flu, they're as common as days long.
Oh, common as the day is long. Okay.
Yeah,
These
so-
were gross mismanagements. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, they
These
were
are
given the
both
wrong-
slam dunk.
they were given the wrong
medical
drugs for the-
malpractice.
So-
they missed so many things.
So
It's one of
just
the worst.
so all the other doctors are.
I need to hear way more on this. So when it comes to cause of death, like there's been so much stupid shit that's said about like what causes you to die, you know? Fuck, I don't even know all of these terms 100%, but like Dan used this proximate cause of death. Is this like the but-for cause, the underlying disease or injury that starts an unbroken direct chain of events leading to death, right? The proximate cause of death is important because like oftentimes like proximate cause of death doesn't like cause you to actually die, really, right? Like HIV can never kill you. AIDS can never, the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome can never kill you. It's always going to be once you've reached AIDS, we call them, I think, opportunistic infections. So these are infections that wouldn't normally present to a healthy individual, but to somebody who's severely immunocompromised, the bacteria or the pathogens that are ordinarily living in your gut, in your skin, on your skin, wherever else in your body, will begin to infect you and fuck your shit up, right? But you would never say that like, oh, this guy died of some pneumatical whatever bullshit, right? There are certain infections that you can get where when a doctor measures it or sees it, the doctor's like, oh shit, you've got AIDS, bro, because nobody gets this infection, right? Your shit is fucked. And you would never just say, oh, he had this like rare form of pneumonia and died and that's what killed him. You say, no, he had AIDS and he died. That's the proximate cause. Ultimately, or you know, like with George Floyd, this came up a lot too, where, I don't remember what the statement of the coroner or the autopsy, but the way they say it is like, oh no, he just, you know, wasn't getting enough like oxygen to the brain or whatever. Like that's what killed him. And it's like, yeah, but there's like a chain of events. There's a proximate cause that causes this stuff to happen. I don't know if measles can actually kill you, but I do know that for a lot of, I do know that for a lot of diseases, it's not usually the disease that kills you, or sometimes it won't be. There are a lot of like really common, like pneumonia, I believe, is an incredibly common secondary infection after a lot of big viral diseases, and the pneumonias can kill you. Or I believe with Alzheimer's disease patients, sometimes pneumonias can be a killer. I don't know if it's the most common because the Alzheimer's disease will eventually progress to a point where it destroys so many motor functions in the body that when you're swallowing, you get your pathways mixed up a ton, and all of the back and forth bullshit causes you to develop, like weird pneumonias that'll eventually kill you and shit. But the proximate cause of death is still Alzheimer's disease.
Just wrong. Who looked at the case?
What doctors?
The doctors who determined the cause of death.
Yeah, who are those?
The doctors who saw the actual
How do you know
girl
it was a
and
doctor?
treated them.
Yeah, I know what they thought. I saw their records every day. They kept saying measles and pneumonia while she's dying from an overwhelming suppurative bacterial infection. That's why she died, is because they...
Like the way that he's explaining this sounds like bullshit. I don't know if I quite have the background to say it, but heuristically, like you should be able to, like just saying that they have measles and some other infection, so they got 2 infections simultaneously, were they just really unlucky? Or is one of these like a proximate cause that's like leading to you developing the secondary one?
Every day they kept saying measles and pneumonia while she's dying from an overwhelming suppurative bacterial infection. That's why she died, is because they stopped antibiotics and steroids and they watched a child descend into zero oxygenation state. I gotta tell you, that case gives me nightmares. You guys wanna sit there with a fucking smirk? Like you think you know everything? You wanna bring up Samoa?
Do you get to a zero oxidation state? I thought once your blood is like below like 85, you're like dying. Does it go all the way to 0? I thought you just, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
And I gotta watch these children
we're
die
talking about
while
fucking
the media
measles.
the media and you guys go nuts that some measles...
We're here on an
Yeah.
anti-RFK tour, and you think I'm not going to bring up the time when you went to Samoa?
I don't like how these guys are not synergized on this part here because Dan the Funk, this guy's mouth, really wants to get into this analysis of the measles thing, and Dave really wants to get into the Samoa thing, but these are two different.
We're here on an anti-RFK tour, and you think I'm not going to bring up the time when you went to Samoa, caused extreme vaccine hesitancy, and then 83 kids died of measles? You think I'm not going to bring that up?
Do with the measles epidemic that we're supposed to talk about?
Because 83 kids died of measles.
Measles epidemic from misinformation.
The topic,
I'm not talking about
yes,
1983
They
Samoa.
died. 83 kids died because RFK lied about vaccines. You think I'm not going to fucking talk about that?
Samoa is a
Jesus
previous case
Christ,
of
dude.
misinformation leading to a measles outbreak, just like similar to what we're
It's
seeing
the
in Jamestown,
exact topic
Texas.
we're talking about.
And so, Pierre, you're saying that all the other doctors are wrong and you're right. I'm sorry, but if practicing doctors who are actually treating a child have a different
not
opinion
you.
than
Only
you,
one
I have a
doctor.
hard time just taking your word for
Only
it.
one doctor, which is the attending physician. She was proven wrong.
Based on
After
what?
that- no, when the
But
test
proven
came back
wrong from
showing-
you?
From a bacterial culture of the lung showing a wickedly multi-drug resistant bacteria that she never treated or looked for.
So it was
Like this doesn't pass the smell test for me. I'm not a physician and I don't diagnose people though, and this is not like an area that I'm super researched in, but like just the way that he's presenting it, can I look this up? How often does measles how does measles kill you? Let's see if there's like an article on this. Maybe we can check. At worst, it can be lethal. Most commonly, the infection causes high fever, cough, conjunctivitis, runny nose, and a rash. Illness lasts about a week if there are no complications. When complications do occur, that include ear infections, pneumonias, and encephalitis or inflammation of the brain that can lead to permanent neurological damage and even death. This doesn't have... Bro. Jesus, chill. Okay. Complications of measles are relatively common. Some are caused directly by the virus, while others are caused by viral suppression of the immune system. This phenomenon, known as immune amnesia, increases the risk of secondary bacterial infections. 2 months after recovery, there is an 11 to 73% decrease in the number of antibodies against other bacteria and viruses. Population studies from prior to the introduction of the measles vaccine suggest that immune amnesia typically lasts 2 to 3 years. Primate studies suggest immune amnesia is in measles affected by replacement of memory lymphocytes with ones that are specific to measles virus. Since they are destroyed after being infected by the virus, this creates lasting immunity to measles reinfection, but decreases immunity to other pathogens. Complications may be directly related to the virus, e.g. viral pneumonia or viral laryngotracheobronchitis, or related to the damage measles virus causes to tissues and the immune system. The most serious direct complication include acute encephalitis. I think that's inflammation of brain tissue, right? Inflammation of the brain that's caused by a variety of factors. Okay. Corneal ulceration, some ulcers happening in your cornea, rip, and subacute sclerosing panencephalitis. Jesus. is a rare form of progressive brain inflammation. A progressive and fatal inflammation of the brain that occurs in 1 in 600 people. Okay, common secondary infections include infectious diarrhea, bacterial pneumonia, and otitis media. Okay, so pneumonias and stuff seem to be really common secondary infections here. So the fact that he keeps leaning on, they had pneumonia, that is not very compelling to me that the proximate cause of death was measles.
It was multi-drug resistant.
Bacterial culture of the lung showing a wickedly multi-drug resistant bacteria that she never treated or looked for.
So it was multi-drug resistant.
Yes.
So antibiotics probably would not be effective in that case.
There would have been a few she could have tried. And in that case, there are algorithms that would have led you to the correct antibiotics. She employed none.
What?
There are cases
You
where
just wanna tell me a case you know nothing
there are
about?
cases where secondary pneumonia infections are too far gone with multi-drug resistance, where it's really hard to do anything. But it would not have happened if the child was protected against measles in the first place.
So I'm actually gonna stand down on this, and I'm gonna defer to my the pulmonology expert here, who clearly reviewed the case. And
Like, I don't even know if he reviewed the case. He might not even read the files. That, like, I wish I could explain, like, how enjoyable it is for me when I hear somebody bring something up that I'm, like, well read into. Like, it happened a lot with Myron in that debate, where he'll bring up a quote or he'll bring up a thing. It's like, I know exactly what you're referring to. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I know more about it than you do. And that's why he did the whole, are you using AI thing? Or with Stryker, when he started the debate off with, like, did you know that jazz is actually fake music? I was like, that's an interesting claim to make. Okay, I'm gonna just go for saxophone. Let's go. That, like, these are like the best moments you could ever have in a debate. I cannot imagine being at one point, a board certified physician who has had access to medical files that nobody else, by the way, these guys shouldn't even have access to those files, assuming that the patient or the parents gave access to them, right? So HIPAA means that he wouldn't be able to publish the files themselves, right? For him to just stand down on this topic, of all the things that you could ever fight on, I feel like this should be your bread and butter, your go-to. You should be able to bury these guys just in terms of subject matter expertise, direct engagement with the source material that they don't even have access to. What I wonder happened here was because Dan knows the difference between, like, the proximate and the ultimate cause of death, because he realizes that Dan knows that. He knows that any bacterial infection he brings up is going to be approximately, but for the measles infection, it wouldn't have happened. He probably recognized that, so he has to drop this whole line of argumentation. I bet that's what happened here.
So I'm actually gonna stand down on this, and I'm gonna defer to my the pulmonology expert here, who clearly reviewed the case and comes up with different opinions. So I defer.
We're gonna go. Wait, Destiny, were you actually cheating or checking anything on ChatGPT or Grok? No, I was just going through my notes. By the way, I think if I used ChatGPT, I think I would just say it. I don't necessarily mind people using ChatGPT. I don't think it's, like, wrong or bad to fact check. I just wouldn't like it. I guess if somebody lied about it, or if somebody built, like, an entire argument off of it and pretended that they didn't, and then wasn't able to answer any questions about it. I think that would be the thing that would bother me the most.
Oh, and the opinion of licensed doctors, I think, probably is probably a better way to go.
Yeah, I'll go.
You can't switch antibiotics every day and see an immediate change, especially a rapid deteriorating case like this one. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Also, I actually don't know how antibiotics work, but when that one lady in house gets irradiated because they thought she had cancer, and then she has an infection, a staph infection, and she's like, hey, give me antibiotics. Foreman says that antibiotics work with your immune system, and if you destroy somebody's immune system, then they don't do much. I don't know how true that is, but if that's true, I imagine that after a severe measles infection, it probably wouldn't help either. But I actually have no idea. I have no idea the mechanisms of action for, like, antibiotics. I have no clue how those work at all. Antibiotics, actually, let's look it up. What the fuck do antibiotics even do? Active against bacteria is the most important type of, or what about, like, penicillin, I guess? Could I look? They kill or inhibit growth of bacteria. A limited number of antibiotics will possess anti-protozoal activity. Antibiotics are not effective against viruses, such as the ones which cause the common cold or influenza. Drugs which inhibit growth of viruses are termed antiviral drugs. Why is fungus is like a whole kingdom in and of itself? It's kind of weird. I feel like there's a lot of weird shit about fungus. I don't read anything about it. I don't care. Never mind. Watch the Mario movie, the original one. Antibiotics are used to treat or prevent bacterial infections. Nope. The successful outcome of antimicrobial therapy with antibacterial compounds depends on several factors. These include host defense mechanisms, so how good your immune system, I guess, is currently functioning, the location of infection, and the pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic properties of the antibacterial. The bactericidal activity of antibacterials may depend on the bacterial growth phase, and it often requires ongoing metabolic activity and division of bacterial cells. These findings are based on laboratory studies and in clinical settings have also been shown to eliminate bacterial infections. Okay, I don't know. Watch a video on it at some point. Fuck this.
Go with doctors who didn't lose their job, so
Yeah.
you know.
But having RFK travel to Samoa does not. How is that? Was Samoa having a measles problem before RFK came?
So the measles vaccination rates in Samoa were dropping because of misinformation that is the same misinformation that RFK Jr. pushed on his website. Because the whole impetus for the vaccination rates dropping was, I don't know if it was a mistake or malicious, but a nurse resuspended an MMR vaccine and muscle relaxant, and that killed the child. RFK took it upon himself to take advantage of that tragic death and spread misinformation about it and scared other people into not vaccinating.
So wasn't there a measles vaccination program in an adjacent island that happened around the same time?
Yeah, and that island was protected.
Oh, really? Or maybe that coincidence of vaccinating that other island caused the measles outbreak.
Are you saying
What?
that measles vaccines can spread measles?
A measles vaccine is actually a live measles virus, you guys.
It's an interesting coincidence, isn't it?
Not really. Because the island, what's a bigger coincidence is the vaccination rates on the island that had 83 kids fucking die dropped precipitously below the level of herd immunity.
Before RFK came.
While he was spreading misinformation about the impetus for the whole drop. And then he
was there for something else. He was on a beach vacation. It had nothing to do with
He went there
RFK.
and met with local anti-vaccine activists to promote their cause.
And suddenly, just like that, just like a light switch, measles comes out of nowhere.
Not nowhere.
Not a light switch.
How's it come out of... They're
When
on an
kids stop
island, they're
vaccinating.
isolated. Where's the measles
Hang
coming
on,
from?
so you think Samoa is isolated? Wait, do you think airplanes don't get to Samoa?
Wait, what is this guy even saying?
Measles comes out of nowhere.
Promote their cause.
And suddenly, just like that, just like a light switch, measles comes out of nowhere.
Not nowhere.
Not a light switch.
How's it come out of... They're
When
on an
kids stop
island, they're
vaccinating.
isolated. Where's the measles
Hang
coming
on,
from?
so you think Samoa is isolated? Wait, do you think airplanes don't get to Samoa?
Where's it coming from?
From people who are carrying from
It's
unvaccinated
not an
people who are carrying
isolated
the virus.
tribe. It's a civilized place.
Unvaccinated people who carry the virus. Do you know how reservoirs work? Viral reservoirs?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know that measles circulates in the population among unvaccinated people?
Yeah, like what do you mean, like out of thin air? Like measles exists. You understand that, right? So when people don't vaccinate and it appears, like you're claiming this is some kind of magic or something.
So why aren't all of these unvaccinated people in the United States? They're not all getting measles. Why?
A lot of them.
What are these retarded fucking questions? This sounds like some shit you argue with your fucking parents, where it's like, you shouldn't drink alcohol. You're only 14. I understand you're in high school now, but you don't do that. Mom, why do you think alcohol is bad for you? Because it's not healthy for you. Well then, why doesn't every single high schooler that I know who drinks alcohol, why aren't they all dead, Mom? If it's so bad for you, why didn't every single person who smoked weed or drank, why didn't they all die? Like, this is actually like a child argument. What the fuck?
You don't automatically get measles. You have to come into contact with
Why
it.
are we just seeing this now?
Well, there's herd immunity with measles. You know that, right?
Because vaccination rates are getting low enough that herd immunity is eroding.
Because of RFK?
In part,
He's
yes.
the number one
He's been working for
spreader of
decades
this propaganda.
to
Yeah.
spread misinformation about
It's
measles
not
vaccine.
just him, but he's the number one guy. I mean, you guys help a lot too. Like you're probably in the top 5. Like,
Thank you.
Yeah,
you
you're up
can
there.
get to number one day, though. I mean, I have faith in you. You'll get there.
So
I'll
can you tell me how all-cause mortality has dropped after they introduced the measles vaccine? Can you cite a study that looked at all-cause mortality of kids showing that it dropped after they introduced the measles vaccine? Because
Yeah,
I couldn't find one.
I sent you one. That was on the list of studies.
Didn't read it, did you?
I
Yeah, so let me
no.
describe it to you.
Should
So
have.
it was actually this is actually a really interesting story. So measles vaccines were not rolled out at the same time in each country all around the world. They were rolled out in separate years, sometimes in separate decades. And 3 countries in the study, I think it's Denmark, Sweden, and the U.S. They looked at the time of rollout for the measles vaccine, and they saw a precipitous drop in all-cause mortality that was actually greater than what they would expect with just measles mortality going away. So scientists thought, oh, that's really interesting. Let's confirm that. The paper I sent you confirms that. It's a precipitous drop in all-cause mortality every single time, sometimes in a different decade, right after the measles vaccine was rolled out. And it was found that measles actually can infect your memory B and T cells. Do you know what the significance of that is?
Yeah.
No. Yeah?
Why don't you just keep talking?
Memory
I'm
B and
trying
T.
to answer your question.
If you know, you can just say yes and we can move on.
He's so ass pain, dude. God, I hate people that credential themselves. Oh, he's so cringe.
I will continue to educate.
Or like people that credential themselves and then like can't engage with the subject matter.
You sure. Memory B and T cells are cellular immunity. Your immune system depends on these cells in order to create antibodies and exert cellular immunity against pathogens. So measles can infect these cells, and when the measles infects those cells, they die. They're either cleared by the immune system or they die off from the measles infection. So that means that these kids who are getting measles, their immune systems their memory is essentially getting wiped in a sense. And it's a phenomenon called immune amnesia that is well characterized now. It's characterized mechanistically based on what I just said. And that is an explanation as to why the all-cause mortality dropped further than what we would expect for just measles mortality in these countries that implemented the measles vaccine.
Like, that was a thorough explanation from start to finish. So we incorporated some kind of data there. We had an underlying mechanism of well, no, I wouldn't say it was a mechanism of action. No, it was. The infection and destruction of certain cells causes other diseases, that if you contracted the measles would also kill you. So like he explains why it dropped. He gave good examples of like controls to check for, was it really a vaccine or was it other stuff happening? Well, there was a different rollout across different countries. So you could it's kind of like a natural experiment, right? So that was a good comprehensive answer from start to finish on that question.
Let's let Pierre and Steve finish anything else they want to say for this topic, and then Dave and Dan, you get the last word on this topic.
So if there was a slight change in the slope of decrease to something called precipitous, that would have been from like 1.5 to 0 per 100. And I'm making up those numbers, but I know the curves of mortality of measles had been plummeting for decades, largely due to other reasons. When many vaccines were introduced, the mortality rates were near 0 from very high and early in the century. So to see this myth that there's this magical impact on public health of vaccines in terms of mortality, it's just not there. I could see maybe cases in some certain diseases that there's some effect. But when you make a decision to give someone a vaccine, you have to ask yourself a few questions. First of all, what is the risk of getting that vaccine? What is the risk of getting that disease? Almost all of the things that we vaccinate for now have near 100% survival. And then you have to ask yourself, how commonly is someone exposed to that vaccine? When you were talking about healthy children. This blanket program that these guys are propagandists for, the jab every arm for every disease in every child, and if anyone who says no because there's a specific circumstance in my child, they're an anti-vaxxer, it's ludicrous. It's not how you practice medicine. Medicine is nuanced and individualized. Every patient is different. Every product is different. They don't even know that even the different manufacturers have different products, different risk profiles. And then the bigger point that I want to make, and I'm just going to come back to this again and again, because they keep saying they're going to teach me something. I am seeing the biggest blind spot in two people I've shared a room with in 5 years, which is this complete, either willful or accidental or actually the purposeful ignorance of the system in which it operates. Science has developed sophisticated methods to suppress the risks of vaccines, and it's been going on for decades. So anyone who...
What? In every lab? All of them? Remember, too, and nobody ever brings this up. Some guy, it was either a chat or an emailer that brought this up to me once before, and I thought it was a really good point. I think it was email. Wait, I might have this. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find this. No, fuck, I want to find this. It was a good point, but when the despite what some people might think about big pharma, like, we do live in a capitalist environment where there is competition between these pharmaceutical companies. If the mRNA vaccines were actually bad for you, remember when the pandemic first hit, there was a rush to figure out who would figure out the vaccine first. Johnson & Johnson had every greedy, evil, big pharma incentive reason to try to show that these mRNA vaccines were poisonous or evil. Why would they not do it? They had their own vaccine, and other big pharma companies were also trying to create a vaccine that would be the one that the United States would choose. There's a lot of competition for those contracts, for the warp speed shit and everything. Why did none of these other companies come out, like at least J&J? Why wouldn't they come out and say, oh, take our vaccine, the mRNA ones are poisonous? Are there different companies that are also all colluding with each other, but also a lot of them go bankrupt and go in and out, or like what?
Has developed sophisticated methods to suppress the risks of vaccines, and it's been going on for decades. So anyone who claims safety, that is a curated and propagandized objective. It's called disinformation. And by the way, all of you guys have been victims of disinformation. You know who invented disinformation? The tobacco industry. They developed 5 tactics to get you to believe that cigarettes didn't cause harm. Those tactics are still in play, and they are still sending out propaganda. You know what propaganda is? It's a message.
Like, this guy is like, he moves like a propagandist, right? We're talking about the tobacco industry. We're talking about the history of the some medical group or whatever. We're talking about Agent Orange. Like, hello?
Or a story to get you to think or act in a certain way. And I walk through society today, I see victims of propaganda around me. They parrot narratives and consensuses, the scientific consensus. They're all manufactured. And to hear these people, this guy, he just quoted a Danish study for autism. Let me ask you a question. 500, this sounds really good what he said, right? 500,000 kids, they looked at kids who had the MMR and who didn't, they looked at rates of autism. And they concluded that it was actually lower if you got MMR. Problem with that. In the raw data to the study, it showed a 45% increase in autism. But the conclusion of the study was there was a suggestion of a decrease. What happened between the raw data and the conclusion? Well, they controlled and adapted and modeled.
Like what? Like if you published, by the way, combing through somebody else's data and then showing that their data doesn't demonstrate what their paper says, that's a common way to respond or to call out or to critique somebody else's paper. Like a back and forth sometimes might be somebody else getting access to your data set, requesting it to look at it through whatever other means, right? And then going through your data and saying, well, they applied an inappropriate methodology, or they made a calculation error, sometimes it happens, or they weren't controlling for some other thing that they should have controlled for. Like, have you written a paper in response to this? If the mistake was this obvious and this simple and you figured it out, like where's your response?
How did they do that? Unknown. For a paper of such importance, which every international...
If you have access to the original data set and you're talking about how they tweaked it to get rid of this thing, what do you mean unknown? What do you not know?
National healthcare organization around the world used to uphold and shove down your face that there's no link between autism. They did not say how they reversed the study's conclusion. If you're going to peer review and publish that study, any peer reviewer would say, how did you get from here to there? Not in the study, not in an appendix. So it's just one little example of what these guys don't know. This guy's literally putting, when I saw that paper in the thing, I laughed. I laughed out loud. I was like, okay, yeah, of course they're going to put that paper in because that's what supports their thing. This guy's saying hundreds of papers and hundreds of thousands. There's 2 other papers they use for autism. DiStefano, you know what he did? He looked at number of antigens and tried to correlate with autism. Do you want to know why he didn't look at number of vaccines and what the difference is? During the period of the study, the DTP vaccine went from 3,000 antigens to 4 to 6. And that's when he was doing the study. It's a very bizarre choice. Do you think that's a little weird that someone would choose antigens? Then the third one, which is Bonanno. That's another one the entire world holds up like you guys. That one, remember, that's the one in Canada, where they saw autism rates rise while MMR vaccinations fell. And they said, see, it disproves the link. Fun fact, the autism rates were increasing in Montreal, and they used data from Quebec City. Could you possibly tell me why they wouldn't use autism rates in Montreal and vaccination rates in Montreal? Why would they use a different city? Just a question.
How many antigens? I don't even know. I thought I thought your body only makes like a few antigens, like less than like 20 to counter any particular infection. That might not be true at all. Maybe it is a lot more. I don't even know where I'm thinking of this number from. But I'm actually just thinking of number of proteins. Actually, maybe it is like hundreds or thousands for a different against or whatever. How many antigens in DTP vaccine? Is this even like a thing you can look up? A DTAP vaccine contains 2 toxoids, diphtheria and tetanus, and either 3 or 5 acellular pertussis antigens, depending on the specific vaccine formulation. Are each of these like hundreds or thousands? The specific number of pertussis antigens can vary between DTaP vaccine manufacturers, leading to some vaccines containing 3 antigens and others containing 5. When he says there's like, they went from 3,000 to 4,000 antigens, is that normal? Is that true? Where does he get that number from?
I mean, is that like a kind of study design that you guys would come up with?
All right, thank you, Pierre. Steve, yeah, go ahead. Steve, did you have something quick to add on the measles topic?
I'll just say something quick.
Yep.
Whenever they report these measles cases in the press, they have 2 buckets, vaccinated or unvaccinated and unknown. Why do they always lump the unknown with the unvaccinated? The reason is it serves to scare the public because it looks like they just hear it as, oh, it's the unvaccinated that aren't getting hit. Well, actually, why would they need to lump it in with the unknowns? What they should be reporting is, here are the number of vaccinated kids who got cases, here are the number of unvaccinated kids who got cases, and here are the unknown cases. And they never do that ever in the press. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Do you think?
Like if they were that malicious, why wouldn't they just lie and say the unknown were unvaccinated? Like what is this? What are we doing here?
Maybe.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Dave and Dan, you guys got the last word on the measles topic.
Okay. Real quick before I get started. I just heard Pierre say that it's hand-wavy or like secretive to control for factors or confounders in the data and not tell you what you did. The methods of every paper tell you what they controlled for and what statistical tests they do. They do.
Not that one, sir. Show me the paper where the methods are.
Yeah, we can do that.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
You guys mind if we take a 5-minute break? You can go on the internet and find it for me? You can show me the methods? Let's do it.
In this paper right here,
It's Madsden 2004.
Sorry?
Madsden, I think it's 2004. M-A-D-S-E-N.
I'm talking.
So now he's found. Notice how before this guy didn't want to even answer basic science questions, let alone get into the weeds on any study. But now for this particular thing, on this particular study, he's real hyped to get into it.
I'm talking about in this paper right here.
It's Madsden 2004.
Sorry?
Madsden, I think it's 2004. M-A-D-S-E-N.
I'm talking about
Danish paper, 500,000 kids. Yeah, that was the author chief.
we're talking about the Danish one.
The Danish study, right?
Yeah. So real quick. So do you think
the study, sir.
So do you think it's not important to control for confounders in a population?
Of course it is. I'd love to see how that was done, though, because it's a pattern. Yeah. Do they clearly? I've never read a paper before. The statistical models that they used, did they explain them or provide them? No.
Yep. All right, so we're not going to argue in the audience.
Yeah. Let's try to keep going here.
So it is important to control for confounders. So why do you weigh the raw data more highly than the controlled analysis?
It's here's the thing: a pattern of suppression and manipulation of trials around autism has
All
a
over the
scope
world?
and a scale you don't even have any idea how.
All
to
over the
comprehend.
world?
That's just. How about the three that I just gave you that are used all around the world? Madsden goes from 45% increase to 8% lower. You got.
So again, I've never just personally, I just never see like raw data sets published. Maybe there are some studies that I've just never seen that. Anything that I've read before. I don't even know if you legally could publish raw data sets without it being anonymized somehow. I guess you could do that. Follow-up for the diagnosis of autistic disorder or another autism spectrum disorder began for all children on the day they reached 1 year of age and continued until the diagnosis of autism or an associated condition, emigration, death, or the end of follow-up on December 31st, 1999, whichever occurred first. The incidence rate ratios for autistic disorder and other autism spectrum disorders in the group of the vaccinated children as compared with the unvaccinated group were examined in a log linear Poisson regression model with the use of ProgGenMod, I don't know, some program for running these models, I'm guessing. We treated vaccination as a time-dependent covariate. The children were assigned to the non-vaccinated group until they received the MMR vaccine. From that date, they were followed in the vaccinated group. In additional analyses, the MMR vaccinated children were grouped according to their age at the time of vaccination, the interval since vaccination, and the calendar period when vaccination was performed. In reporting the results, we refer to the incidence rate ratios as relative risks for all risk estimates. We consider possible confounding by age, sex, calendar period. For other autistic spectrum disorders, the years, we're going to socioeconomic status, mother's education, gestational age, and birth weight. So what is he asking that he doesn't? Does he want to see like the math problems, or what is he? What is he looking for here?
The three that I just gave you. Trials around autism has
All
a
over the
scope
world?
and a scale you don't even have any idea how to
all over the
comprehend.
world?
That's just. How about the three that I just gave you that are used all around the world? Madsden goes from 45% increase to 8% lower. You got a guy who chooses to study antigens when a vaccine goes from 3,000 antigens to 4, and he says.
All right, so we're not going to argue in the audience.
Yeah. Let's
Suppression and manipulation of trials used all around the world.
I don't know what this 3,000 antigen to 4,000 antigen, is that how many antigens a vaccine contains? How many antigens are in the average vaccine? Is that how many antibodies your body needs to make? He keeps saying this 3,000, 4,000. When a child has a cold, he or she is exposed to up to 10 antigens, and exposure to strep throat is about 25 to 50 antigens. Each vaccine in the childhood vaccination schedule has between 1 to 69 antigens. A child who receives all of the recommended vaccines in the 2018 childhood immunization schedule may be exposed up to 320 antigens through vaccination by the age of 2. That's for all of them. Where is he getting this 3,000 to 4,000 antigens from a single vaccine number from?
Madsden goes from 45% increase to 8% lower. You got a guy who chooses to study
Does he mean like, is he talking about like the dose of the vaccine? Like if you got like the number of would you say proteins or molecules? Is that what he's saying? Like yesterday, Destiny took 500,000 Vyvances. And it's like, no, I took one Vyvanse. And it's like, no, in this dosage, there's 500,000 different lisdexamphetamine. Like, is that what he's talking about?
Around the world. Madsen goes from 45% increase to 8% lower. You got a guy who chooses to study antigens when a vaccine goes from 3,000 antigens to 4, and he says there's no correlation with autism. And then you have a guy who uses data from another city. There's no reasons for any of those three things. My problem with Madsen is that the statistical modeling comparisons that she carried out in a paper of that import that's held around the world, you would think she would be transparent. By the way,
well, I don't understand what he's looking for. Where they explain again, does he just want to like see the math? I don't know what else is he looking for besides this here.
Science should be transparent, and when it's not, you should be asking questions, not just stuff shoving it down your throat and screaming it into social media.
Dave and Dan, final words on the measles topic.
Yeah, I mean, the methods are transparent. You can go and look at what was controlled for. And these are studies from all over the world. I was a scientist working in academia at one point, and
here's a physician talking about the 3,000 antigens claim. Those 11 doses in 1986 delivered more than 3,000 antigens and 1.5 milligrams of aluminum over 18 years. Its complete schedule delivers roughly 165 antigens, which is a 95% reduction, and 5 to 6 milligrams of aluminum in the same time frame. A single smallpox inoculation in 1900 exposed a child to more antigens than today's complete series. Antigens are the molecules in vaccines that trigger a response from the immune system, training it to identify the pathogen. Some vaccines contain a minute amount of aluminum salt that serves as an adjuvant, a helper ingredient that improves the quality and staying power of the immune response, so each dose can protect with less antigen. So when you say that a vaccine has 10 antigens, is it actually just 10 molecules of the thing? There's no way, right? But how did it go how did you have 3,000? How do you have so many? That can't possibly be it. Like here's your vaccine. There's literally one molecule in here. Like what if it got stuck at the top or bottom of the shot or whatever? Or what if your body accidentally killed the one molecule? There's no possible way that it's that. Care to explain why having a high number of antigens is prima facie bad? Just because high is scary. That's always the answer.
scientists, by and large, want to basically compete with each other to be the best nerd on the block. They want to prove the other colleagues wrong so that they can show that their results are the most important. That's what scientists ultimately want to do. They want the truth, and they want to be rigorous and objective with their data. And if their colleague is wrong, they will call it out. That is what the scientific community is. It is not this weird, shadowy organization where the CDC says something and we all say, yes, yes, of course.
Dave,
no.
have you ever researched anything that was inconvenient to pharmaceutical industry interests?
Let's let Dave and Dan
I'll
finish.
tell you what, I hadn't either my entire career. None of my research ever threatened pharma until my research on ivermectin, and my life blew up.
Sure, but then, I mean,
you don't understand science.
I do, and we can get to the ivermectin topic later, but
we'll
get there. But the point is, the scientific community is very competitive and objective in their approach. They will do the best
Not
they
when
can
they work
to
for
study.
pharma.
Let's let them have the last word. Here.
Pharma is also checked by the rest of the scientific community. The scientific community is able to do their own research and say whether or not pharma is correct or not. That's why pharma is not allowed to just put anything on the market. It's a very rigorous and extensive process. And even after they get to the market, data published by independent researchers can get a drug pulled off the market.
Thanks, Dan. Dave, go ahead.
This narrative here that they're spinning, he relies on this emotional hook of pharma controls every paper in every journal and every scientist at every university and any institution and any company.
That's what you're saying about every paper.
Because this is the only way to sell this story, right? There's no way that the entire scientific community, the global scientific community, working in all of these sectors, can cover something up. It's not going to happen. But that's why it is narrative driven. That's why it has to go this way. And we're going to talk. And MMR has a decades-long track record of being proven to be incredibly effective, incredibly safe, and people stop taking it because of lies. They stop taking it because of lies, and then kids get measles and die. 83 dead in Samoa, RFK's fault, blood on his hands, no remorse. And it's gonna start happening in Florida immediately.
All right.
And it's the fault of people like this. That's what it is.
We are going to move on to the next topic. We've got to get rolling here on these topics. Just to recap, that was leading 12 minutes and 30 seconds for Pierre, 10 minutes and 4 seconds for Debunk the Funk, 3 minutes and 31 seconds for Professor Dave, and 2 minutes and 58 seconds for Steve. Topic 3, and Dave and Dan, you're going to be starting this one. Did the COVID vaccine save lives? And also a sub-question to this topic, RFK Jr. pulls $500 million in funding for vaccine development. Is this good for the USA? Go ahead.
So I'll just start off my introduction to this topic with the sub-question to that topic, which is RFK's pulling of $500 million worth of mRNA vaccine funding from the U.S. I want to point out that among those projects that have lost funding are projects for an mRNA vaccine for HIV. And I just want to point out that RFK probably does not care about a potentially promising vaccine coming out for HIV because he doesn't think that HIV causes AIDS. And I think that is very, very troubling to support
Head of the
in an individual.
HHS, everyone.
Yeah, he has written chapters in his book about how HIV does not cause AIDS, was not responsible for the AIDS epidemic, and so he just is going to hamstring efforts to help people who are the most disadvantaged when it comes to facing HIV/AIDS, which are people in the world who are still suffering most from it. So I think that is incredibly disgusting and monstrous of him to do, and it shows a complete lack of understanding of not only scientific data, but understanding of who is suffering in the world and who needs the help most.
Thanks, Dan. Dave, did you have some opening thoughts there on this topic?
Well, we're going to get into the data of the COVID vaccines as well, but they will try to use things like VAERS database and inflations of unreliable data on VAERS database, personal surveys, all of their sources for trying to pretend that the COVID vaccines killed all these insane amounts of people. 100% fabricated. Plenty of studies showing that they objectively saved millions of lives. Once the vaccines had been rolled out, it's extremely clear that the deaths were, after that point, 90% were unvaccinated. So there's just, as with all of these topics, there's going to be a reliance on disinformation, lies, distortion of data, unreliable data to try to pretend that COVID vaccines, like all the other vaccines that they're railing against, have done things that they simply have not done.
All right, Steve and Pierre.
So I'll agree with a couple of things you said. So I agree that there are many papers that say that. Granted. Going back to your comment about how it can't all be a conspiracy. Now, let's be clear. I didn't say that all of science. I would say there's areas of science that when they present a threatening to the economic model.
You alluded that all of the journals are compromised.
Let me finish my sentence, okay? You said a conspiracy. Here's where you do not know what you're talking about. It doesn't require a conspiracy. It's nothing but incentives. No. Stay in line, and that's how it happens. It goes to the...
But what are the incentives of like researchers at colleges? It's not like they're getting paid like huge, amounts of money from, some tobacco company or pharmaceutical company to like lie about their shit, right? Like I feel like if they're, if you end up fabricating research and shit, you can lose your licensure or your degree. And like I don't think the average researcher is paid that much money to do a lot of this stuff. Like it wouldn't surprise me if the average no, there's no way. The average researcher is absolutely making less than like the average doctor. It wouldn't surprise me if the average like psychologist makes, or like somebody that works in research probably makes less than somebody that works on the clinical side of things.
Societies, the researchers, the journals, all they have to do is behave according to incentives, and
not one
falls into
whistleblower.
place, okay?
Nowhere in the world, not
Now,
one whistleblower.
In terms of this idea that they save millions of lives.
Also, wouldn't there be a massive incentive structure to come out as another university or in another country or for another company? Then you would be like, yeah, you could like destroy another company. Like, I don't know, this doesn't track. I feel like you need to bootstrap this argument more. You need to add more here or supplement this more.
You'd have to really ponder for a second why life expectancy in the U.S. dropped by 3 whole years, starting in late 2020 to 2024. 3 years. And if you guys can do math, I know you're like master scientists and biologists, but if you remember math, for life expectancy to drop, who has to die? The youngest and healthiest, the least risk towards COVID. And
I mean, they'd have the biggest impact on it. But there are other things that could cause it to drop as well. But this is just such a dog shit argument. This is like such a bad argument in so many different ways. Why would there even be, like, what is the incentive to kill a child with a vaccine? Like, when you make more money just treating them, like if I was Big Pharma and I'm looking at a kid, I know they're going to be sick eventually, right? Like everybody gets sick. I know that when they're old, I'm going to be making tons of money off them. Why the fuck would I want to kill like a baby? I don't know. That's just... Also, all the researchers and everybody that gets into medicine, everybody that gets into these fields that do have good intentions, all of them get corrupted. Like, it's just like the 7 or 8 brave anti-science people that come out that are the ones willing to stand up for what's right.
What were they dying of? Nobody knows. Suddenly, young people were dying like mad. And you know what?
This never happened. This is bullshit.
The data comes from, doesn't come from your journals, comes from the life insurance industry, which I've written a lot about. I've sat on calls with executives from all the life insurance companies, all behind cameras, by the way. None of them wanted to show their face. But they saw a massive emergency in 2021. They reported, especially among young people, a 40% rise in year-to-year mortality in 2021 in the youngest and healthiest of society. This was group life health insurance, which is generally Fortune 500, white collar. They were dying at rates that outpaced any other sector, from 25 to 44. And you know when
How common is it that you get life insurance for kids? Can you even do that? I mean, I'm sure you. Wait, can you do that? I thought life insurance is usually there to like replace income for, like, ideally, like if a husband dies or if parents die. Can you buy life insurance for your for your 12-year-old? That seems really dark. Maybe people do. I don't know.
Despite the third quarter of 2021, we saw young people dying in droves. You cannot dismiss that data. I don't care how many studies you show me. And I've a compiled.
You can get a child life insurance policy? That's wild. Okay.
Many studies, you probably haven't heard of because they don't hit the big journals, but of huge increases in cardiac arrest calls to young people who just got vaccinated. I got a FOIA request from New York State in February of 2021. You know what they were doing? Is vaccine clinics were calling the EMS to tell them they were vaccinating that day and they wanted them on standby. So 6 weeks, I have it written. In February of 2021, you know what they were doing? Is vaccine clinics were calling the EMS to tell them they were vaccinating that day and they wanted them on standby. So 6 weeks, I have it written. It's 4.
Because they were so dangerous, people's fucking bodies were just exploding right after getting vaccinated. Like, come on. Like, think of what you're saying here. The effect is so immediate. It's so common. It's so, like, ubiquitously spread throughout society. Like, how did we not see this so obviously and so easily? Like,
request from New York State, and have you ever heard of a medical clinic calling an ambulance before they start work and saying, we want you on standby? And there's 4 instances of that throughout Westchester County. So just tell me why everybody started dying in 2021. Young people who've never died at those rates before. A 10% year-to-year rise is a 1 in 200-year event. Outside of wartime or a massive terrorist attack, it's never been described in the history of the life insurance industry. Theirs rose 40%. Something truly unique happened in the third quarter of 2021, and no one knows.
We do. Okay, so if you want to show that the COVID vaccine saved lives, what you do is you look at the record level data. We have one record level data set that's publicly available that epidemiologists can look at to prove that the COVID vaccine saved massive numbers of lives. Do you know how many papers that have been published by epidemiologists who look at the only record level data set where you could prove that the COVID vaccine saved lives? You know how many papers were published? 0.
a close examination of mortality data for 1999 to 2020, provisional data. I don't even know what this is. Hold on. I don't know what the journal is. Oh, is a thing from the AMA published in the Journal of the American Medical Association is what JAMA is, right? I think. The all-cause mortality rate for ages 1 to 19 increased by 10.7% from 2019 to 2020, and it increased by an additional 8.3% between 2020 and 2021. These increases, the largest in decades, followed a period of great progress in reducing pediatric mortality rates, although most of the upsurge in pediatric mortality was attributable to deaths among older children, ages 10 to 19. All-cause mortality in younger children also increased in 2021 by 8.4%. Infants were the only age group that experienced no significant increase in mortality. As panel B of the figure demonstrates, this reversal in the pediatric mortality trajectory was caused not by COVID-19 but by injuries. In 2020, the COVID-19 mortality rate at ages 1 to 19 years was 0.24 deaths per 100K, but the absolute increase in injury deaths alone was nearly 12 times higher. As a group, mortality for all remaining causes of death other than injuries and COVID-19 declined by 0.33 deaths per 100,000. Rates at ages 1 to 19 years nearly doubled in 2021, but explained only 20.5% of the increase in pediatric injury deaths predates the COVID-19 pandemic. Suicides among individuals began to increase in 2007 between 10 and 19. Between these nadir and 2019, the eve of the COVID-19 pandemic, mortality rates for suicide increased by 69.5%, and homicide rates increased by 32.7%. Likely contributors to both trends include increased access to firearms and a deepening mental health crisis among children and adolescents. Access to opioids also increased, and overdose death rates for individuals aged 10 to 19 years began increasing shortly before the COVID-19 pandemic. Injury mortality ages 10 to 19 years rose by 22.6% between 2019 and 2020. Much of this surge involved homicides, which increased by 39.1%, and deaths from drug overdoses, which increased by 113.5%. Transport-related deaths at ages 10 to 19, which had decreased for decades due to improved vehicle safety measures and greater use of occupant restraints, increased by 15.6% in 2020. Like, have they read anything on this? Is there... What is their explanation? Are they saying that this was just caused by vaccines? Like, is there anything to support that idea? Or did they just there's a trend, an increase, and then they didn't read anything about it at all? Or Is this just big pharma and big science lying to me again?
Oh. So, look, if the COVID vaccine saved lives, and we have the record level data set that would show whether or not that was true, don't you think that every epidemiologist on the planet would be rushing to that data to show, see, we were right? Why are they all avoiding this publicly available record level data set that would tell us the truth? Now, Japan, they are the highest vaccinated population on the planet. These guys have like 6 or 7 vaccines because in Japan, you're very...
The highest vaccinated group on the planet of 6 or 7 vaccines? Wow.
likely to follow the instructions of your health official, so they're very obedient. They get all these shots. This led to 600,000 excess deaths in Japan over a 3-year period, the highest in their history. It's unprecedented. Do you know when the excess deaths started? It started when they rolled out the vaccines. Excess deaths were a flat line in Japan. They rolled out the vaccines, and the excess deaths skyrocketed. Anybody can go to Our World in Data, look at excess mortality, look up Japan, and see that. Now, it's supposed to be the other way around. When they roll out the vaccines...
Well, I mean, the excess mortality between everywhere increased in 2020, 2021, right? But that was, why did they make that vaccine again? Aren't we putting the cart before the horse here? Wasn't there a thing that caused, wasn't there a reason why we had that vaccine come out?
The deaths
how do you detangle these two things?
Are supposed to go down, but what happened in Japan is the deaths went up like a straight line. There's a famous Arbel study that was done in Israel in the HMO system. They looked at boosted versus non-boosted. They said, look, if you're boosted, you get a 90% drop in death rate. And some people in the US at Stanford and UCSF looked at that and they said, wait a minute. Non-COVID, these people who are unvaccinated died at 10 times more than the people who are vaccinated during non-COVID. In other words, the people who opted for the vaccine were less likely to die. So what they found was that this 90% protection offered by the vaccine was a complete mirage. It has to do with the healthy vaccinee effect, and it's because the people who refused the vaccine died at 10 times the rate of people who accepted the vaccine.
I do like that this kind of sort of stands in contrast to what he said earlier, where we know that people who are anti-vaxxers tend to be more intelligent, more well-researched, know their shit more. That was a general claim. It was either him or the other guy made this statement earlier, and now he's saying, well, actually, people that reject vaccines are just more prone to die like retards because they suck. I think that, I remember looking this up years ago. I would have to go back and check, but this idea that it was just different, groups with higher comorbidities that didn't get the vaccine, all of that is bullshit. They've controlled relentlessly for a lot of this. Vaccination just reduces your risk of hospitalization. If you know anything about the immune system or how the body works, that logically follows. It makes sense, unless you think there's some nefarious evil thing going on with the vaccine. All the vaccines, I guess.
People who refused the vaccine died at 10 times the rate of people who accepted the vaccine during non-COVID, which is essentially the control group. So naturally, you get COVID, they're going to die at a 10 times higher rate as well. This doesn't mean the vaccine worked. It just means the people who opted for the vaccines were healthier. There's no knee anywhere in the world that I could find when the COVID vaccines rolled out. What's supposed to happen is you look at all-cause deaths, you look at COVID deaths, and when they roll out the vaccine, whatever the trajectory it is, it's supposed to have a knee in it where it then flatlines as soon as they roll out the vaccine. Guess what? That knee didn't happen anywhere in the world. Isn't that weird? And in Israel, when they rolled out the vaccine, they talk about the vaccines are going to reduce infection. In Israel, which is another one of the highest vaccinated countries on the planet, they rolled out the vaccines, and I have the wastewater data, which basically tells you exactly what's going on, and it's the official wastewater data from the Israeli government, and what happened is that infections went up by 10x. Israel had the highest number of Delta cases in...
Holy shit. Someone's committed to their conspiracy when they're saying even the Jews are getting tricked by it. Whoa, that's a strong commitment.
In the entire world. And this was even admitted in the Arbel paper. Now, if the vaccines prevent infections, like we were told, why is the most highly vaccinated country in the world having the highest increase in COVID infections in the world? We don't know. That's weird, isn't it? It's kind of called a natural experiment. And then there was the Levy study done in Florida. And then what they did is they matched 9 million people with a very, very strict matching conditions. So only 10% of them exactly matched. They matched people basically, if you got vaccinated at the same place at the same time and lived in the same block, they would match you up. So they threw away 90% of the data and matched people very precisely.
This is the same theory Joe Rogan has preached many times. Yeah, because all these guys, they're like the giant centipede of bullshit where they just shit in each other's mouth and then digest it and then shit in the other person's mouth. All of these guys are all part of the same kind of Signal Telegram group that all lie about the same thing over and over and over again.
On 7 different criteria. And Barbara Dickerman did a study, she's at Harvard, showing that if you match people on these criteria with very loose
Here's a restroom. Tell me if I missed anything. Hold on.
matching, you're also matching their comorbidities. Now, here, it was much, much tighter than Dickerman did, which means they're matched on all sorts of things, including comorbidities. Guess what? There was a 36% increase in the non-COVID all-cause mortality for people who got the Pfizer vaccine. Wait a minute. If these vaccines are perfectly safe, they shouldn't increase your non-COVID all-cause mortality at all. It should be a flat line. These things are supposed to be safe. So how can you have a vaccine which increases your all-cause mortality by 36%? That is a disaster, and nobody's been able to dispute that study.
All right.
There's been no study of VE of death that actually measured the non-COVID all-cause mortality of the unvaccinated. And finally, there's a great paper in JAMA. It's called the Z Study XIE. It's published in 2022, and it showed that it was of veterans, and so it's the VA database. And it showed that the veterans who got the COVID vaccine, if they were hospitalized for COVID, 54% of them had the booster. But guess what? It's like 40% of them got the booster, of the VA people were vaccinated. So in other words, it made you more likely to be hospitalized. And the hospitalization rate for COVID was 54%, and the hospitalization for non-COVID was also 54%, which means it provided no protection at all, because if it really worked, the boosted percentage would be like 0.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Dave and Dan, you guys have the floor. Also, we really need to cook here. We might have only time for one more topic, which I hope we can agree to do the ivermectin topic. But depending on how everyone's feeling on stage, we can also push the time. But go ahead, Dave and Dan.
Sure. So, Steve, you are saying that there is no record-level data studies. Can you define record-level data so we're all on the same page?
Sure. So record-level data means you have a record for each person. You have a record of when that person was vaccinated. You have a record of what their date of birth was, and you have a record of each of their vaccinations, and also when they died. And you can also, in that record, you can also have their COVID infections and so forth. But each person has a unique record, and what I'm saying is there's no publicly available data set that has the entire country, that has this information, that is available, because if there was, I'd be all over it, except for the check data.
So there are record-level data studies in countries where there are centralized healthcare systems, and it's very easy to pull those records and do analyses. Okay, so
name one.
Name one.
So Ip et al. Published in Nature Communications 2024, study of 46 million adults in England and Wales, COVID vaccine safety outcomes.
Right. Where's the data publicly available?
Where's the what?
Where's that data publicly available?
Nature Communications.
In Nature Communications.
No, that's their interpretation of the data. We're talking about the database.
The data. You want access. You want access to the records.
I want the records.
So you want to analyze the data.
Correct.
Why should we trust you to analyze the data instead of epidemiologists?
Everybody.
Because I want
It's
everybody.
science.
I want everybody to have the data. That's the difference.
Steve, any research group can request data to do that study and do the study.
I don't think. Am I just wrong, or are vaccines different? I don't think you could have that publicly available. No, wouldn't that be a HIPAA violation? Like, medical information is relatively protected. I don't know if there would ever be a publicly accessible database of every person who's gotten every vaccine, and at least in the United States. Maybe in other countries there might be, but...
Do you know how many of us have been requesting data sets from numerous manipulated trials, numerous governments, all denied? I have colleagues all around the world in their own countries asking for access to the
again.
data.
Well, people do research on this. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can request these data sets from someone. I just don't know what the process is.
We're going with shadowy, shady players suppressing data.
I said, why don't they disclose it publicly?
Steve, all the data is there for you to look at. And 46 million people, do you know what they found?
Where is it? Where can I download it? Where can everybody
Nature Communications, you can see exactly what they did and try to critique
That's not the
it.
data
No, that's not the data set.
Do you have a problem with the data set?
Yes, I want to see it.
Why do you disagree with their analysis?
I don't know. Because
Trust
I haven't seen
but
the data.
verify.
Show
Trust
me the
but
data.
verify.
Show me the data.
We can show you the data. Do you know how to analyze it? Do you know? Have you looked at it? Do you know how to identify problems with it?
Yes.
And what is the problem with this data set?
I haven't seen it. I can't.
I sent you the paper.
You didn't send me the data.
So the analysis found among 46 million adults in England and Wales that there is no increased risk for cardiovascular events, including heart attacks.
Then why don't they disclose the data?
Steve, you can't.
Like, this is just not normal. It just doesn't normally happen. There might be places where you can. Somebody linked earlier. There's like websites maybe you can request these data sets, but it's just not ordinary that you're releasing your full raw data sets amongst the research you do. I've never seen that to be a normal thing in any field of research.
Take public healthcare records and disclose it to everybody.
Why can't you? They did it in the Czech Republic. Did anyone die in the Czech Republic when they disclosed the data to everybody?
Steve, you tried this with data sets that you've gotten your hands on, and your analyses are terrible. You don't understand what you're doing.
Really, Dan.
Yeah.
They're terrible. What's the correct analysis for the Czech Republic data, Dan? Where's your public? Where's your study? Where's your study of the Czech data?
So what's the first step in doing a good analysis of, say, the Czech Republic data? What's the first step?
What's the first step?
Yeah.
You can put it into all sorts of different models.
Models.
Methods of analysis.
Be specific. You did this. What did you do?
I analyzed all sorts of different ways. So,
like, this is really uncomfortable to ask, and I'm too much of a cuck to ever push this, but you should be able to walk other people through this. If you're literally claiming that you are entitled to a raw set of data regarding a whole bunch of different facts or whatever, parameters or whatever, you should be able to say exactly, oh, this is what I would do with my data. This is how I would make sure that it's, accurate. This is how I would make sure it's comparable. This is how I would do whatever you need to do. This is how I would compute. Like if that's what you want to do, then you should be able to very quickly, very confidently, and with a great deal of explanation, walk through, how you deal with this data.
Models.
Methods of analysis.
Be specific. You did this. What did you do?
I analyzed all sorts of different ways. So at first I looked at time series data.
So what was the first
time series? That was
so you just looked at a time series?
No, that was the first thing. Right. There are all sorts of different ways to analyze the data. It's all the methods that I use are published on my GitHub. It's all in public view.
Yeah.
Everything I did is in public view.
Yeah, and
I don't even know if I bet he didn't even do any of the shit on whatever is listed on GitHub or whatever.
And
you know what you didn't do? You know what you didn't do?
What didn't
you
I
didn't do
do?
the first step, which is to make sure that your two groups that you're comparing are comparable.
Oh, really? How are they not comparable?
So in the Scheck data, you argue that the vaccines were distributed randomly, right?
There is no evidence of a systemic.
That's what you did,
bias.
right?
There's no evidence.
He has no idea. He doesn't know because he didn't do it. Oh, I wonder if Dan is picking up on this. Whatever's published on the GitHub, this guy had nothing to do with it. But you can tell by listening to him. This guy's never read a paper of anything in his entire life.
So people can choose their vaccine. There's a preferential recommendation against Moderna because we're not all in the pockets of Big Pharma and we go with the data.
Yeah.
So, and there's availability differences across the country, right? So it's not random.
No, it's not random.
But you argued it was random at one point. You had to be told it wasn't.
No, I said there was no systemic or systematic bias in the distribution of the vaccines. People didn't know which vaccine was going to be safer. Like if you
they were
ask
advised, there was a preferential recommendation against Moderna.
No, there wasn't.
Yes, there was.
No, that's news to me. Where is it?
Steve, really? It's
Yes,
2025.
Really. Where is that recommendation from that shows that there's a bias in the distribution?
So-
but it doesn't matter because you can look at
It does matter.
because-
It does.
Oh, okay, why?
Because the first step of looking at this data set is making sure your first two groups are comparable. You want to be able to compare them accurately so that it's not just statistical biases you're
Steve
analyzing.
wants the data.
So do you understand how the K-core method works?
K-core method?
Yes.
Is this what you did?
This is one. No, I looked at DSCMRR. I looked at GLM. I looked at.
But you didn't make sure your two. You didn't make sure the groups were comparable.
Kaplan-Meier.
You didn't make sure your groups were comparable.
Oh,
You didn't adjust.
the
They were
method
randomized.
that I use.
Sorry?
The method that I-
Randomized, Moderna, and
It's not random.
Yes, it
no,
is.
but
It's not random.
No, but it doesn't matter, Dan, because
Can
I
people
didn't
choose
break
which
it-
to get, and is there a
I
preferential
didn't
recommendation?
break it
Yes,
down-
it's not random.
I didn't break it down by the vaccine manufacturer. I'm just looking at people who are vaccinated and unvaccinated. And of course, you know.
Did you make sure those two groups were comparable?
As an expert in
Did
this,
you make sure those two groups were comparable?
Do you know? Do you understand?
Yes or
that-
no, Steve? Did you?
Dan,
Did you? Yes or no? It's the first step.
Do you understand that the groups are?
Do you
never
understand
going-
that that's the first step?
Do you understand that when you have a vaccination, that the two groups are completely different? Do you understand that, Dan? So why are you asking me this question as to whether the groups are comparable?
Because you have to make sure they
they're
are
not.
as comparable as possible. Do you know why?
No.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
You have to make sure the two groups are
But
as
they're
comparable.
not.
Steve, why do we do randomized controlled trials? Why is that the gold standard for clinical
Because
trials?
that makes it really easy for people to see a signal.
Why?
That
Why?
makes it easy. Because they're randomized. Because
Exactly,
Yes.
because your two groups are comparable,
Right.
because they're
So-
random.
So Dan, when you don't have that available to you, you have
Don't
to
have
use
don't-
other techniques that normalize for the mortality of the two groups.
Exactly,
that
and so
can
you
make
have
them
to
comparable.
you have to make sure that exactly
So-
you have to
so-
control for confounders. So
right,
how did you,
so the
did you
first
do that?
step in the first step in the the first step in the algorithm is to make them comparable so
How?
that you can then.
Is it okay? I would instantly trust anything this guy says over me. Okay, so let me just start with that. But is random the word you use here when we say randomized controlled trial? Doesn't the random there refer to the fact that you're assigning people to different groups at random? Oh, I guess maybe that would apply here. Randomized doesn't mean that your sample is random. A random sample can theoretically, a random sample there's no reason to think that a random sample would be good, right? You need like a representative sample is the important thing, I think, right? Maybe if they're truly random, it's considered automatically representative. That maybe like representative is baked into random there, I guess. Maybe it would be. I don't know.
Compare them.
How?
And then he's trying to compare two different. Yeah, random sampling of population should represent the whole population. Actually, yeah, that would be true. Accurate cross-section should be baked into random. Yeah, never mind. Okay.
You fit the slopes to the death curves.
That's
of
Steve.
fixed cohorts.
That's
So,
not
Dan,
not controlling for the confounders that would make the groups comparable.
But it does.
No, it
It
doesn't.
does, Dan. Because do you understand? You understand?
It's
Gompertz
you
mortality?
versus the epidemiologists
No,
of the world on
no,
this,
no,
Steve.
no.
It's epidemiology 101.
Do you understand? Do you understand Gompertz mortality?
Sorry?
Do you understand Gompertz mortality?
Yeah.
Do you understand Gompertz mortality when we have when people are dying, right? Gompertz mortality just says, oh, it's an exponential. Great. But there's Gompertz mortality with depletion. Do you understand that?
And you understand that if you look at those curves, the people who are dying might be different in each group.
Do you know what their difference is?
This is boring.
Do you, Steve? Because you had to.
This guy is so ass-pained. Why? He's like a jock that he's like an NFL player that stumbled into a fucking medical debate. I can't believe the bro that credentialed himself so fucking hard gets so ass mad when people want to argue over the actual nerdy shit.
Yes,
for
I
them.
do.
What's
yes,
the
I do.
And you didn't control for them.
Believe it or not, they're on different parts of the Gompertz curve. Do you know what happens when you have a frailty of 3 or 5 as to where you are in the Gompertz curve? What does that do to your death slope when you're on the Gompertz curve?
So again, we're just going to say this is all you did, and you didn't account for epidemiology 101.
No, this is not all I did. The first thing is to normalize the cohorts so that we take away the differences in the cohorts. And so what I did...
So are you controlling for age, socioeconomic status, smoking status? Are you controlling for pre-existing conditions? Are you controlling for health-seeking behavior?
All right, guys, I think you guys...
did you say you don't need to? Did you just say you don't need to?
Yes, because
You guys,
I have a
let's-
negative control that shows
let's-
that it takes all of that out.
Let's hang on for a second. Now, I'm going to ask you guys. We only have 6 minutes until we're at 90 minutes. And that's kind of what everyone agreed to. Do any of you object to staying on stage for a little longer to at least touch one more topic?
I'm good for
guy is so
How do you
One
feel?
more question?
Well, I would love to do the ivermectin question next.
I'll give 10 minutes.
10 minutes more?
That's
Okay,
it.
Pierre's
And
okay
I'm
with
done
10
with
minutes
this,
more.
guys.
And then we'll cut it. So
Do they both defend ivermectin too? No shot that they fit into that. I guess it would make sense, huh?
let's start with Pierre on is ivermectin effective against COVID-19?
Yeah, so let me tell you the ivermectin story, and it fits in with a lot of what I've been trying to educate the folks in the group today, which is that when COVID broke out, all we did, I was a frontline ICU specialist, all we did is me and 4 colleagues got together and we devoted ourselves, nights, weekends, everything, in a frenetic pace, which we were on for about 2 years. Those first few months were...
What's been the best part of your day so far? The best part of my day is usually waking up, because that's when I get to roll over and give your mom a big smooch on the cheek.
For an ICU doctor, I've never worked harder in my life. We reviewed everything. We talked to doctors in China and Italy. We came up with protocols for the hospital. We did not have an early treatment protocol, but we were focused because we were all ICU doctors. By the way, the people in that group were some of the most highly published physicians in the history of my specialty. Paul Marik literally is the most published practicing physician in the history of critical care medicine. Umberto Maduri is the world expert at corticosteroids and treatment of lung diseases. And Joe Verone is on like 3 editorial journals. We all got together and we came out with protocol. We continued to follow the data. We were following everything, a totality of the evidence. We're not just waiting for the high-impact journals with their randomized controlled trials. The only thing controlled about an RCT is the outcome. We looked at everything. We talked to everyone. And on the ground, we were treating. We started to see a signal around ivermectin. We had a dashboard, what we thought was probably good, not good, and neutral. We had a question mark under ivermectin. We'd heard things, but we had no data. Starting in early October 2020, studies started to come out from all around the world. Small studies, other studies, all consistent, same signal, large magnitude, times to recovery, and mortality benefits. They were emptying hospitals. The most impressive one was published in CHEST, which is one of the 2 top journals in my specialty. It was about a hospital in Florida that did a retrospective observational control trial, 70% decrease in mortality in the most severely ill in the hospital. That made it into CHEST. And from then on, we put it on our protocol. I did a review paper, which I spent 2 months, 200 references, and I couldn't finish the paper because every day new studies were coming out, all lining up, same direction, same signal, same large magnitude. I put it up on a preprint server,
and every single other large researcher in every single other country and every single other research institution, everybody missed this huge effect size, big magnitude, statistically significant, obviously, hugely impressive drug. Everybody else missed this? How?
Within 1 week, I treated my first patient with ivermectin. She'd been sick for 2 weeks, fever, fatigue, heart rate resting 120 in bed. She took ivermectin on a Sunday night. Within an hour, she felt flushed. She went to bed in the morning. Her heart rate was 80 and she was afebrile. And she...
Within 1 hour? Like, how does this drug work that fast? What were you doing? What was the, it's like, is he literally, fuck.
You will never see.
Like me injecting my fucking patient with ivermectin? Like this?
Now you're burning hell.
1 hour. Pump them full. Like, Jesus.
She felt energy and she thought her life was saved. Okay, now it could be, remember that's anecdotal, so we should dismiss that. It could be that night, at that particular time, was when her disease was going to take its natural curve. Correct. Happened to me 5 more times that week. What was showing up in all the data we were...
5 more? You're curing people left and right with ivermectin? No one else in the world? No one else in the world is getting this?
Was showing up in my clinical observations. I testified before Ron Johnson, and that's when my entire career came to an end. As soon as I became an advocate for ivermectin, which is a low-cost, off-label, widely available drug that's highly effective at a disease that they were trying to monetize with remdesivir, molnupiravir, and Paxlovid, suddenly all eyes were on me. And this joker wants to make fun of the fact that I lost my boards. He has no idea why. It's only because I was a truth teller trying to recommend for a medicine to help save everyone. And then you know what happened next, guys?
You got
this
COVID?
Is where I became an expert at what's called the disinformation playbook.
Can you give any explanation? You're a doctor. Why are you out here talking like you're fucking Joe Rogan or Alex Jones? The disinformation, big pharma. Like, give me some medical science. Well, like, what are your... Like, why does nobody else discover this? How does everybody else miss this massive impact that ivermectin supposedly has on COVID? It's been 5 years since COVID came out.
And I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't expect the ticker tape parade, but I did think people were going to be appreciative that we were giving them guidance on how to treat it early and avoid hospitals. Instead, within 2 days of that, a huge hit job that was published in the Associated Press on...
Hit job? Oh my God. Okay. We're not eating fresh today, boys. We're getting gangbanged. Hold on.
Me and my group. And by the way, the tactics that I was to watch over the next 2 years, I wrote a book called The War on Ivermectin. One of my colleagues could have written the book The War on Hydroxychloroquine because it was the same war, same tactics. If you go to the article called The Disinformation Playbook, it outlines the 5 tactics. These guys have no idea of the 5. Number 1 is the fake. You publish trials with predetermined results, just like the Institute of Medicine. They are on record as sitting down at opening of their reviews in committee where the chair of the committee says, we are going to do what the CDC says, and we are going to find no association to autism. Read the transcripts, 2001. You don't believe me? Keep going. You're like little trustful. Oh, everything's good. Science is working great. Pharma. Oh, we know how to control pharma. You guys sound like clowns.
Trust fall into me, guys.
With
Trust fall into me.
What I'll tell you,
trust this guy
instead, is what happened next is I read that article in 2021 in March, and it changed my life.
Like, people are just blatantly posting bad research. Like, there would be so much incentive for anybody else to uncover this. Well, like, what?
As I was reading the 5 tactics, I had 3 or 4 examples for every tactic I was reading, and suddenly the world made sense to me again. It did make sense from December until March, and then I could see that this was a war, and they were using every single tactic. They went after the lead researcher of the WHO, who I was working with. He and I became collegial because we were so excited we found ivermectin. Guess what? They got to him. He self-retracted his paper and disappeared into obscurity. I've never talked to him since. That's what they did to ivermectin. They killed it using every tactic in that book. And the number 1 tactic, and if these guys don't want to do that, they can come to me with their trials. But in my book, it's a chapter called The Big 6. It should be called The Big 7, right? The Big 7 were the large, rigorous, prospective, double-blind, randomized controlled trials, which definitively proved that ivermectin was ineffective. And all I've done for the last 3 years is show all of the manipulations in every one of those trials. If those guys want to hold them up as facts and truth and science, I can't help them.
All right, thanks, Pierre.
Like, you're the only one that figured it out?
That was, we got almost 6 minutes from Pierre there, so I want to award that to Dave and Dan here.
Look, it's a very simple thing to see what's going on here. He's right, it is a war, and it's a war against disinformation, and it's being perpetrated by this side. It's a very easy narrative to spin. Pharma wanted to crush the miracle cure. There's zero evidence that ivermectin treats COVID, and in fact, after his Senate hearing, if you take ivermectin, you won't get COVID. Fucking gets COVID. And then what does this pipeline lead to? All of these shady doctors setting up all of these, America's frontline doctors, Simone Gold, all these people, prescribing ivermectin for people. It's not going to help them an ounce, right? And the narrative doesn't play because in the meantime, dexamethasone, there are other drugs that were repurposed and approved for treating COVID. So the entire narrative falls apart. There are cheap generic drugs that were repurposed and used to treat COVID. So his entire angle falls apart. There's no big pharma conspiracy. It's just a bunch of lying assholes trying to make money. Ask him how much he charges for telehealth sessions. Ask him how much he charges for a consultation. Him, Simone Gold, all of these people, it's just a bunch of quacks selling snake.
He's so ass-pained. I wish I could, like you should, it's crazy that you can't intuitively understand how weird it is that these 2 guys, at the very least, this guy here is so credentialed. He's got so much history here. Said he published, 20 to 50 papers, and he hasn't talked about, like, much science or medicine at all. And in areas where he supposedly should have a huge advantage. Like, I can't believe he walked away from that autopsy or death investigation line of argumentation. He's like, oh, I'm just going to leave this. Bro, you said that you're overruling the attending physician or the coroner or whoever the fuck's, like, cause of death analysis, and based on your examination of the medical records, you said you spent, did he say hundreds of hours, or he's read hundreds of pages? I think he said 15 hours, and you just walk away from that? Like, this is your subject matter area expertise that is directly relevant to the debate topic with exclusive information that you have access to, and you don't stand on that? Like, bro, this is wild. Is Professor Dave going too hard here? I mean, he definitely comes off as really aggressive, maybe a little too aggressive, but I mean, like, these guys are frauds. That's wild. I guess I'm not even getting that mad because I don't know anybody personally that, like, got super fucked by this ivermectin or whatever shit. Well, I mean, I guess my mom had died, maybe I feel differently, but, like, It is disgusting. Like, these people are disgusting human beings. And it's just crazy how it's just like so transparent. I feel like, I'm just saying, I feel like I could grift this so much better. Like, if I wanted to be like a misinformation guy, I feel like I could do better. I feel like they don't even try. Like, they could at least try to think of like cooler conspiracies, or at least try to be more comprehensive in how they I lie about this shit. I don't know. Jesus. It was so sad to see good Dr. Mike both sides of the medical disinformation on his Tylenol autism video.
Since our
Oh no, does he? No way. Hold on.
Oil. That's all there is to it. Who pays me? Why do I need to be paid? Why do I need to be paid? What am I charging to watch my YouTube videos? Do you have to pay money to get free information? Yeah, it's really cute that you guys are gonna lie, but you have fucking nothing to say to what I said. Dexamethasone, all of these other, yeah, everybody has to make money somehow. I have a YouTube channel. It doesn't mean I'm charging exorbitant fees to sell snake oil that get people killed, because people took ivermectin, did not improve, and by the time they got to the hospital, it was too late. Pierre Corey, you are responsible for thousands of deaths. You go on Joe Rogan and you tell the fucking world that ivermectin treats COVID.
Hey,
it doesn't, and this is what
enough
happens.
from the
The
audience.
liar is there. I'm sorry.
I'll just
Okay, that was 2 minutes. That was 2 minutes for Dave. Let's give 2 minutes to Dan. Go ahead.
I'll just add to that. So these people
Hang on.
consistently-
1 sec. You guys calm down. It's important that we let our speakers get their information out, even if you disagree with them. Okay? That's what good faith, helpful discourse is all about. Go ahead, Dan.
So Steve and Pierre constantly are telling you that it's all suppressed data. Everybody is lying and wants to suppress the data but them. And when I will tell you that when I look at science history and I see true mavericks in the scientific field, what they do is they are rigorous with their work and they convince their colleagues first. They get data that their colleagues, their competitive nerds, cannot argue with, and then they go off to say, hey, I have a real result. But what Pierre did, and what he mentioned in his congressional testimony in front of Ron Johnson, was, I think, really irresponsible, because he did not do that. You did not get the randomized control trials convincingly showing that ivermectin was, what you said, a miracle cure for COVID. That was incredibly irresponsible to do without that data. At that time, you could have been right. You could have been right. We didn't have the studies yet. It was way too early. But yet you were there telling non-experts, politicians, that it's a miracle cure, while your colleagues were not convinced yet. That is extremely irresponsible.
Never called it a miracle cure.
Oh, it's verbatim a quote from you. And you also said if you take ivermectin, you can't get COVID. Did you say that in a Senate hearing?
So I did, and first of all, I never said it was a miracle cure. I said these results are miraculous, and I don't want to be sensationalized for that.
You said it obliterates COVID and that it's miraculous.
And it does.
With
No.
zero
It happens to
data,
obliterate
with
COVID
zero
in the
evidence,
Uttar Pradesh.
no randomized double-blind control trials, nothing.
There were randomized control trials at the time, and
There
they were
were not.
blind. Yes, they were.
No.
There were no
Okay, so you
convincing
guys did
randomized
ivermectin
control
There were
trials.
zero.
Okay,
And
so
every
let's
study
just-
done
guys,
since
hey, guys,
then
let's
demonstrates
agree to
no
disagree.
efficacy.
Everything that you read is true. They would never put something before you that's false. They would never want you to think that a cheap.
What's
safe
up with
drug is
what's up with
effective.
the other cheap safe generics the cheap generics that they did approve?
Yeah,
for
which
use
ones are
of
those?
Dexamethasone. And what's
Tocilizumab.
the other?
Yeah,
Tocilizumab.
That's
Oh,
two.
really?
Oh my
Yes.
God, we're undercutting
you
pharma
think that
profits. Cheap generics
tocilizumab?
repurposed.
It was approved and repurposed for COVID use.
Yeah, you know how expensive that is?
It is
It's only in the hospital. It's not an early treatment. It
is
is corticosteroids.
It's a treatment for COVID.
It's not an early treatment, sir.
I didn't say it was an early treatment. It's a treatment.
When he says early treatment, does he mean prophylactic, or do medical people use those terms interchangeably? Early treatment and prophylactic.
It's incredibly expensive, even if it is what's bad, and you
Is
can only get it
dexam-
under
is dex- is-
very tight restrictions. They're not worried about tocilizumab.
Is
They're
dex-
worried about the cheap
is
stuff. that's not-
dexamethasone
You guys
cheap?
don't get the
Is
whole stuff.
Dexamethasone.
That's only in the hospital.
Dexamethasone.
They're not-
Also, is ivermectin even cheap if you have to use it the way that they're prescribing it, like as a prophylactic? Like, how much? First of all, you need to take more than what they ordinarily prescribe for. Is it lupus? No, it's not lupus. That's hydroxychloroquine. Ivermectin is the anti-parasitic one. How much ivermectin do you need to take, and how often do you need to be constantly taking it as a prophylactic? Like, does this not just get more pricey than vaccines over some period of time? I don't know. Maybe it's like a quarter of fucking dose or something.
Not worried about that. They're much more worried about outpatients.
Oh.
They want that market, sir. I'll teach you about pharma.
No,
I don't think
pharma
they
stood
will.
to gain
No
a
idea.
lot from approving ivermectin.
All
for
you
COVID
have to
use,
teach is
because
grifting.
Merck was the biggest producer of ivermectin. If we were in the middle of 2020 and the world was shutting down because of COVID, and ivermectin was the cure
Stop.
for COVID.
Okay, you can't yell idiot from the crowd. It's not helping anything. That's not good faith or helpful. So please don't do that. Go ahead.
If
Dan.
ivermectin was the miracle cure for COVID, and Merck was the #1 producer of it, and had a monopoly on the production of ivermectin,
False.
and could price gouge and do
False.
all the tricks that pharma does to make medications
but
more
the
expensive
approval
than
of
what
other-
they-
Wait, is Merck not the biggest producer of ivermectin? Who makes the most ivermectin in the USA? Because Merck actually put out a statement saying it wasn't helping. Okay.
Generics also disarms the entire narrative.
They could have made a ton of money and saved the world from COVID.
Merck is not the biggest producer. They produce 1% in this country. The rest is produced by Edenbridge Pharmaceuticals.
Edenbridge Pharmaceuticals. Fuck me. Ivermectin. Percentage production. But wait, well, who cares who produces it? Then you could just transfer all the arguments over to these guys. Shouldn't these guys have been saying ivermectin is actually like a miracle cure? A major generic manufacturer. No public data exists detailing the specific percentage of global ivermectin production at Edenbridge Pharmaceuticals. However, the company holds a notable place in the ivermectin market. Oh. Some 97% of the ivermectin prescription supply is being manufactured by Edenbridge Pharmaceuticals LLC. So okay, so then why wouldn't these guys hype it up as like a treatment for COVID? No.
A little repurposed drug outfit. There are manufacturers all over the world.
Did they stand to gain a lot of money?
Ivermectin.
Did they stand to gain a lot of money? Simone Gold made a lot of money selling ivermectin.
Simone Gold made fucking millions hawking
ivermectin.
ivermectin. Isn't that interesting?
Help a lot of people. Save lives all over India. That's how they get.
So we have zero.
So I mean, again, they're going with this global conspiracy of suppression. But if you look on PubMed and go back to 2021 and look at all the randomized controlled clinical trials for ivermectin use in COVID, we have clinical trials from Egypt, from Sri Lanka, from the USA, from Australia, from the UK, from Thailand, and all over that all say that ivermectin did not help with their patients. These are doctors who, just like you at one point, Pierre, I don't know what happened, but at one point cared about patients.
Who do you think makes more money, those doctors or this guy?
So do you know how many randomized controlled trials there are for ivermectin?
Dozens. 20.
There's actually over 50.
There are 20
over
back to
50,
2021, and many were retracted because they were
fraudulent. And when you put them in a meta-analysis, there's always a huge and very large signal of benefit on every single outcome. Recovery time, mortality, hospitalization.
Why not on these clinical trials that you can see for yourself and read for yourself on PubMed?
Individual trials have many reasons to reach a negative result. That's why you don't rely on an individual trial.
They all point to the same conclusion, which is that it had no effect, no matter when they tried it. They tried it early in the COVID
Big Pharma got to all of them.
Like the study that you included, which was 1 dose of ivermectin?
Oh, I included a random list from the 20 studies I compiled.
One dose of ivermectin.
So they tried high dose, they tried multiple doses, they tried high dose early, they tried high dose.
The idea that a meta-analysis is necessarily better than just doing a large trial, I don't think that's true at all. Meta-analyses are nice if you don't have huge trials because it allows you to build up like a larger database of of information, I guess, that you can run models on or make predictions on or analyze basically. But you have to do a lot of work for meta-analysis to make like multiple data sets commensurate with each other. You've got to pick and choose studies. You've got to toss others. I think ideally you would rather have like a single large perfect study than having a good meta-analysis of 20 to 50 weaker studies. Also, for somebody who is so worried about cherry picking and whatever p-hacking or whatever bullshit, I feel like with a meta-analysis you have much more opportunity to be fucky with your stats than anything else.
1 dose of ivermectin.
So they tried high dose, they tried multiple doses, they tried high dose early, they tried high dose while the patient was in the hospital. Yeah. Nothing worked.
But you got to take ivermectin every week, right? Because they got to make money somehow, right?
Yeah.
So, I made money.
So if you go to c19early.org, have you guys been there?
Yeah, the meta-analysis website that puts a bunch of garbage in and garbage out.
The meta-analysis website that includes all of these treatments. You know what treatment is listed as #1 most effective?
So what is the meta-analysis including? Because you know that a meta-analysis is only as good as the data you put into it.
Yeah. So they try to track every study that was done.
So
that's not a meta-analysis. I know that some people have like taken to colloquially saying that like, oh, a meta-analysis is just when you look at all the studies together. That's just a lit review. You're looking at all the studies. A meta-analysis is where you're using like actual statistical methods to take different data sets and to make them commensurate in such a way that you can combine them into a singular data set to like produce a stronger signal for whatever it is you're looking for. If somebody uses meta-analysis casually, I don't know, man. Maybe, sorry, maybe in the field, maybe people do use these terms more casually, and I'm being a stickler, but like somebody in the field actually wouldn't care. But I've never seen, like, meta-analysis is not usually something that I would just see thrown casually around. Like somebody's like, oh, check out this meta-analysis. I'm like, oh, what is it? And it's like a website that lists a bunch of studies. That's not a meta-analysis, but that wouldn't even be a lit review. That's just a site that lists a bunch of studies.
If you look right now on PubMed, the 20 studies that are randomized controlled trials for ivermectin, all but 2 of them will say no benefit. 1 is inconclusive.
You know how meta-analyses can be manipulated. I've been writing on this for years.
Exactly, meta-analyses.
If you're interested in educating yourselves on how that sausage is made, then just keep holding it up its truth. And you're being lied to.
If you can point out,
yeah, you're lying to us right now.
If you can point out, can't pick up on it. I'm sorry.
If you can point out what is wrong with these studies from all over the world, from independent experts studying this question, full of doctors who care about their patients and want to identify the cure for the thing that is shutting down the world in 2020. They want to identify that. That gets them big titles in science, right? They want that. You think that they're going to sit on those results and bury them?
No, I wanted to
No.
do. My career ended. That guy
Your
from the
career
WHO,
ended because
you
you're
tell me
a
what the
lying
guy from
fraud.
the WHO self-retracted his paper and disappeared into obscurity. His career was done. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. Nice meeting you.
All right, guys.
Narratives,
thank you.
data.
Put your hands
Narratives,
together for Pierre
data.
and Steve. We're out of time. We are out of
He's
time.
bouncing.
And for Dave and Dan as well. We are completely out of time. Thank you all for joining us. We're going to be back with more debates. We've been in Bronxlandia here with Pew. I think we just witnessed the greatest vaccine debate in history. I don't know how you guys feel, but I think it was absolutely phenomenal. We don't have time for questions. I'm sorry. We got to release our speakers. Dave and Dan are going to be signing posters at the end here. If you want to get a poster signed from Dave and Dan, stick around and and they'll be available.
We're here. I'm happy to chat, but just not like 10-minute super debate. Like I'm happy to have a brief conversation with you.
If you got,
I'd like to thank everybody for coming out.
Thank you so much,
Appreciate
Steve. Yeah, thank you.
You and I are predetermined nonsense, and that's okay. You and I.
Oh wait, this is where I did the thing in the Bronx, right?
Predetermined consequence into our destiny.
Name drop. Well, Jesus.
RFK Jr. and President Trump held a press conference on Tylenol and autism. My cell phone exploded with tweets, emails, and messages asking for me to uncover the truth. Interestingly enough, I was actually working on a video for a new Truth or Scare episode on the association between Tylenol and autism. Now, I wanted to come into this video very level-headed, relaxed, just to talk about the facts, cover what was wrong, cover what was right, but this press conference was just so bad. So full of inaccuracies, lies, judgment. It literally depressed me to see how far we've fallen. I've said that the information I present on this channel is not political, it's clinical. But what I really meant was that it isn't partisan. For the last few years, partisan politics have destroyed our credibility as healthcare professionals. Truth and facts have progressively become devalued in comparison to pressed me to see how we've fallen. I've said that the information I present on this channel is not political, it's clinical. But what I really meant was that it isn't partisan. For the last few
I hope to God. I just cummed 400 times hearing that, okay? People have to, like, I mentioned this when I said, I wonder if people have an issue connecting bad things in history to modern political events because they refuse to make any political statement about stuff, try to connect stuff going on from the past to the present. And what Dr. Mike just said here is really important. You can't pretend that everything is apolitical. This is a non-political, they're not non-political. No, what you should try to be is nonpartisan. Like, the parties will have correct and incorrect stances on things. As a scientist, as a rational human being who believes in some truth value existing for anything, then there's just objectively, we're going to be able to say that the political parties can be more right on certain issues. We have to be able to say that. Your goal should not be to be apolitical, because if the parties are accurate on one thing compared to the other, and your goal is to be apolitical, then you are definitionally exercising an epistemic practice that is necessarily leading you away from what is true, right? Imagine there is a if two people are arguing about the answers to a geometry test, and one guy is 3 years old and the other guy is a 30-year-old math major, and I'm saying when I grade these, I'm going to be non-biased, okay? So I'm not going to favor one side over the other, and hopefully at the end, I rate them 50-50. Well, no, excuse me, what? Don't be partisan. Don't just be blindly biased, but you can definitely favor one side over the other. If one side is clearly more qualified, is clearly making the correct answers. I love that you pointed out the distinction. That needs to happen more. Jesus.
Years, partisan politics have destroyed our credibility as healthcare professionals. Truth and facts have progressively become devalued in comparison to winning. And before your mind goes there, this isn't a left or right thing either. Whether it was President Biden announcing boosters before the CDC and FDA even approved them, or President Trump pushing hydroxychloroquine as a game changer while his
Those two things are not even remotely comparable. I wonder what Biden's statement actually was about boosters. Biden recommends boosters before, is it FDA or CDC? It would be FDA, right?
For now, COVID-19 booster shots are not available to everyone. The FDA advisory panel rejected Pfizer's plan to make booster shots available to the general population. Brittany Clemens explains their decision and what happens next.
The FDA advisory panel overwhelmingly rejected the plan to offer booster shots for most Americans. The committee recommends the third Pfizer shot to people 65 years and older and other vulnerable Americans, including frontline workers and other professions that face more exposure to COVID. But why not let everyone who wants a booster get one?
It's not clear to me that the data we're seeing right now is applicable and necessary general population.
The panel voted 16-2 against the plan backed by the Biden administration. The plan would have given a third dose of the Pfizer vaccine to most Americans 6 months after the second dose. Dr. Michael Kurila, who is an infectious disease specialist, was one of the vaccine advisors for the FDA. He and other members of the committee explained they didn't see enough evidence to justify booster shots for everyone.
Okay, so I wonder if Biden said in his speech that he hopes everybody will get a booster shot, but then the FDA recommended against it. You could be critical there of him giving advice. This is way different than Donald Trump suggesting hydroxychloroquine, which had absolutely zero clinical evidence that it was better than anything else for supporting or for having better clinical outcomes for COVID. I don't like the both sidesing of that there. I will say it's also a bit ironic that if the FDA is all bought and paid for, and if all these greedy pharma companies are just trying to maximize profits, why did the FDA vote down the idea of getting a third booster for everybody, or a second booster, third shot? I wonder what his actual statement was here. He's just trying to be nonpartisan? Well, but this isn't trying to be nonpartisan, I think. This is trying to be political. Or this is trying to be, like, you should evaluate the truthfulness of both sides and then choose which one is correct. Not try to present, like, this is being political, I think. Or being politically, what was the thing I said before? You should try to be nonpartisan, but that doesn't mean that you have to be apolitical. This sounds like it's trying to be political by showing that, oh, look, both sides made the same mistake. These are meaningfully different things. The recommendation of a third booster for everybody that might not be appropriate for all ages, just when you look at epidemiologically, broadly speaking, everybody in the population getting a second or third booster is ultimately what the FDA didn't recommend. Is a lot different than Trump saying like hydroxychloroquine. Let's try this one, I think. But okay, whatever. All right, sorry, I'm being nitpicky, but this shit all triggers the fuck out of me.
Whether it was President Biden announcing boosters before the CDC and FDA even approved them, or President Trump pushing hydroxychloroquine as a game changer while his own NIH rushed to fact check him. Even Vice President Kamala Harris has played this game, claiming she would not get Trump's vaccine, only to get it several months later.
I don't like her statements, but I don't think she made a statement quite that bad. I would argue that maybe her statement was bad, but I think what she said, somebody can find the quote if you want. It was something like, I wouldn't trust what Trump says on the vaccine. I would trust the FDA or the science. It was something like that, which maybe not the best statement at the time. But again, this is meaningfully different than Trump pushing like literal pseudo drugs.
Problem is just universal. And now with this autism press conference, we've sunk to an all-time low. It's no longer political theater, but more like a partisan soap opera. Listening to the words Trump uses in this one single press conference. Whether you're liberal or conservative, it's truly abysmal. I don't mean this from a political correctness standpoint. I mean this from a scientific communication standpoint.
And by the way, I think I can say that there are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills that have no autism, Is that a correct statement, by the way? See, Bobby wants to be very careful with what he says, and he should, but I'm not so careful with what I say.
Imagine your own doctor repeating those lines to you.
This is based on what I feel.
Scientific press conferences are not supposed to be about how you feel. It's not even about how experts feel. It's about what the evidence shows and to what level it shows it.
I'm not a doctor, but I'm giving my opinion.
This literally reminds me of one of those stupid shirts at Spencer's that say, I'm not a doctor, but I'll take a look. This isn't comedy. This is what folks will use to make their health decisions. Some of the press conference is even uncomfortable to listen to. Look,
I agree with everything you're saying. I say give Mike a break here. He needs to reach the retards who are softened by this both sidesing. Yeah, I agree maybe. The thing is, though, is that like at some point you do have to stand for what is right? Like there's a certain amount of optics, there's a certain amount of consideration that you should give. I mean, a lot of my career has been doing this, right? Like, but at some point you have to stand on business and be like, hey, this is like too much. I'm sorry. Like this, we can't go past this point. Like, we kind of have to stand on principle here. Yeah.
I point out that political correctness can stifle speech that could perhaps give us a better understanding of reality. In fact, I've even been called fatphobic and have had to defend myself for encouraging weight loss in those who are obese. But the way the president discusses these topics, it's just gross.
I really don't like, I don't know if this is going to come up more or something, but I really don't like the way that obesity is talked about. It feels like in a lot of the medical community stuff, it feels like they're really reluctant to just like factually state that obesity is bad and you should do everything you can to reduce your weight. If you're obese, like losing weight might be the only thing that you should even care about in terms of healthcare outcomes. Like being, I say this hesitantly, but like I'm pretty sure like if you adopt bulimia, you'll probably have better healthcare outcomes being bulimic and going down to a normal BMI than you would being in the obese range of BMI. There's just so many negative healthcare outcomes for it. But there might be reasons why the language is softened. Like maybe there are outcomes showing that, because obviously like bullying people if their weight doesn't work, otherwise nobody would be fat. I don't know, maybe there are better reasons for that.
Like an Ozempic, or I call it the fat pill or the fat drug. Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. Like a lot of friends, they're fat. They said, yeah, I lost some weight. I said, you don't look at me.
We've blurred the reality between podcast hosts who straddle the line between comedy and politics with a president who makes jokes at the expense of accuracy and others' well-being.
What was the quote from Twitter? Does anybody have it? Where it was like, after Charlie Kirk died, it was like, we're watching a podcast host talking to another podcast host on the podcast of a podcast host who got assassinated by a guy radicalized by a podcast host, whatever. Does anybody, like, Jesus Christ, bro.
But let's get to the science. Throughout this press conference, President Trump repeatedly says,
don't take Tylenol. There's no downside. Don't take it. You'll be uncomfortable. It won't be as easy, maybe, but don't take it. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. And don't give it to the baby after the baby is born.
Well,
Destiny, okay, don't push. It would be more comparable to morbidly obese. Just being obese is BMI over 25, which is not that much. What? That is obesity? Are you sure? I thought obesity was like BMI over 30 or something. Wait. What is obese BMI? Obese is 30 or over. 25 is just overweight. What would I have to weigh at 5'8"? BMI calculator. We just look at the chart, I guess. BMI calculator for men. Okay, to be obese at 30 at 5'8", 200 pounds. God damn. God damn. Not to be mean. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. What do I weigh now? 143. No, 153. I'm sorry. Although technically, I'm skinny fat. I'm over. I should weigh less given my BMI or my fat-free mass or whatever. But
well, as a board-certified, actively practicing physician who's been in practice over 10 years, he's flat out wrong. In healthcare, every decision has consequences. Taking or not taking a medication both carry sets of benefits.
Oh, sorry. Fuck. Okay, wait. Breaking. The FBI, run by two podcasters, is actively investigating the murder of a third podcaster, while the vice president cosplays a fourth podcaster to host the show run by the third podcaster. The USA, brought to you by Squarespace, BetterHelp, and ExpressVPN.
Born.
Well, as a board-certified, actively practicing physician who's been in practice over 10 years, he's flat out wrong. In healthcare, every decision has consequences. Taking or not taking a medication both carry sets of benefits and harms. That's because medications, therapy, surgeries all have biological, psychological, and even social implications and trade-offs. And what's even more interesting is that those benefits and harms will be drastically different depending on which individual we're discussing. All this is to show that I'm not making an appeal to authority argument here, saying that Trump isn't a doctor, so he must be wrong. I'm actually saying he's wrong because he's wrong. If he was a doctor, he would know that not treating a fever, especially early in pregnancy, can carry serious risks. Elevated temperatures from untreated fever, even hot tubs or saunas, are consistently associated with higher neural tube defect risks in the fetus. This has even been applied to other parts of development, including increases in congenital heart defects and orofacial deformities. So no, we don't just give Tylenol for comfort during pregnancy.
There's no downside, other than a mother will have to, as I say, tough it out a little bit. There's no downside to doing this. It's not like, oh, if you do this, you're going to die. There's no downside.
His tone about toughening up is not just judgmental, but inaccurate. What's ironic, the topic of lowering fevers is uniquely interesting to me because I've long discussed that we need to decrease this obsession that we have of routinely lowering a fever. So often a patient of mine says, I've been taking Tylenol around the clock to lower and control my fever. But that's not always necessary. A fever could be a good thing, but some can be problematic and are not okay. That's the nuance that's necessary. Trump also proudly highlighted how his team has cracked the code for why autism rates have increased in the US. He blamed it on two things, sort of. And I say sort of because he's not the clearest communicator, especially when it comes to statistics.
And we have something else called favored nations. We're going to be reducing drug prices by 1,000%.
Based.
Trump implies over and over that Tylenol causes autism. And his director of the FDA quite literally said that on Fox News later that night.
Well, I'll tell you, the biggest study was done by Harvard and Mount Sinai. They looked at 27 studies showing an association, and there were 4 against it. And they said, based on the overwhelming body of evidence, there was a causal relationship. Those are the exact words of the dean of the Harvard School of Public Health.
On the surface, I realize that sounds terrifying. Tylenol is our go-to option for pain and fever in pregnancy because NSAIDs like ibuprofen and aspirin have well-proven risks. It's literally on the safe medication list that I give to my patients in the OB clinic. Here's the interesting twist. Their claim isn't totally made up. I pointed out earlier, I was literally working on a video on this exact subject. For years.
Destiny, I think the reason for science/health being soft in language is that there starts to become a new line about food so unhealthy it ought to be illegal if it's something society broadly can use without some massive social harm beyond gaining weight. Lots of weird legal/political and corporate questions. Not that they aren't important, but it's a much more complex question, again, in my opinion. Maybe. One thing I do like to see that I feel like I see the language changing on a bit is that like the idea that there's no such thing as like an unhealthy food. Like every food just offers something, and it's important to know like what the food is offering and then adjust your diet accordingly. I feel like when you start looking at food as like some food is good and some food is bad, you're like dooming people to never make any kind of diet changes whatsoever because they just like you're like basically gating off like a whole world of things that you should never eat and then like putting a whole world of things that you can only, and it's just kind of cringe, and it's not accurate either. But yeah, I mean, it could be like what I'm saying before about the weight thing. Like I could understand some people saying that if you have doctors who see a fat patient come in and they only want to look at them because they're fat, but the person has like a new symptom or something, that maybe that clouds their judgment. It's possible. True.
Researchers have studied the possible links between acetaminophen and autism, ADHD, and other developmental conditions. Some of those studies do show associations, and some show biological plausibility, especially in animal models, which means that it is possible that Tylenol may play a role in autism development. But when someone like RFK Jr. cherry picks that data to support his pre-made conclusion, it can be sold to sound very convincing. That's the big problem here. The data should lead to the story. But if you already know the story, you made it up in your head, you're not doing the science, you're doing marketing, or in this case, politics. Consistently, this administration misses a cornerstone of scientific research. Correlation does not equal causation. There's a lot to unpack in many of these studies. There's many variables and confounders at play. Just think about it. Who takes Tylenol? Those who have fevers or pain, basically people who are sick. Perhaps the association of sickness is stronger than the association of Tylenol use. Did RK Jr. bother to even check? Anyway, let's zoom out and look at some real information. In 2021, over 90 scientists signed a statement that pregnant women should be cautious with Tylenol. Not to stop it, not to ban it, just to be cautious. Which really, I feel like that should always be the case with medications. Fast forward, the biggest study came out this year.
I wish he would talk a little bit more about this truism point I bring up. The
women should be cautious with Tylenol.
Like, he shouldn't even grant that. Like, that is true. There is caution around all medication. That's one of the things that's given where it's like, well, I just think that when it comes to giving medication to pregnant women, we need more research and we should be safe about it. It's like, yeah, no shit, we have research. How much research do you want? Do you think that no research is done with women in pregnancy? Do you think that nobody's cautious when it comes to prescribing pregnant women medication? Like, what the fuck kind of, what is this recommendation?
Not to stop it, not to ban it, just to be cautious. Which really, I feel like that should always be the case with medications. Fast forward, the biggest study came out this year in Sweden, not in the US, looking at over 2 million children. When they compared siblings, one who was exposed to Tylenol, one not, boom, no increased autism risk. That's
Destiny, as a registered dietitian, it is often discouraged in my job to encourage obese patients to lose weight or avoid certain foods. It's annoying. I mean, like, I don't know what your job is like, and I don't know what your recommendations are, but I can see some perspective in that. Like, I feel like if you had a person who was obese, then you can't just they know they need to lose weight, and recommending that somebody lose weight, like that's not like that doesn't mean anything. Like, you're living life as a fat person and your lifestyle is that of a fat person, and even recommending like eliminating some foods might not be the go-to. Like, maybe the recommendation should be like, hey, for breakfast, instead of like a huge bowl of cereal or pancakes or whatever the fuck else, like why not eat a fucking like making positive recommendations instead of taking away things from the diet maybe is better. And then recommending, because if somebody adjusts their diet, depending on what they're eating before and after, well, no, in almost every case in the United States, if they adjust their diet, they don't have to worry about losing weight. The weight will come off, right? Like if you go from eating ultra processed food, fast food, like 24/7, and you adjust your diet to where you're just eating stuff that's generally like home cooked, less like super processed. I mean, home cooked still could be bad, but like you're eating more like whatever fucking Whole Foods and less, shit that's a little bit more human made and not laboratory made. You're going to lose weight, right?
siblings, one who was exposed to Tylenol.
Whereas if you obsess with just the losing weight, I feel like people will look to like portion control and stuff, which can help sometimes, but in other times it's just like a losing battle. Like portion control is if you're eating just like the weakest fucking, thinnest fucking sugar food, like you're not gonna be able to control your portions. You're setting yourself up for a losing battle every time, I think.
One not, boom, no increased autism risk. That's really powerful because siblings share genetics, environment, and parental health habits. So if Tylenol was truly to blame, you'd expect a signal there, but it wasn't. Other big studies since then, same.
Destiny, absolutely not true. People live in denial about health all the time, and it's not just for obese people. You see it all the time for drinking or smoking. Sometimes they need a doctor to say no. But I mean, like, how many times is a doctor, like, how many times has somebody gone into the doctor and the doctor's like, you need to lose weight, and the guy's like, oh, fuck, you're right, bro. Or has said, like, you know, smoking or drinking is bad for you. And the guy's like, oh, fuck, I never even considered that. Like, they might live in denial, like they make excuses for it, or they try to say like, well, I don't think it's as bad as, you know, people are saying it is. But in that case, another person telling you something is not going to change your mind on it, right? Which is why I feel like making a positive recommendation for a habit change is probably better, it's probably longer lasting. Isn't that the opposite of your thought on no such thing as a bad food? When I say no such thing as a bad food, what I mean is like every food just does something different, right? Like if you're like, let's say theoretically you are trying to eat 2,000 calories a day, and let's say for some reason by 1,200 calories you've eaten like a balanced diet, you've gotten all your micros somehow, your macros are where they should be, and it's like, okay, well fuck, I need to eat 800 calories more today. Like eating some French fries might not be a big deal, you know, or it might be fine. Like it might be impossible to hit your whatever, like if you're trying to gain weight for whatever reason, if you're training a lot, it might be impossible to hit your macros or hit your overall calorie intake for the day just eating the cleanest possible diet, you know. And in that case, it's not bad to have like a candy bar or chocolate cake or whatever. Like it's empty calories, but it's more calories, just more, yeah, glucose and shit for you, right?
Story. Maybe a slight association, but when you control for confounders like genetics, illnesses, and environmental exposures, it mostly evaporates. How about the fact that the use of Tylenol during pregnancy has gone down or stayed stagnant in recent decades, yet autism rates continue to grow? Less Tylenol, more autism. Doesn't make sense. Translation, the Tylenol-autism link is not proven. Now here's where I get frustrated. Trump, RFK Jr., and the rest of the administration presented this like a settled fact when it's obviously not. Even the author from the Harvard School of Public Health, who was misquoted, by the way, by Dr. McCary, clearly said further research is needed to confirm the association and determine causality. He sent that in his message to Trump's team before the press conference. Now there's a world of a difference between there might be a risk here that's worth studying and this definitively causes autism. When you nix nuance and mix that messaging with partisan politics, people lose trust in us, actual doctors. It also pushes some to avoid Tylenol when they really need it. Will people actually get hurt as a result of this press conference?
Yeah.
Sure. I actually don't think that's unreasonable to expect. Truly, this is part of a bigger pattern. RFK Jr. and other politicians have built their careers on overstating scientific uncertainty, especially with autism. First vaccines, now Tylenol. Same playbook. Highlight just enough data to sound convincing, then exaggerate the conclusions. And Trump? Well, he's seizing on that to look like he's saving the day by taking on big pharma, or small pharma, over-the-counter pharma, even if it means twisting the science. It plays well to score political points, but it's a disaster for pregnant patients who need honest, balanced guidance. It's even a bigger disaster for us who actually want to find the actual reason for the increased autism rates. RFK earlier this year said he'd find the cause of autism by September. And when he obviously didn't find it, he just chose an explanation that might fit. So if you're watching this and you're pregnant or planning to be, what do? First, stay alert, not anxious. Nothing in the newest research proves Tylenol causes autism. And if it does, I promise I'll be there to make that announcement. Second, keep using the rule we've always relied on. Lowest dose, shortest duration, only when the benefits outweigh the harms. Third, if you have questions, don't hesitate to talk to your family medicine or OB doctor, because the proven risks of untreated fever, migraines, or severe pain can outweigh the theory.
Yeah, like it is kind of stupid for Dr. Mike. I've never heard Dr. Mike claim that he can identify children with mitochondrial diseases just by looking at them, like RFK can. So I don't know if I would trust Dr. Mike here over RFK's astute analysis.
Theoretical risks of Tylenol. Science certainly evolves, but right now, the balance of evidence, even the author of the study used by RFK Jr., says Tylenol is safe enough for occasional use in pregnancy when necessary. The association truly becomes strongest after 4 weeks or even longer of use. Trump and RFK took a complicated, unsettled area of research and oversimplified it into a scary narrative for their own benefit. That's not helping anyone. If you want a deeper look into who RFK Jr. really is, click here, as I'm sure it'll give you a sense of how these narratives keep repeating themselves. For now, stay informed, stay skeptical, and as always, stay happy and healthy.
Thanks. Okay, I just want to play video games, all right? What do I have open for links?
And where did it come from? What is the story with this, and where did it come from?
Well, look, as the Justice Department said, I did nothing criminal, I did nothing illegal, I did nothing wrong. And this is a series of hits against me since the beginning of the year. There's been hit pieces about every week. There was a hit piece on my security detail saying I had 31 security detail. I'm wasting millions of dollars. I had about a quarter of that. I think I had 8 security detail at the time. I had a 4-car caravan. I had 2. Another story about I'm helping certain companies with the contracts. Here's what people need to understand.
Wait, what is his role again? He's the acting director of ICE right now. I wonder what the ordinary security detail is. No, he served as acting, acting ICE secretary from 2017 to 2018. He is the White House border czar. That's just like a White House position, right? It's not like a formal. Okay.
Day one of the administration, when President Trump asked me to come back and we entered on duty, I met with ethics attorneys. And by law, you're supposed to recuse yourself from any company you had affiliations with before. But I took it a step further. I recused myself from all federal contracts. I won't have any decision-making in any federal contract, but people, including this recent case, people are saying, I'm going to line the pockets of people. I signed that declaration. I do not make decisions in any federal contracts. And just so people know, I make about 18% of what I made in my company to come back and serve my nation. So my family's took a sacrifice. I took a sacrifice. I'm back here doing the right thing. The hit pieces keep coming, but I know who's chumming the water. I know who keeps throwing this information out, and the media jumps all over it. And they're going to see some legal actions real soon. I'm working with a legal team. I'm done with it. They can attack me all they want, but we're going to take action.
What is the story with this? And
Ken Klippenstein got another shooter friend interview. The deadly sniper attack on a Dallas ICE facility this morning seems straightforward, with anti-ICE engraved on unspent shell casings recovered on site per the FBI. But after interviewing several of Jan's, is that really his name? Longtime former friends, the picture isn't so clear. Within minutes of the shooting, FBI Director Kash Patel posted on X, while the investigation is ongoing, an initial review of the evidence shows an ideological motive behind this attack. Within minutes of the shooting? Was it actually within minutes of the shooting? This is so unreal that they're releasing information like this. Like, this is just so inappropriate. My God. President Trump quickly accused the radical left, pledging to sign another executive order to dismantle what he called domestic terrorism networks, just days after he designated Antifa a domestic terrorism organization, which is not a real thing in the United States, but okay. I guess we're doing hate speech soon as well. Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance says, we know that this person was politically motivated, pointing both to the inscriptions and some evidence we have that's not yet public. Okay. On the off chance the shooting wasn't what it seemed, I reached out to people who knew the gunman, 29-year-old Joshua John. 3 who knew him since at least middle school agreed to speak to him on the condition that I not name them, corroborating their friendship with photos and other records. Their accounts paint the picture of someone who was with a vaguely libertarian bent, who despised both major parties and politicians generally, including Trump, but who didn't engage with politics beyond that. He preferred edgy humor, video games, and the message board 4chan, all of which he became increasingly steeped in as he withdrew from social life, as well as their own friendships several years ago, they said. None of his former friends believed that the anti-ICE inscription could reflect a sincere political conviction. Sincerity was anathema to who John was. His humor was deeply ironic, often offensive and aggressive to the point of alienation. He was certainly an edgelord, an irony guy, one friend said. Edgelord is only speak for someone who likes to espouse edgy, nihilistic views. Asked about the inscription on the bullet, the friend said Josh was an edgelord who wanted someone to get blamed. I think he tried his best to write something goofy to rile people up. Another friend showed me a Facebook post describing how John had flooded his friends' comment sections with rape jokes, playful shock humor, the friend said. John's profile on the gaming platform Steam showed the vast amount of time he spent playing video games, especially shooters, more than 6,000 hours in Rust. Okay, so we know he was racist. Over 3,000 on Team Fortress 2, and over 1,000 hours on Left 4 Dead 2. He even found time to play 3.5 hours in the past 2 weeks, the account shows. Among the dozen or so usernames he used was one reading #impeachment. When I asked if this wasn't a clear reference to anti-Trump politics, his friends recoiled at the idea, that he would express opposition to Trump so sincerely and straightforwardly. Instead, they saw it as part of his broader ironic persona, poking fun at anti-Trump resistance types. This kind of ironic thing is one of the things I said you have to worry about when you just get like snippets of those of any like shooter. Like for the guy that killed Charlie Kirk, people were pointing out that like, oh, he used Donald Trump was a name he used on Steam for a while. And it's like, yeah, he could do that because he's a fan of Donald Trump, or he could do it because he's making fun of Donald Trump. Like you need more stuff, you know? That said, one friend recalled that when Trump first came to power, John was not a fan. Though he had contempt for mainstream politicians in general, his friends say he had more of a libertarian bent, with one recalling an interest in the libertarian figure Ron Paul. Hell yeah, my Ron Paulers. He was becoming unbearable. Once he dropped out of college, he had no obligation to be social, and none of us reached out due to his edgelord behavior. A fledgling version of John's humor appears in the following YouTube video, since removed from when he was a high schooler. A tongue-in-cheek parody of tech advice videos.
Hello there, Facebook user. Are you tired of scrolling through your Facebook feed mindlessly, not knowing what the heck to do with your life? Well, there's a solution to that. You can unlike all of your crappy pages. All you have to do to unlike your crappy pages that you realize you don't like anymore is to go to your profile, select more, go down to likes, and simply hover over each page you want to unlike, and there you go. You will be able to unlike all of your pages in a matter of minutes, maybe hours, possibly, depending on how much you've used this function of Facebook. Thank you, and I hope you like your day.
Epic. The following audio recording of John bombing at stand-up comedy was shared with me. It drew a comparison by one friend to the 2019 Joker film starring Joaquin Phoenix as an off-putting loner who also tried and failed at comedy. The film culminates in a scene in which the Joker gets his revenge on the entertainment world by gunning down the host of a popular late-night TV show.
Hey guys, my second time doing stand-up. I was at the Dallas Comedy Club last time. Alright, so I'm going to start out with talking about something pretty serious. My buddy was talking to me the other day about reality TV, and he didn't like it too much. He said reality TV should never be played on TV. And I was all taken aback, like, whoa, dude, come on. I have some extremely bad insecurity issues about myself. They constantly eat me up alive. And reality TV is a remedy for that. That's a perfect remedy. And it applies to me. So instead of going down that old money road, I just go towards MTV. Cheers up my day. It's great. You guys should all watch MTV. I like Kim Kardashian and Girl Code and Guy Code. They're great advice shows. I heard you guys, someone say something about Tinder, but I did some research on that. And apparently it's a matchmaking website, and for those who don't know, it's if you don't know how to start a fire, just go to Choose Tinder. There's this guy named, here's some original content, I made this out of my own brain. There's this guy named Derek, and he's an avid ghost hunter. His father recently passed away, and he wanted to see if his father's ghost is still around. So he got all of his friends together, his ghost hunting friends, and his ghost hunting equipment. And he turned them on, and he's like, Father, are you still here? If you're here, make a sound. And you hear nothing. And then he waits about 30 seconds, and a cabin door swings flies open. And he starts laughing and says, oh, that's my late father for you. Has your girlfriend or wife or spouse ever said, honey, I'm falling apart? And you can't help but say, I know, but I don't have any sewing equipment on hand. I just can't help you. It kind of seems like your problem. A guy walked into a really scary, spooky breakfast cafe in France. And he didn't expect much when he came in. But when he walked out, he said, man, that place really gave me the crates. Some guy insisted that I listen to Nicki Minaj's new stuff. When he knew that I only liked classical jazz. And so I had to say, man, pop music isn't really my jazz, and you know that. So I knew a guy in the war, and he got his hand cut off, unfortunately, and he bled to death. And I'm trying to have some reverence here, but I can't help but think his heart was pumping in vain. Thank you, guys.
One more time for Joshua John.
The audio from his attempted stand-up routine where he bombs now resonates uncannily with Joker, the friend said. Well, I mean, I feel like a lot of people bomb when they first go up. Like, this didn't sound like especially horrible. I mean, like, it was pretty unfunny, but like, I mean, this is, you only see like the cream of the crop, right? Ironically, John's contempt for Trump and the major political parties has bestowed them with one of the most intensely partisan news cycles in recent memory. In this sense, the joke is on him and all of us too. 99% of open mics are like this? Sure. Please react. Actual Kino.
24 years now.
26 minutes. First of our 5-part series on 9/11. Yeah, I'm good on that one, Chief. A brother of the man suspected of opening fire in the ICE facility. His brother was not especially interested in politics and had not voiced opinions to his family opposing ICE. The suspect, Joshua John, 29, is believed to have shot himself after having opened fire, killing 2 ICE detainees and wounding 1 other. Law enforcement officials said anti-ICE messages were scrawled on bullets recovered near the shooter's body. He didn't have strong feelings about ICE as far as I knew, said Noah John, his older brother. Spoke to Noah John before. He had gotten word that his brother was identified as the shooter, described his brother as unique without elaborating. Are you ready for this rabbit hole? Jesus. Based. Wait, that Erica Kirk wasn't actually like a Miss America thing or Miss some state or whatever, right? She was? Was she actually? Miss Arizona? Damn. Charlie Kirk's longtime top donor was Jewish billionaire Robert Shillman, who cut off funding days before Kirk's death. Jesus Christ, bruh. When you're doing shit like this, you gotta slow down. Wait, what meme, like YouTube video or whatever? What were we watching? Where the guy was like, wait, hold on, we gotta do the clues part. This is where we leave clues about our conspiracy. Oh, Nick Mullen, yeah.
It's funny, I think about it. That's probably where my conspiratorial thinking started, was when I was a young boy. But that was always so funny to me, because it's like, what do you think happened, right? Like the fucking CIA was like, okay, plan's ready to go. Ready to blow up the World Trade Center. There's only one step left. The clues. Yep. Yeah, it's clue time. It's time to get the clues out there.
Why not, bro?
You see Gavin Newsom on the late night talk shows doxing or trying to get ICE agents doxed, trying to get them unmasked. I mean, how reckless are we getting now?
Well, this is a governor.
Dude keeps poop and porn in his pocket. Won't be taking advice from him. Okay.
Governor Jesse,
Gavin.
who is saying that he does not want ICE agents to put masks on, and they're doing that for their safety because there's a threat to them and their family out there, as we saw with the shooting today and the threats that come in daily to them. But this is the same governor who forced 2-year-olds to wear masks during COVID, and he wielded executive power.
I just want to say, I feel like I heard this more in France than in the United States, but I remember hearing it a bit in the United States when people would argue against burqas and whatever other like facial covering shit, where they'd be like, you as a citizen, your face needs to be visible. People are more prone to crime when everybody's out there wearing a mask. I know in America we made some of these arguments. I know I've heard them more commonly. I think in France they outlawed them, right? Didn't they? Certain types of facial coverings at protests or in general. Again, I know we're like so far beyond normal and so far over the line, but to hear the government telling you that like our federal police, not our state police or our city police, our federal police need to be masked up and anonymous, that's pretty spooky. That's like a really scary, spooky idea. That it's scary that, like in some ways, it's so much worse than the Germany Hitler shit, because like this guy had to finagle and fight and scheme his way kind of to, you know, like the Enabling Act and everything, for Trump to just come in with half the electorate and still be massively supported by that side is just, that's just super spooky, dude.
Power to muzzle people. And so I think he thinks that he just has ultimate power to do this. But what his rhetoric is doing, what his actions, what other supposedly mainstream politicians in the Democratic Party have done is to put a target on the back of our ICE agents, because they're demonizing them. They're comparing them to things like the Gestapo. And so that ends up creating an environment where people like this are going to act. So we've said...
Like, they're comparing them to the Gestapo. Really? The Gestapo? Well, what have you turned ICE into? They're basically serving as Trump's special police force, who he's increased funding so much for that they're funded more than like most militaries on the planet. You're sending them into the states to go after certain people, and now you're arguing that they should be masked up so ordinary citizens don't even know who the fuck they are. Like, holy fuck. Like, if you're trying to avoid Gestapo comparisons, you're certainly not doing yourself any fucking favors.
The marker down in Florida, don't even think about it. We are going to obviously defend our state and local law enforcement, but we are there right there with our DHS partners. And if you go after and target them, we're going to bring down a ton of bricks on you, and you're not going to want to do that in the state of Florida.
The Dallas gunman's friends describe him as an incoherent frequenter of 4chan. Oh, we saw this. Okay.
About which...
Condemn him.
You know, every time one of these tragic shootings...
Newsom.
Every time one of these tragic shootings happens, everybody's at each other's throats about which side did it, but we're missing a broader pattern in America.
And the broader pattern is actually the Republicans. Just kidding.
This was another young white dude who's in his 20s. We have seen this pattern accelerating over the past decade. The same day Charlie Kirk was shot. The same.
Can we just get a moment of silence for how awesome it is to be fucking a white guy? Yes! Nothing. No one has ever looked at us and said, wait a second, white men, are you guys a problem? Oh, I love it. I fucking love it. We can watch our own kind go out there and be shooters, rapists, domestic abusers, whatever the fuck. And you know what? That's just a bad guy. That's a bad dude. He doesn't represent all of us, all white people. Are you crazy, motherfucker? Hell yeah. Let's fucking power to the white man.
Exact time, there was a neo-Nazi who shot up a school in Colorado. We can look at the acceleration of the radicalization of young men through a few frameworks. There's The COVID pandemic, which had people isolated, had a bubble around themselves, and a lot of young men failed to pull that bubble down and got sucked down these algorithms. I've seen it happen to my close friends. They get sucked down these algorithms. We have foreign actors trying to sow chaos in America, sow division. How much does Putin salivate when he sees us at each other's throats? Then we have domestic actors, people like Elon Musk, riling it up. So all of these factors, wait, hold up, Ben. All of these factors come together to create this pattern that we see of young men in my...
He cast the incantation of calm the fuck down, sir, and let me finish. God damn.
My age range committing these shootings. And if you want to sit here and go back and forth, tit for tat, I can say Dylan Roof, Robert Bowers, John Earnest, none of these were black people. None of these were trans people. None of these were even Democrats. These were neo-Nazis who had things carved into their guns. You can sit here and muddy the waters, but you are just lying.
I just don't want innocent people to die. Sue me for that.
Oh my God. I just don't want innocent people to die. I just don't want innocent people to die. Should we roll back those right to carry laws that have been shown in every single state where they've been expanded to lead to an increased amount of death? Not those people, okay? I'm not talking about those people.
Then maybe tell Trump to tone down his rhetoric.
If you think this is Trump, this is
fucking... Oh, he got him. Yeah, look at how mad he gets. Look at how ass pain this guy is. Dude, it's like the short circuit thing on the NPC chip where you're like, hey, shouldn't Donald Trump say, why you always gotta go to fucking Donald Trump, bro? Why you gonna talk about my president that way, man? What the fuck, bro? That's not cool.
Sue me for that.
Then maybe tell Trump to tone down his rhetoric.
If you think this is Trump, this is exactly you literally just
the political
entire argument. So Abby, let me go back to the
can I make something that might be a little bit more controversial than that?
Hold on a second.
Sure, go ahead.
This is the part that should not be this hard.
He says he hates his enemies.
Hold on, Adam.
Who says he hates his enemies?
Hold on, Adam.
And then they look to the moderator. Please save me. Obliviate. That's what happened to that guy. Mockler, I'll donate $5,000 to your next stream. If the next time you're on CNN with this guy, if you're listening to me, if you say that to him after you make a point like that, say obliviate. Or anytime you bring up Trump and they start going off, just say rage baited. You got rage baited. Please.
Condemn him.
God, I would love it. Rage baited. You mean obliterate, you use obliviate wrong. It just means you're high. No. That's not what I took it back from the one guy because I think he turned into a Nazi. So these guys made a meme about you. Corbin needs you to find the difference between the picture and this picture. There is no difference. I'm a fucking retard. Ooh, there's an advanced meme. My favorite neo-Nazi subreddit. I love how every subreddit on Reddit is either fucking a tanky shithole or fucking neo-Nazi paradise. my king social media website. Oh my God. God, I wish that there was a way to remove these people from their... I wish there was a way to remove these people from their bubble and just make them see how they talk about Muslims. Not to simp for Muslims. Please don't ever misunderstand, okay? I hate all religion, all right? I am Islamophobic, okay? Yes, quote me again, Hassan. I know how much you love to quote that line, okay? I don't like any religion. I'm an atheist. I'm anti-theist. I hate religion, okay? But it's just very funny to hear evangelicals being like, I think Muslims are radicalized, and then say shit like this with massive votes. Also, true of the people who freaked out about them playing Christian worship music at the funeral of a Christian man. If you can't tell the difference between normal-ass Christianity and a cult, sorry, but you are a retard. Like, if this is like, if you were anybody beyond a hardcore fucking evangelical trying to explain to somebody how this is a normal fucking funeral, are you okay, bro? What? With sponsors? They actually did have sponsors? I didn't even know that. Or maybe it's a sponsor for like the whole arena. This is just an ordinary ass funeral. You're crazy. This is actually just totally fucking normal, by the way. This is just totally normal, by the way.
And felt it.
Vice President, by the way. Sponsor brought to you by State Farm, Coca-Cola, Ford.
Charlie loves speaking off the cuff. He's very good at that. Without a script.
Because while Charlie has been reunited with his creator in heaven, his voice on earth will...
Oh my God. I'm an atheist who grew up in the South, so nothing about the Kirk funeral shocked me. I'm used to hearing people talk about their faith like this. Even though I don't do religion, I let people do their thing because, you know, religious freedom. Good one. I'd like to apologize to the trans woman I misgendered yesterday. As you can see, this key broke off my keyboard, causing a he by mistake. I know that's not an excuse. I'm sorry for misgendering him. Good one.
You don't get to ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom? Why are you so scared?
Just now you were mentioning, I've never received more death threats. I've also got very serious security where we do our show. The threat level was so great. My team instructed me not to travel. I was unable to go to the memorial for Charlie Kirk.
Really?
But, you know, Jesse, earlier just now you were mentioning the attacks that we've seen throughout the past weeks and months, but I want to make sure this is clear as it pertains to Jimmy Kimmel. The initial reporting was that advertisers and affiliates were upset. Sinclair said they wanted to bring the temperature down. None of that has changed. Sinclair and Nexstar are still saying they will preempt his show. As far as we know, advertisers are still upset. So what?
Why is transphobia always the punchline? Can't they actually think about a funny trans joke that doesn't involve LOL surprise peanut? Well, I feel like that was a funny joke, no? I don't know if that person was actually transphobic or not. It could go either way, I guess, but I don't know. I thought it was decently funny.
Made the difference that brought his show back? Well, this is...
I'm inclined to believe that the shooter really did write this. Because it's like, it's just such low effort. There is no shot that they would fake something this stupid, right? The shooter was a retard. And he wrote this himself. There's just no way. There's no way. Did he write this with a pen? With a blue ballpoint pen?
A little bit of speculation, but there was a terror attack on an ABC affiliate in Sacramento by what is reported to be a Democrat who opened fire on the building. And it's been reported by the New York Post that Sinclair pulled their Charlie Kirk memorial, opened fire on an ABC affiliate in Sacramento by what is reported to be a Democrat who opened fire on the building.
Oh, this is a different shooting. Was it a Democrat? This isn't the ICE shooting. This is something different, right? Didn't somebody shoot at the ABC building?
And it's been reported by the New York Post that Sinclair pulled their Charlie Kirk memorial because of terroristic threats against ABC affiliates. So I agree with you. It's open season on people who are standing up, speaking out, or supporting Trump. But the left is also attacking regular people to force their will. And I think it's because they recognized Donald Trump won the popular vote. Normal people have spoken, and they're not tolerating their strange policies that are destroying this country anymore.
What is this? Trump's White House unveiled their presidential walk of fame today. Check out Joe Biden's portrait. Wait, when they say auto pen, do they mean like an actual like mechanical thing? I thought they just meant like with like a digital signature. Who would go through the effort of, how common are these things? Did you watch the David Pakman video about election rig yesterday? Yeah, I did. I had questions. I had a lot of criticisms, like I would stop and say things, but then the guy would address a lot of it preemptively. So I don't know. They've actually, a couple of them have reached out to me. Maybe I'll talk to them before I leave soon.
When this thing started, the president's job was to calm things down. Instead, he said, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. And from the moment he said that, there's been total carnage on the streets of America.
That happens to be true.
Huh?
That happens to be an accurate statement.
And you think that's a sensible thing, do you? A sensible thing for the president to do?
Do you know, and did you report that a police officer was killed, assassinated last night?
I think what's been going on in these riots,
Did you report that?
No, but I'm asking you.
Doesn't that make the point that when the looting starts, the shooting starts? I don't care who said that.
So you stand,
I have prevented numerous riots in my career. That is an accurate statement.
And you know where that quote comes from.
That if you continue to loot, you are going to bring about violence.
So you think it's right?
Hundreds of police officers in the hospital.
All right. So you think it's right? If I may jump in.
They killed a man yesterday. The president was warning them: if you loot, you are going to provoke.
Okay, but seriously, where the fuck are we at as a country if there's credible evidence that Donald Trump actually didn't win the 2024 election? Who knows? Base Charlie Kirk.
It's on my mind tonight, and conservatives everywhere. The idea that people are saying, well, he was an extremist, or he was a racist, or he was a Nazi, or a misogynist, whatever. Charlie Kirk was a mainstream conservative Republican.
No. Yeah, that's what he just said. Why do they do this? Hold on. Let me wash my hands for a second.
He had views that are held by tens of millions of people, including more than half the country in the last election.
If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. It begs the question, when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. And in the spirit of affirmative action, we have Ramon and Cadillac are your two pilots. They've never flown before, but they are black. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? I'm only here because of...
He didn't say all black women, but by the end of this 7-minute compilation, he will have effectively named every single black woman in the United States of
affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
The war on white people continues.
You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
We are raising a generation of weak people like Simone Biles. LeBron James is a self-interested, narcissistic, and we know he's not very smart. You're representing your nation. You're selfish sociopath. Not very bright, not wise, not somebody of good character. She is a shame to the country.
Blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today. Data shows they were actually better in the 1940s.
Let's get loud for Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm also going to offer some context and some nuance about the death of George Floyd that no one dares to say out loud, which is that this guy was a scumbag.
Remember what BLM stands for: burn, loot, and murder.
Now, does that mean it deserves to die? That's two totally different things. Of course not.
Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact.
There's no such thing as white privilege or racism, so.
Black people are allowed to talk about black culture in a way that white culture cannot. Black people can go up and say that there's a baby mama problem in black America, and white people are not allowed to say that. Oh, I just did.
One of the things that, again, is so hard to communicate because it's conservatives have just done so well at like winning this part of the culture war, is that if on the flip side, the only people that speak like this on the left are radicals that none of us really identify with anyway, right? The crazy radical professors or the crazy radical college kids, right? And then when they do speak like this, like we're asked to disavow them, and we constantly have to, and we never defend them, generally speaking. Maybe during peak woke, it started to get to that level. But like on the right, you'll never, ever see anybody to tell Charlie, hey, bro, maybe you should pull it back a little bit. Like this type of infighting doesn't ever exist at all. Maybe there'll be like the occasional itty tiny ripple, and then they are immediately subsumed back into the larger mega movement.
So what are you gonna do, cancel me? Black people are allowed to say, I'm
a grown man, I got way too much to worry.
Black people are allowed. Skin color now gets their own summertime celebration. Oh wow, look how far blacks have come. It has now become a racial complaining day. I'm a soul.
and Justice Clarence Thomas are far better black role models to celebrate than Martin Luther King. This guy is not worthy of a national holiday.
There's a mythology around MLK that does not warrant the reverence that he gets treated with in America.
We have a federal holiday to a guy that talked about race all the time. Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy.
MLK. This guy was obsessed with identity politics.
It's true. We celebrate the Civil Rights Act more than the American founding. The country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. The Democrats are not lifting a finger to remember the well over 100 people that have died in Texas Hill Country. The death toll likely would not have been as high if it wasn't
MLK
for DEI.
Ketanji Brown Jackson is what your country looks like on critical race theory.
You're gonna remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian?
Ketanji Brown Jackson is an embodiment of the tyranny that we currently live under. She's an ideological, unintelligent, yet confident fanatic.
Why does Kirk believe passing the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? Now, again, apparently they don't listen to the show because we do that at least once a week, right?
So she wants to be the first ever black woman on the Supreme Court, yet she won't even admit that she's a woman.
The transgender movement is
That went into the complete opposite direction I thought it was going in. Why do you want to get rid of the Civil Rights Act? You don't listen to me. Oh, what? You don't actually want to? No, I talk about all the time why I want to get rid of it. Like, obviously.
introductory phase. These doctors need to be put in prison to get you to strip yourself of your humanity. A Nuremberg-style trial to mess with machines. Interestingly, I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree.
Reject feminism.
Young women need to get married at a young...
To bring back the what degree? The what?
To mess with machines. Interestingly, I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree.
Reject
MRS degree? Oh, the Mrs. degree. To make it so women can't go to college?
Feminism.
Young women need to get married at a younger age and start having kids. I'm studying sociology.
Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge.
You will find a husband if you have the intent to find a husband.
You got to change your name. If not, you don't really mean it.
Democrat women want to die alone without children.
A lot of them are on birth control too, and birth control really screws up female brains, by the way.
It's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny. We should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Every single one of you.
God damn. I think we watched this one. Is this the girl that kind of cooked the fuck out of him? Was this in Oxford or something? Why does she have an American flag on? I don't remember. Maybe that wasn't this one. Was she the one?
Women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny. We should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Every single one of you need to make sure that your loved ones are not on birth control.
So materially insane to think that 1 in 5.
Oh, maybe it was there, but it wasn't Oxford. Okay.
American women will be raped in their life.
It is, I agree.
No, meaning that they're lying about being raped.
You're comparing abortion to the Holocaust.
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse.
It is.
Make sure that your loved ones are not on birth control.
So materially insane to think that 1 in 5 American women will be raped in their life.
It is, I agree.
No, meaning that they're lying about being raped.
You're comparing abortion to the Holocaust.
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse. Because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies. And by the way, this is my other problem with death penalty. It takes too long, too many appeals. It should be public, it should be quick, it should be televised. Well, at what age should you start to see public execution?
16. I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12.
I want to watch that execution. That'll make my
How old was Brandon Stark?
day better. A lot. I mean, Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled, Alzheimer's, corrupt tyrant who should honestly be put in prison and/or given the death penalty for his crimes against America.
The Democrat Party believes everything that God hates.
And we're dealing with maggots, vermin, and swine here. These are not good people. They're not even a little bit good. In fact, I know people that went to Haiti passively as like agnostic atheists, and they came back searching for Jesus because they saw like legit demonic activity. Kamala Harris wants to see the elimination of the United States of America.
Democrat Party supports everything that God hates.
There's not much you can do, folks. You have a government that hates you. You have a traitor as a president. Buy weapons. I keep on saying that. Top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. If some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. Native-born Americans, you better buy weapons, everybody. Have a lot of guns at your disposal. I would never leave your home without a weapon. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. We actually need looser gun laws because I think that oh yeah. They said we have more guns at the Turning Point HQ than you can imagine. Yeah, if anyone ever tries to come, that will not end well. Oh no.
Oh God, no.
Oh, imagine the world without Joy Reid. Imagine the world without Sheila Jackson Lee or Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson.
I am channeling the emotions of millions of conservatives who are angry. They knew Charlie. They loved Charlie. They view Charlie as a mainstream conservative Republican.
It's wild that you wouldn't be safe saying half of what he said in relation to Trump without a visit from the FBI or Trump on Trump's request. True. Oh my God. They're the last to the game, but they're getting there. Twitch is launching Stream Rewind on web soon for Turbo and channel subscribers.
We are following, as we promised, breaking news. It's out of the Eastern District of Virginia, where three sources familiar.
What? Ooh, wait, if this is real, then these would be the very first criminal indictments from the Trump office for political bullshittery. Yeah? Nobody else has been. There's been a lot of civil whack shit and suing people and the executive orders and the rescinding security clearances. Bolton, they had a probable cause. They must have for a search warrant, but they didn't arrest Bolton, right? An indictment, or no, wait, you don't need probable cause for a search warrant, do you? I don't know what the standard evidence is, but this is an indictment, federal indictment, meaning what? It's already been presented to a grand jury and approved? Explain what this is for again. Do you want me to tell you what it's for, or do you want me to tell you what they're going to say it's for? Because what it's actually for is Donald Trump tried to obstruct the Mueller investigation, tried to obstruct the FBI's investigation into his own party cabinet circle. And because he was unable to do that, he fired Comey to kick him out to try to install somebody more loyal. No, hold on. That's not 100% true. He didn't try to obstruct Mueller's investigation by firing Comey. Mueller was appointed because Trump fired Comey. I think that was the big instigator for that, because he was trying to obstruct the FBI investigation into the people around him.
News. It's out of the.
Oh, somebody said the indictment is not approved yet.
Eastern District of Virginia, where three sources familiar tell MSNBC former FBI Director James Comey is expected to be indicted in the coming days. The full extent of the charges being prepared against Comey is unclear. Joining us now, MSNBC Justice and Intelligence.
This guy might be the only guy who has more haters than I do. Because he fucked so many different people.
Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian and MSNBC senior investigative correspondent Carol Leonnig, Chris O'Leary, Ashley Parker still with us. Carol, help us understand the reporting.
What do you think about the swap line with Argentina? Do you think it's worth the default risk for interest gain / influence? If I didn't have some inkling of fear that I would be targeted by the Trump admin, I would be trying to find ways to legitimately cheat on my taxes, because the idea that I can't approve weapons for Ukraine or any of that bullshit, that's way out of the question. Fine. But then I can't even have taxes going towards helping my American citizens. I thought we were supposed to do that. But instead, money is going to be used to fund fucking Argentina? What the fuck? What the fuck? I would be cheating on my taxes. Fuck that. That's ridiculous.
So, Katie, we have some sources who say that for several weeks now, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Virginia, and actually in offices that are potentially much further south than Alexandria, have been eyeing ways to indict Comey, and they are getting very much closer. The statute of limits, rephrase, they are arguing that Comey, there is evidence to suggest Comey lied to Congress in his testimony on the Hill in September of 2020. And for viewers out in the audience who may not be legally as nerdy as me and Ken, I'll just say that there's a statute of limitations to charge people with the crime of lying to Congress or perjury, and that's 5 years. The 5-year statute runs this month.
Justice Department to try to charge ex-FBI Director James Comey, AP sources say. The 5-year statute of limitations to bring in a case would be next Tuesday. So we would expect to see this indictment. What would he be arrested? Or we wouldn't necessarily see this unsealed publicly, would we? But they probably would. Jesus.
Me again. Are you sick of me? I hope not. And I hope you subscribed. You knew that was what I was going to say. I had a great conversation with Josiah from Pondering Politics podcast. We got some breaking news in the middle of it about Jim Comey apparently going to be indicted in a few days. So tune in for the conversation and please subscribe and stay part of our community.
Thank you. Ken Chesbro, one of the big schemers for how to steal the election in 2020, has been suspended from practicing law in D.C. He's already been disbarred/suspended in several states. RIP. Real alien footage, not fake. Okay. No cheating. Here's a simple math test for you. A traveler must make a 60-mile round trip between two towns, Aliceville and Bobtown. The distance each way is 30 miles. Going from Aliceville to Bobtown, the traveler drives at exactly 30 miles per hour. By the time they reach Bobtown, they decide they want to average 60 miles per hour for the entire 60-mile journey. Question: how fast must they drive on the return trip from Bobtown to Aliceville to achieve an overall average of 60 miles per hour? If they make half the trip at 30 miles per hour, they want to average 60 miles per hour for the entire 60-mile journey. If they go 90 miles per hour, are you averaging it based on time, or are you averaging it based on distance traveled? Is this the one where like the answer has to be infinity basically? Because if you go 90 miles an hour, you're traveling 3 times faster, so you have to keep upping it to get faster, and you have to go in infinite fucking speed or some bullshit. Is that what this is? Okay. Can't argue with me. I feel like the question is phrased ambiguously enough that, like, how fast must they drive on the return trip from Bobtown to Aliceville to achieve an overall average of 60 miles per hour? Like, couldn't you technically answer this in different ways? Like, do you mean with respect to the distance traveled, or do you mean with respect to the time? I feel like mathematically, the way people structure this, the answer is supposed to be infinity, but I think in common parlance, I think we would just say that, I think you would do this, you would just do this really interesting or whatever, right? Or did I say interestingly? Sorry, I meant you would just, there's just like a way that you commonly say this, no? Wait. If you travel 60 miles per hour, how much time does a 60-mile trip take? 1 hour? It depends on how you interpret overall average of 60 miles per hour. Yeah, I think basically, yeah. Like if we had a trip, like I feel like there's 2 different ways that you could measure this. Let's say that you had a trip where you were measuring in time, okay? So like, let's say that I have a 2-hour drive. And let's say for like the first hour, we drove 30 miles an hour. And then for the next hour, we drive 60 miles an hour. Your average speed, if you're talking with respect to distance, would be 45 miles per hour. But in terms of like the actual time you spent driving, it would be less than that because you'd cover the second half of the distance faster, right? I don't know why none of this actually matters. It's the most irrelevant thing I've ever looked at in my entire life. They already traveled 30 miles and it took them an hour. There is no speed at which they could travel the remaining 30 miles for the trip average to be 60 miles per hour. Yeah, but I feel like that depends on whether you're measuring your miles per hour average with respect to time or distance. With respect to time, you're correct. But with respect to distance, like you could theoretically just take an average, right? It's 90, everyone else is retarded? Well, no, I wouldn't say anybody's retarded. It's just interesting because the unit that we use for speed kind of implies like a time, like miles per hour. Implies like that you're measuring in time, but you could theoretically think of it with respect to distance for your average as well, right? Aren't we calculating how to get 60 miles per hour average across the trip? Yes, but how are you measuring the trip? Are you measuring the trip in distance, like physical distance, or are you measuring the trip in time? Like I would say intuitively, I think in common parlance, people actually tend to measure in time more than in actual distance, right? Like, oh, it's a 2-hour drive, it's a 30-minute drive. For the overall 60-mile trip, this is with respect to distance, obviously. Well, like, let's say that you had a heavy traffic trip, okay? And then let's say that you drove the first 30 miles at 10 miles an hour. And then you drove the next 30 miles, you got to drive at like 100 miles an hour. And somebody asks you, well, what was your average speed for the entire trip? It's like, I don't know, I guess like half of both, like 45 or 50, I guess. But it's not really. But like, because that with respect to the distance itself, right? If the first 30 miles was 10 miles an hour and the next 30 miles was 100 miles an hour, well, then your average speed was 55. However, the second half of that trip goes faster than the first half of the trip. So if you're measuring with respect to time, right, you could theoretically say the average speed was lower than that. You are super trolling now. Never mind. Okay. Based. I've been sufficiently connived. I was a dumbass. It is 90. Well, no, I'm not saying it's 90. I think if you read strictly by the unit of measurement, like in the strictest sense, the calculation I think is impossible to do, or you would have to be moving at an infinite speed. Destiny, 30 miles per hour trip is half the trip. 0.5 times 30 equals 15. To get to 60 for the entire trip, the second leg you need equals 45 or 90 miles per hour for the second leg. I understand what you're saying, but you're measuring the trip length in distance. Wait, no, hold on. To get to the 60 for the entire trip length, the second length you would need is 0.5 times x equals 45 or 90 miles per hour for the second leg. The problem is that as you go faster, the time spent in the time spent traveling decreases, so your average speed decreases, right? The way that I'm explaining this, I'm explaining like intuitively. People, like if you give an intuitive answer, the intuitive answer is 90 miles an hour, but people will try to make you feel retarded for saying 90 miles an hour, and then they'll go through the math for it, and they're technically correct. But I think commonly in terms of how we talk about trips, I think you can actually read this miles per hour with respect to distance or with respect to time. If you like, I think you could theoretically do that. I don't think it would necessarily be incorrect. But the reason why, I'm not going to draw this out. If you go 100 miles per hour for 1 mile, and then you go 200 miles per hour for the next mile, what was your average speed with regards to the entire trip that you took if you look at the time spent traveling, right? Well, if you traveled 2 miles, but you went 100 miles per hour for the first mile, and then 200 miles per hour for the second mile, you can't just average those two because the second mile you covered twice as fast as the first mile. So your average speed would actually be lower than what you would imagine it would be, right? I think, right? Lower than what you would imagine it would be. Because you're not spending as much time traveling at that higher speed than you would be at the lower speed. The people saying 90, if he just stops in the middle, would we say he drove 15 miles per hour on average? He has to finish the trip. Well, I don't know, would you? It's like, that's the question, right? The reason why this is like, I feel like this is a problem where it's almost like it's almost like that one when they write like, oh, like what's the, what's the answer to, what's the answer to this? And then people like do this retarded PEMDAS bullshit, right? And the reality is it's just like written shittily. I feel like this is one of those things, just the units that we use for speed, because they have like, because we don't have, I'm so fucking retarded. It's not a vector, right? Miles per hour is not considered a vector because, but is there a name for the, like we don't, it's the way that it's measured. It's just like, it's a combination of units. So like the answer is not as intuitive as me fucking your mom in the ass until she cries tears of joy. Like the reason why this looks like it could be the correct answer is the speed here is measured in miles per hour. This is the distance traveled in miles. And then this is the average speed over distance. But in actuality, this bottom part is not correct, right? The speed that you're measuring up here, this bottom thing, fuck, I don't know if you can put a combo unit like this. Like these units are like canceling out, right? Like when you're looking at like total distance traveled, you're probably measuring, like this would be like an integral. You'd be looking at area under the curve. But in here you've got on your one of your units on your y-axis here is miles per hour, but then your horizontal axis here is just miles. So it's like not, you're like, this is like miles squared per hour. Like what are you even measuring at this point, you know? Because if you're traveling at 60 miles per hour, like imagine if we were like looking at an integral of this, right? Okay, well like what is our graph saying, right? Let's say we're traveling at 30 miles per hour and we travel 10 miles, okay? And then I were to integrate that, right? Okay, that's how much distance we would travel. Well, let's say that I'm traveling at 90 miles per hour, okay? And let's say that I integrated this function from 30 to 40, right? Okay, well I'm traveling twice as fast, right? Or you're covering twice the distance, right? So how can the horizontal length here, how can the length of this line be, the distance or whatever, the difference in values, how can it be the same here as the same here when you're traveling more distance, right? Something like that. You're correct, but it is irrelevant. We could invent a unit called V that is equal to miles per hour, but it shouldn't change the pace where we do the calculation. Okay, this is too autistic for me. I'm just saying that like, If I traveled 30 miles per hour for one day of driving, and then the next day I drove the exact same, but I drove 60 miles an hour, and somebody was like, oh, what was your average speed when you were driving? It's like, I don't know, probably like 45 miles an hour, I guess. I feel like that would be the intuitive answer we would give, even though it's not technically correct, but it kind of sort of is correct. I drove for 8 hours at 30 miles per hour, and then I drove for 8 more hours at 60 miles per hour. So I felt like my average speed was, I guess, about 45 miles per hour. With respect to the time I drove, that's correct. But with respect to the total distance you covered, it's not really correct, I guess. Okay, this is the most autistic. This is almost as bad as the AB portal thing.
This isn't a both sides issue.
Jesus.
The bullets are flying in one direction. They want you dead. They want your kids dead. They want your friends dead. They want your family dead and bloodied. They will shoot your children while they're in church. They will shoot your friends for trying to have a discussion, and they will celebrate on it. And then their talk show hosts will go on TV and say that you were the ones who did that. That was your fault. And by the way, I saw what Joe Rogan was saying about Charlie yesterday, and I really don't appreciate it.
This is like all boiling up with this Charlie Kirk thing and.
Oh shit. Deplatformed.
This is that you was saying
boiling up with this Charlie Kirk thing and. To do was just set up a joke. He was trying to knock on the MAGA people, but also set up a joke, which was good. It was very funny. Like where he showed the president's response to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
like,
the new ballroom they're building.
And he said like the fourth stage of grief is construction.
It's a fantastic joke.
He also said that's not how a grown adult reacts to the death of his friend. It's like a 4-year-old mourns the loss of a goldfish.
Yeah,
very funny.
It's a great joke. He was trying to set it up.
Yeah, but he set it up in a way that like, okay, you're saying something that's actually factually inaccurate, right, according to the narrative. Now let's be real clear. I don't necessarily think they know what's going on yet. There's a lot.
I'm just going to say that right now. I really don't appreciate it. Charlie cared a lot about Joe Rogan.
Oh my God.
That's.
Actual baby. Next Tuesday is FFT. That's crazy, because next Tuesday, insert your mom joke, epically. Okay, let me do my connections for today. Greek, Roman god, Martian, left, spacecraft, split, cup, departed. These are stupid movies. Theater, progressive, shake, fictional boxer, rainmaker, cone, blue, good shepherd, and liberal. Oh, fuck. The Good Shepherd, the Rainmaker, the movies? I'm so fucking smart. Oh my God. Oh, are these like all actors? Like he's played like a Greek Roman god, a fictional boxer, a liberal and a progressive? I have no idea. Fuck. Imagine if it was right though. Wait. Yes. Fuck, just kidding. Joke. Different names for Democrats: left, liberal, blue, progressive. Oh. Ice cream or banana something bullshit. Fictional boxer. Greek Roman god. Spacecraft. And theater. Fucking hell. Named Apollo. Oh, Apollo Creed. Good one. I am beating this boss today. No matter what. I will not sleep until he dies. Wait, oh no. How many days is this Jewish holiday? I can't believe I got so fucked on ordering this shit. Oh no, wait, is it open now? Wait, can I order? Oh, I can. Oh, hold on. I thought it was saying tomorrow. B&H should be closed Wednesday, October 1st for Yom Kippur. Bro, are you guys serious? Unreal. How hard is terminating your own Cat 5, Cat 6? I don't actually care. Never mind. I'll just buy 50 feet. Fuck that. Extremely easy. I don't care. I'm not going to be that fucking nerd. Expedited delivery gets here Monday, September 29th. What am I supposed to? Oh, wait. 1 day delivery. Okay. Jesus Christ. FedEx priority overnight. Ooh, okay. Cat 8, bro? Shut the fuck up. I need to order that laptop tonight, too. Fuck. The Precision 7680 seems like that seemed like the one I wanted. It's just so expensive, bro. Or I can get this MSI Stealth 17 Studio. This was the other recommendation. Fuck. Ugh. I have to pull the trigger on this before I go to sleep. Whatever. We got plenty of time. Oh, and how do we feel about One Commander? As like an alternate Explorer browser thing. Did you learn that the BM6K can't output video from the Ethernet port? Good one. Okay. Swap weapon up here? Nah, that'd be unethical gameplay. Instead, I'm just gonna perfect parry and beat this on the first try.
On me.
Today.
What?
Let's dance. Time to hit big.
Watch out. Bring it on. Incoming.
Ready to carry. On me.
I don't care. I cummed. That's why I'm screaming like that, sorry. The Blackmagic 6Ks can't output video. It's not Blackmagic Pocket Camera 6Ks, it's Blackmagic Studio Cam 6Ks. The Studio Cam Pro.
Incoming. Careful now.
On me.
Watch out, Mael. Cut him down.
Witness the flames. Dominion.
Here's your card.
Maya.
Let's cover path. Incoming.
Bro. You can clearly see my shit is lagging. You can clearly see that.
Careful now. Take your shot. Ready to carry.
Bring it on.
Look out!
Let's carve a path. Prepare for oblivion.
I'm ready.
What the fuck am I doing? Why did I do that? I'm just retarded. I'm bad. I was just watching myself be bad. Is this guy weak to anything? I feel like he's resistant to every fucking attack. I'm afraid you're not locked in enough to be tried locking in. You're right. I'm sorry. Let me try to lock the fuck in. My bad. My bad. My bad.
On me.
I'm locked in now. Now I'm locked in. Watch this.
Watch out.
It's looking.
Cut him down. Time to strike.
On guard. Witness the flames. Here's your card.
I meant to do that. I just want to fight her one-on-one with my true hero. This is what I actually wanted.
Watch out, my owl.
Please, fly. Okay.
Cut him down. Watch out.
Let's dance.
Does his timing change on that sometimes? Was that a differently timed bullshit spear attack?
Time to hit big. Ready? Eyes don't lie.
Bring it on.
You sure? Maya. Look out! Let's dance. Careful now. Let's dance.
Ready to strike.
Blades sharp. Doing in. Here's your card. Let's dance. Witness the flames. Let's play. I see you. Look out. Look out. Let's dance. Maya.
It's absolutely fucking bullshit. This guy is fucking...
Take your shot. Please, fly. Take your shot. Yeah.
This Steel Strike move is not good. It's not worth it, right? I feel like I asked that and I use it and it's just never worth it. 2 turns? 2 turns?
Okay.
Oh my god, the timing on that spear thing does change. I'm just noticing it for the first time. Holy fucking AIDS. Okay, like 11,200 damage. Was that really worth 2 turns of the 7? I don't think so. This is better, right? Oh wait, this doesn't consume though.
The dance begins.
Incoming.
I'm waiting. Careful now. Not today. I'm waiting.
Ready to strike.
Thanks. Not today.
I was just...
Watch out, my elf. Time to strike.
Precise. Strike.
I should be using this one more. 2 to 6 hits. Does this mean it's random or? No, okay. Whatever. This is the last. I got it this time. I can feel it.
Incoming.
Look out. Look out.
You're outmatched.
Witness the flames.
Get ready. Oh well.
On me. Ready to parry.
Maximum damage.
Oh my god. It doesn't do anything about.
Here we go. Death's a friend.
Watch out.
Time to hit big. Witness the flames.
Watch out, Mael. Sia, incoming. Incoming.
Let's dance. Full death. Okay. Okay.
Let's finish this. Not impressed.
Ready to power.
Time to strike.
Oh my god, he's just so tricky. I love the trickster. Like dude, that's okay. You know what? That's okay. You know what? Now I'm gonna ruin the game. I'm gonna ruin the game. Do these pictos really work? The way that I can put this shit on everybody? The shield bullshit? This one. Auto shell. That's what I'm gonna do. Why do you need auto shell if you never get hit anyway? You know what? Fuck you, you're right. Never mind. Fuck, I wasn't paying attention.
Watch out, Mael.
On me.
Let me use the restroom. Hold on. I need to lock in. I'm not locked in right now.
Nuclear launch detected.
Bitch.
Nuclear launch detected.
You guys are freaking me out. No! Fuck you guys! But like, not necessarily new conditions, but like a new patina, right? Because even liberals themselves understand that this monoculture.
Is this still the same article? How long has he been reading this?
Culture is destined for doom and despair. It's over. People are moving away from it. Okay. And unfortunately, many people are not just moving away from it, but they're moving in the direction of fascism, fascist mechanisms of control, rather than moving away from it towards a new evolution of the economy, one that actually analyzes the class contradictions and one that actually seeks to have more egalitarian outcomes for all on the basis of class, rather than other sectarian identity metrics, color, creed, religious background, ethnicity, nationality, and the like.
Yes, we're all just one blended proletariat.
Due to the endless conquest that liberals have engaged in against their left flank, they have designed this environment where fascism can thrive.
What a word salad of retarded shit.
Some fun. Time to strike.
Witness the flames. Here's your card.
It's just a constant troll.
Just try.
Everything about this guy is a troll.
Let's go again.
Eyes up, first time.
Careful now.
Do you mean? Careful now.
That timing was a troll. He just tried to troll me again.
You're outmatched.
Sharp. Witness the flames. Let's dance.
That was a troll! Did you see I just got trolled? You see how I just got trolled? He literally trolled me. Literally. He literally trolled me.
Let's dance. Do not give
You know what? It's just solo fucking what God intended. This is how God intended this battle to be fought.
Let's dance. Let's dance.
Okay.
Watch out, Mael.
I'm farming this guy for content. That's what I was doing. I was farming him. Now I'll stop. Okay, I'll beat him, and we'll go to the next part of the game. That's what we're doing now.
Not impressed. Time to end this. Time to strike.
Careful now. Maya. Eyes up, person.
I'm trolled. 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 I'm tilted. I can't parry this because I'm too trolled.
Time to strike.
Let's finish this. CL, incoming. Here we go.
Nice job, dude. Wow. Like a whole 799 damage. You're a god.
CL incoming.
Maya. I'm ready.
Watch out, Mael.
I'm waiting.
Are you fucking kidding me? Nope, no jokes here.
Okay.
Careful now.
Okay. Not today.
Time to strike.
Well, thanks.
Careful now.
For me.
My turn.
Blades sharp.
Watch out.
was a troll timing. He tried to troll me. He didn't succeed though, but he did try to troll me, okay? Wait, why is this not... Oh.
Get ready. Shield incoming. That's cover path.
Good one.
Blades sharp.
Do you know what resistant means? It means hit harder.
Witness the flames. Hurry it! Hurry it!
Why is my spectral sweep? Or, yeah, sweep. Why is that not putting me into dark mode? Do you have to apply and then consume? I thought it was just like a light and then a moon hit. Or do I have to consume to move her to the twilight mode? I don't know, whatever. Oh my god. These are troll timings! These are troll timings! He's just a troll! That wasn't even close to real! That... Okay, I am going to troll now. And fuck the chatter that kept me from trolling. I am trolling now. I can't believe I'm gonna do this. This is disgusting. Oh my god. I thought I was a man. How far we've fallen. It's time. I am putting the cringe on my characters. What is it? Auto shell. How is it only 10? This seems like apply shell for 3 turns at battle start. Oh no, wait, that sucks. Wait, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, it's this one. But max health is halved. Disgusting. Sure. Why so much like base attack shit? It's actually so fucking cringe. I can't believe so much of this is... Okay, whatever. Apply burn on hitting a marked enemy. 15 Lumina? What the fuck? Holy, that's so cringe. Do I not have energizing start 1? Did I like miss that peak though? Oh no, energy starting. I see. This feels so disgustingly unethical. My God. Bro, these things suck. Fuck this. Okay, hold on. Almost done. What the fuck is break damage? Is that just damage once an enemy's been broken, or the damage that you inflict when you break them on that one turn? Oh, that's actually not that bad, I guess. Fuck me, dude. I don't know, what do you... Okay. 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 Oh fuck, I feel like everybody should have that one, huh? Right? Oh, good job. Okay. This guy's weak to lightning? Would I really switch weapons too? That just feels so cocked. sword you have in Verso is the worst. Verso is the worst sword. Change the sword. What do you mean the worst sword? Why is it the worst? Because it's a big base attack sword? Apply rush on ranked S? Wait, this one seems awesome actually. Wait, fuck, I should use this stupid leaf thing. Increased damage on rank D. No damage increase on... Oh, what the fuck? That sword does suck. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. Golter Ram. Okay, hold on. Let me level this bullshit ass weapon up. Fuck. Not you. I'm just fucking... I don't know what I'm doing. I'm losing my fucking mind. There we go. Make the grass gun more better. Yes. And one more. Thank you. The fuck does this her shit do? I like that ability thing. That's okay, right? I can level this up. Apply mark when consuming foretell is not the best, but... Fuck it. Okay. Okay. We're all level 10'd up. Alright. Okay. Okay. We're good.
You're old.
Yes.
Gustav.
Why?
Because we don't get to enjoy.
Don't ever repeat the same shit to me. If you don't have anything new to say, then don't fucking say anything at all. NPC fuck. Okay. Finally. Time to easy mode. First try. Now, when you play the game and you use all the things in the game, it's just too easy, okay?
Take your shot. Maya. On me.
Oh my god. Too easy. Too easy.
Ready to strike.
Wow, Ricky, thank you. I know, you're resistant to every single fucking element. I don't care.
Time to strike.
Let's spill some ink.
Thank you for the $25, buddy. It says which card it gives you. Oh, in the top area thing. Wait, so if I use Phantom Blade, does that automatically put me in, like, Mimir mode? Is that how that works? Need a sun. Doesn't it? But that looks like it gives a sun and a moon. Am I not understanding it? Oh no, wait, it's moon and break. Never mind, just kidding. Okay, so I need to be using that dark wave. I got it. I understand all of this now. Okay, I just figured her out. I just applied my reading ability, and now I can see everything. This guy's already halfway dead. Easy. No troll this time. What?
Okay.
Do you see how he? Oh, look! I have the anti-trollers. I will not be trolled. Fuck you.
This will hurt. Witness the flames.
Okay, so this is. Okay, I'm getting it. Oh, I can only put 10 cards on him.
It's locked on you.
Oh! Okay, it's okay. He's still trolling me quite a bit, but that's okay. I don't care. I don't care. God damn! That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Fuck this guy. Get up.
Don't die next time.
Yeah, true. How about you try not dying?
Ready to fight.
True.
Let's dance.
Oh, he did it 3 times. He trolled me again. I'm sorry. Done with it. Okay. He just has a lot. He has a lot. Okay. All the cards consuming. Twilighting. There. Okay. And then this person is just putting him on fire always.
Witness the flames.
Oh my god.
Take your shot.
Watch out, Mael. Watch out, Mael. My turn. Time to strike.
Time to strike.
Okay. We're in memer mode. Now we're gonna put lots of cards on him. Not bad, I think. I don't know if that 10k included the fire damage or not, actually. Fuck. Oh! Okay, slight troll. That's okay. Minor troll. Oh my god, I didn't mean to shoot. Fuck it.
Building up smells today.
Here we go.
Look out.
Watch out, Mael.
Oh!
Oh well.
That's okay. We do a little bit of trolling. That's okay.
Did I die again?
No, you're good.
You can do better.
I'm waiting.
I can't use her because her parries, dude, they heal him. Oh my god.
Ready to evade. I'm ready. Feel the embrace of fire.
That's okay. I had to give him one. I had to give him one win with my upgraded build, okay?
Ready to parry. Try me. I'm waiting.
Get ready. Get ready. Ready to strike.
Oh my god.
Let's dance.
That was a troll timing. He trolled. Yeah, that was a troll timing. That's okay though. We're good. We're good. Consume. Phantom Blade is the consumer. Oh, but so is Darkwave. Oh, and it is 3 hits. Damn. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna keep using Steel Strike and complaining about it.
Take your shot. Look out.
Okay.
Ready to parry.
Oh my, I just got double trolled. And he doesn't even do his stupid fucking move.
Prepare for a
Let's spill some ink. Flames, rain.
Eyes up, Verso. Today, my
Let's carve a path.
Okay, 41,000? Okay, I'm not gonna complain about that anymore. Never mind. That move is totally worth it. I didn't even hit either of my things.
finesse and grace. Witness the flames.
Fuck it.
today.
Oh my god.
It's locked on you.
I can't believe that counted as a parry, okay.
Time to end this.
It's locked on you. Maya.
Ready to carry. Let's dance.
Jesus.
Let's shut.
Let's go. Maya.
John. Ready to carry.
Oh, I got them both at them. 44, okay. Well, I feel like hitting the X's like barely helps. What the fuck?
Watch out, my owl. Oh well.
No crits? Oh, maybe actually, I guess.
Watch out, my owl. Let's carve a path. Prepare for oblivion. Watch out, my owl.
This one, big one. Okay, so I feel like that did more crits, but it did less damage. I just don't understand how damage works. Oh! Okay, he still has more abilities. That's good. Fuck you. Whatever.
Witness the flames.
Watch out, my owl.
Please survive.
God damn.
Look out.
Eyes don't lie. Me.
CL incoming. Not impressed.
No, what? How?
Today. Finesse and grace.
I don't need him. I don't need him.
Okay.
Take your shot. Take your shot. Not today. Take your shot. Take your shot. Take your shot.
Why does she have to talk every fucking time? She's distracting me. I don't care.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'll do it.
Don't heal by too much. Oh,
Now's our chance.
do those types of counters not heal? Oh, can't do that. Okay.
I'll do it. I'm ready. I'll do it. Ready to evade. I'm ready. Lightning dance. Look out.
I will not be trolled. What does the inverted shit mean again? I forgot.
I'm waiting.
Oh my god, dude, I'm getting trolled. It's just trolled. I'm just so trolled.
Let's feel some. Let's dance.
Let's carve a path. Time to strike.
Ungathered. Witness the flame. Look out.
It's locked on you.
You're outmatched.
Time to hit big.
I'm trolled.
Watch out, Mael. Ciel, incoming.
I'm trolled again.
On me.
Here we go. No more tricks.
Ciel, incoming.
Real.
Careful now.
Let's dog. Okay.
Maximum damage.
Flames. Rage.
Watch out, Mael.
Nessa, dodge.
Ciel, incoming. Let's carve a path.
Mael.
That was. You see how fast that one was, right? That was an impossible, inhumanly fast thing. No human could dodge that.
Witness the flame.
They're encouraging tool-assisted runs on this, okay?
Time to strike.
Prepare for oblivion.
Maya. Okay.
Careful now.
I can't do it.
On guard.
One hit.
It's locked on you. Careful now.
Oh!
Let's have some fun.
Shot. Still need help. That's a god.
Oh well.
Here we go. Here's your card.
Cut him down.
No, I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know what I think I'm doing.
Careful now.
Hitting the guy at least.
Blade shot. On me.
Good troll. Nice troll. Good one.
Prepare for oblivion.
Through there.
I don't even care.
Take your shots.
Rest. CL incoming.
Sure.
Oh well. Let's
Okay.
carve a path.
I just can't do that anymore.
This will hurt.
I'm too old.
Let's carve a path. Prepare for
You're all I need, baby. Just you. Just you.
Just try it. Cut him down. Bring it on.
Eyes up, person. I'm waiting.
Okay.
Coming.
I don't even, bro, I just got trolled twice in a row.
Time to end this. Prepare for oblivion.
On guard.
Death is a friend.
It's locked on me. Ready to carry.
For now. Here we go.
Full death.
Good one. Ha 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 ha.
It's locked on me.
Time to strike.
Okay.
Oh my god, I was supposed to consume. I fucked up. I don't care. Whatever. I can't read.
Not impressed.
Look out.
Cut him down.
Let's spill some ink.
Not just one hit. Fuck. Whatever. Nice! I missed them both! Fucking amazing! That was sick! That was so sick! But I missed both of them. Again. Always. Every time. Fuck yes.
Watch out, Mael.
On guard. Witness the flames. Do me in.
What do you mean on me? It's on all three of us. Shut the fuck up. She's so stupid. No troll. Okay. Hitting both X's. We can do this. Both X's. Blocked in. And that's the second one.
Incoming.
Let's dance.
You're outmatched. Prepare for oblivion.
From fire. Let's dance.
Okay, 20 cards. This... Can I just do like 30k damage here, please? Okay, whatever. 20k. No troll! Not getting trolled. Is he... I can't do it.
It's locked on you.
Good troll. That was a good one. It was a good one. A plus. Props.
Shut. Witness the flames.
Watch out.
Ready to parry.
Oh, that was a good. That was nice. They changed the timings in the game. They actually changed the timings in the game. It's got to be a troll. It's got to be the devs are in my game right now. The devs are actively, remotely connected to the game. Unbelievable.
Let's have some.
I'm pretty sure I could sue for this. I bet.
Not today. Witness the flames. Yeah, dodge.
Good one. Good troll timing on that one.
Let's go the path.
Nice. Troll.
Bring it on.
Ready?
I have no consumers. I literally have one consuming thing. Oh no, two.
Death is a friend.
Prepare for oblivion.
Taking shots.
Bring it on. Bring it on. Oh well. Bring it on. Just try it. Just try it. Not impressed. Bring it on. Not impressed. Not impressed. You're outmatched. Bring it on. Cut him down. Oh well. Oh well. Just try it. Just try it. Bring it on. Just try it. Oh well.
Oh my god, I just want to explode my own asshole. Luna, can you just lightning this guy a few times? I need you to lightning him like twice. Please.
Ready to evade.
You suck!
Ready to evade. Let us stay there.
What's better, the lightning or the hell for the fire damage? I don't even know, actually.
Lightning dodge!
11.4. I think the hell thing is better. Fuck. Nice. Oh boy.
Ready to evade.
It's just a constant. It's just a constant stream of trolling. My game is glitched. My monitor refresh rate is broken. My controller lags. Steam is lagging. The humidity in the air is slowing the light traveling to my eyes because my air conditioner is not working.
Get ready. Oh well. Watch out, Mael. Cut him down. Prepare for oblivion.
Eyes don't lie.
CL, incoming.
Dog! Ready to carry.
Prepare for oblivion.
Let's shut. Let's play. Okay.
Get ready.
Witness the flames.
Maximum damage. Prepare for oblivion.
Maya.
My turn.
Let's spill some ink. Witness the flames.
Oh, I didn't even hear it! I'm trolled! I'm trolled! I'm trolled!
Look out.
Ready to strike.
death. It's a friend.
Prepare for oblivion. Watch out, Mael. For now.
Look out! Let's spill some ink.
Let's come apart.
Let's pay. It's locked on you.
Time to strike.
Let's dance. It's shut. Here we go. Please survive.
Cut him down. Prepare for oblivion.
Okay. Right now. Flames. Rage. Ready?
Fuck this guy. Easy. First try. Plus 1 AP per gradient charge consumed. Do I know what a... Do I have that yet? The fuck is a gradient charge? Don't have it. Okay. Did I kill these fucking losers yet? I must have. Jesus. Okay, I didn't go on that thing, did I? I don't think. We're in that thing? Wait, did I go all the way over there? I don't think so. It's just like open on the map or something. Oh my god. Who are you?
me. Ready to parry.
What? Well, I did like no damage to this guy. Is this guy even more? Why is this whole area open to me?
Time to strike.
Okay, I don't think we're doing this.
Witness the flames.
I can't shoot the portal, can I? Good one.
Coming.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
On me.
Just kill me. No, kill me.
Okay.
You trolled me too hard.
On me.
Coming. Here we go. Watch out, Mayal. Ready to strike.
There's no, I'm never.
On me.
Watch out, my owl.
Death's a friend.
You're outmatched.
Let's dance.
I'm ready.
Oh my god. It's a troller. Does he like bounce? Does he blow? Does he die? Because it feels like he's doing more and more bounce to every attack. Does it?
Let's dance.
The gimmick is he does. Oh my god. +2 bounces per attack. Does he die after like getting high enough? There's no way that you're like dodging like 500 fucking attacks, right?
Time to end this.
Ready to parry.
You know what? I see the 33 in the background. That's it. It's a 33 meme. That's what it's gotta be.
Deck.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
strike. Watch out, my L.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Then this one's 14.
It's locked on you.
1, 3, 4. Does that count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Now's our chance.
What the helly?
Feel the embrace of fire.
What is it, like 5 or 6 more?
Ready to evade.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Are you okay, buddy? Oh. Oh, it wasn't 33. %5 increased damage per turn, consecutive 5 times. Okay. You screwed over the next character you get, they get a unique skill from killing that boss. Wait, is that true? Oh god. August, did that VOD upload or is my shit fucked? What do you think? Sorry. Okay. Oh, I think it did. Hopefully. Possibly. Wait, is there like a factorial for like addition? Maybe it's just question mark based.
Nice.
Nice. If that VOD didn't upload, you should do a 24-hour stream. Did it? I can't. There's no way to check the stupid Dropbox website because this shit is glitched as fuck. I can't see if anything actually went in the folder on the website. Streams. Based. But this still doesn't work. Did it upload? I'm waiting for him to respond in chat.
This live is an official LGBT. Noted. What? Hold on. Bro, no, bro, this can't be right.
Sorry, hold on. Do you think if Dropbox is consuming 500 megabytes of memory of RAM, do you think that means it's like getting ready to upload? Otherwise, why would this program be using 500 gigabytes or 500 megabytes of RAM? Oh my god, I have no idea. Whatever, I'll look at this after. Wait. Hold on. Chill. Take a deep breath. Calm the fuck down. So fucking confused. Hold on. I don't know what I'm looking at. Hold on. Hold on. Deep breath. Sometimes I don't understand how like basic operating. Even one of the most confusing things on Windows is like virtual drives or whatever. There's like the way that they have like Google Drive for desktop or Dropbox for desktop. The way that these things will like install themselves, and the virtual pointers to I don't know where the fuck. It's like fucking if you have like a virtual drive folder on a like location somewhere, it's like a Alice in Wonderland figuring out like what the fuck that thing is actually fucking pointing to. You have no idea. It might not even be in this dimension. And then ultimately, by the time you go down the rabbit hole, it is literally like pointing to a folder inside of itself that's just stuck like on your root C drive or whatever. I hate this shit. It's okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay. These are not in the same place. I realize that now. Okay. That's fine. So this is... I need to change... When this opens... it doesn't show it in my file tray. It just shows it on the left. Like, it's like this PC, and then it's like Dropbox, Destiny DGG Dropbox, even though it's not a real place. It's not a real place, but it puts it on my file tray like it is a real place. But it's obviously not a real place. I don't know why it would do that, because that's how it's made, but that's okay. Not a big deal. Okay. I understand. Okay. Hold on. No. Okay. I need to, I need to change where Dropbox folder, account, right click, preferences? Accounts? No. Backups? No. General? No. Dropbox folder. Can I not choose where? Okay, hold on. No. Default. Oh, no. Okay, Dropbox. Oh, okay. Okay, then we're gonna go, okay, hold on. This, right here, select. This will move, it's okay. Error, and it just closed. I didn't even get to read the error message. It was like a hacker program from 1999. I don't even know what the fuck it just did. Okay. No, don't do this one. That's not real. Stop syncing. Oh my god, it's duplicating every single thing. Hold on. It's okay. This is the VOD I need to save. This one. Can I just move it here? How long is that going to take? Not even that long. Okay. 2 gigabytes per second. Look at those NVMEs go. You're here now. Okay, you're safe. Okay. I'm going to delete this thing. Yes, please. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. Then we're going to change location. Don't give me a fucking error, just fucking change. Select. Are you sure? Yes. Okay. No error. It's doing work. Okay, I'm gonna assume that that's working. I know there's got to be an item over here. Is this a whole ass place you can run to with nothing? Are items behind this thing? Okay. Don't mind if I do. Yikes. Yikes. So anyway, time to go to a previous save so you don't miss out on something for your next party member for killing. Oh, never mind. Fuck you. Good troll. Whoa. You enjoy the game so far? Does it scratch the JRPG itch well? Kind of. I think there is a huge flaw in all modern role-playing games, though, that we have to wait like a decade or two to overcome, but... What do you need, buddy? Someone found our shop. Our shop! What's your field? I can link you to the wiki, he wasn't lying. Wait, did I lose something permanently or can I get it in the future? What are you doing? What? Why are you fighting me? You can get it in a future playthrough? Oh, you can get it near the end game. Oh, okay, whatever. More damage, the less health you have. Ho ho! Okay. Wait, this guy's a ton of health. What the? Oh, shit. Ah! Bro, come on.
Not giving up.
Okay. Wait, did that just deal 16,000 damage?
Time to take risks.
Oh, it's a flaw? Oh. Hold on. I think voice acting was a mistake.
think I'll improvise. Here we go.
How so? I think that like the best voice acted thing would be better than reading, but like anything short of like amazing voice acting, I think just takes away from the. I would rather just read. I feel like there's like 3 games in the history of all of RPG stuff that's had like acceptable voice acting that like added something to the game rather than like took something from the game. It's Metal Gear Solid, easily. I think The Witcher, maybe. Actually, maybe just those 2. I've heard good things about Red Dead Redemption, but I haven't played that one. I feel like the Metal Gear Solid games, for whatever reason, are just like that's like the gold standard of. Like I think those are the only games, maybe the Witcher ones, where like you played it. Oh, Mass Effect. I didn't play Mass Effect, but I'm thinking like where the VA becomes like heavily associated with the thing. Like when Metal Gear Solid 5 came out and David Hayter wasn't the voice of Snake, that was like that like hurt. That was like, this is like severely hurting my experience by not having David Hayter voicing Snake. I don't know if there's like any other game that's like really like that.
Time to strike.
I'll manage.
Ready to carry.
Am I losing turns? Ah! That was a good one. Good troll. Oh, wait. Did she survive? Oh. Good troll, dude. You're a great troll. You're a great troll. You're a great troll. I don't care. Bring her in.
I'll do it.
Do it. I'm ready. No. Nope. Okay. Okay. Oh, oh my god. That's the troller class. That's my troller class.
Now is our chance.
Now, it's a what the helly time.
Feel the embrace of fire.
Yeah. Are these good? They better be. At level 12, that's pretty cool. Oh. Oh wait, they're just upgrades. Destiny, Kochumbo did apparently not care about the English VA until Metal Gear Solid 5. Cringe. Wait, you're supposed to buy from the other guy? Shut up. You're trolling me. Base attack gives 4 perfection. Ugh. Why do you have to troll me like this? I don't care. Oh, wait. Wait, are these all... Oh, 2 weapons for this guy. Can't reach rank X. Oh my god. Bro. Hell yeah. Okay. Other guy has better weapons? Wait, what do you mean? I don't have the money for this! No! I got trolled again! Epic! You guys are epic trolls! Good job! stuff actually moving? Oh, disc, it is. Okay, good job. Is your problem with voice acting exclusive to English? It might be, I'm not sure. Unfortunately, it's the voice acting and the facial expressions. Like when you read a book, it's acted in the perfect way, right? It just has to have good dialogue and it has to be written decently well. Or if you're playing a game with like really low polygon count, like you don't remember how shit it looks. Like Final Fantasy Tactics or 7 or 6 or whatever, right? But when you start to add like facial expressions and they're not great, like they're not going to be as good as what you would imagine them to be, and they're not as good as obviously real ones. And if the voice acting is, I think in the VA, I think you could actually make some progress. I don't know why. I feel like I just feel like they don't take it very seriously for American video games or for like American VA. I don't know why. It's just not like a serious industry. That's so mean. I don't mean to be mean like that. Like I don't know what it is, but like, well, Hideo Kojima is like the biggest like fucking Ameribu in the universe. I guess he's obsessed with America, which is good for us, I guess. All the VA for the Metal Gear Solid games are just so good. Like Ocelot, super memorable. Otacon was good. Liquid Snake was good. Snake, obviously, Solid Snake was good. All of them were good. Vulcan, like all the Metal Gear Solid 3 and everybody. Yeah, fuck. I don't know why. I don't know what they did differently there. Or how they hunted for voice actors or whatever. Because keep in mind, it's not like they had a lot of time to learn. Metal Gear Solid 1, that's like a fucking 97 game? When did that come out? Fuck, so you might not have been born then. You play The Last of Us? Yes, The Last of Us is one of the only other games, I think, where the VA and everything adds a lot. The Last of Us 1, at least. I didn't play The Last of Us 2. I imagine 2 is probably similar quality and everything. Does anyone ever read my question? What's your question? Can't cross this dumb shit. Are you sure you weren't just a kid when you heard it, so it was easier for you to look at past it being rough? No, that's like I feel like it's a pretty universal opinion. And like, there are games that I liked as a kid where I knew the VA sucked shit. Like, no offense, but like Final Fantasy X's voice acting was horrible. Ah ha 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 ha. Like a lot of it is just very stiff. Like it doesn't seem like there was a lot of effort, or it just wasn't taken very seriously. I don't know. The GTA voice acting is usually pretty good. Bro, she's a monster. All the cancer at once. Nick Fuentes appears to be back on YouTube. Bro, I kind of feel like when they announced the YouTube unbanning, who's in my mind right now? Do you know what this fucking feels like? Who's got it? Who's here? What am I? Who's in my brain right now? Sasuke kissed Naruto? Fuck you. It feels like it kind of feels like, hopefully we're heading towards a good ending. It feels like in Harry Potter, when like they take over Hogwarts and like all the bad people are like back and everywhere and like Voldemort's back and they're just like, they fucking run everything. I don't know, it's kind of what it feels like right now. When I heard that YouTube unbanning thing, it was like, really? And then, yeah, like all these motherfuckers are coming back and oh my God. Oh, he's leveled up. Cool. The English performance is just so campy. It feels like the VAs were told to do children's cartoon shows. I don't know. Wait, what are you referring to? Najito's English voice. The English voice acting and Danganronpa. What the fuck are you talking? What is that? That sounds like a Greek tragedy. Answer Tristan? Wait, he keeps not typing his fucking question. What? My question is about your thoughts on Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. I haven't played it, so I don't have thoughts on it. My thoughts are your mom's got a fat badonka donka that I'm gonna smash consensually. A soul for a soul. Your YouTube revenue was suspended so Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes could return. Bro, I feel like the Earth is gonna be like engulfed in this cataclysmic apocalypse. This like fucking nuclear winter. We're gonna be scrounging for food in like San Francisco, and there's gonna be like some rubble shaking in the distance. I'm gonna like walk with my scavenger group of LGBT friends with our purple hair and our rainbow colored headbands to signify which LGBT team we're on. And I'm gonna see fucking Dan Clancy rising from the ashes, and his like arms are gonna be like hugging to his chest some fucking server, and I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I have to keep you banned. Bro, we haven't had internet for 7 years. This is the only box with your original ban files on it. I'm never letting go. My God. It's such a I still can't believe. I could never make it like as big of a deal about it as I wanted to. Although I can, I guess, a little bit more now. But like, I can't believe I'm permabanned from, I was on that platform for, I was like one of the original streamers on that platform for what, 10 years? And I got banned for saying trans activists on Twitter can be inbred. Permabanned. When can you appeal again? Never. Normally you can appeal 6 months after your last appeal was rejected. I put in my last appeal like 7 or 8 months ago. They never even answered it. They didn't reject or accept it. They just left it. So I can't put in another one. I wonder if the guy who's like supposed to, supposedly there's a guy on my file who was supposed to like reject me. I wonder if that guy got fired. So now I'm like stuck in perpetual limbo. The guy who's supposed to constantly turn my ban appeal down is just not at the company anymore. Tectone says some crazy shit on the daily. Bro, fuck Tectone. Yeah, he does, but so does Hassan. And so does fucking Asmongold. It's crazy. I don't know how, but I can't even explain it. Like, it has to just be a personal hatred. I can't even explain it using political points of view because I don't understand how Asmongold and Tectone survive on that platform. Like, what did Asmongold, I'm not trying to like get any of these guys banned, but I'm saying, like, what was Asmongold saying? That like, oh, I think every single trans person is just somebody who had a mentally ill parent or something? I was like, what the fuck? I got banned for what? Permaban? Yeah, Aiden Ross streaming up. Yeah, I don't know, dude.
Oh, lovely.
True. It's because of you, not the rules. It was a fun time on that site when they were like writing rules just for me or my orbiters. I would get banned for some retarded shit. Fuck, I feel like there were 2 of them at least. And then like a new rule would be written, it'd be like, okay, all right, guys, okay. I know that, yeah, there was one related. I remember Dylan was like going over some content and they banned him for like looking at some Nazi stuff. He was like super critical of it, but then they like added to the rules like no more extremist content, even if you were criticizing it. And it's like, how the fuck is Hasan even alive on this platform? What? Alive, like not banned, not having to do with death or anything. LSF updating its rules every other week to find out how they can ban your clips criticizing us. Oh yeah. No politics. And then no Hasan Dusty clips. And then mega threats. It's like, okay, that's good. Based. Why is Ice still banned? Ice is another person I think who's like personally fucking hated on that platform. But the bomb threat, I mean, I would say Ice's initial ban, I wouldn't say permanent ban necessarily is legitimate, but like, his was understandable. Because like Ice's content, it's hard to remember back then because everything on the internet is so crazy now. But like Ice's content was like really pushing the boundaries like in a scary way. Like I think he ultimately got banned because he went to take a flight and people called in like a bomb threat on the flight or the airport. And he was like the first big like IRL streamer guy. Did the music get louder in this? Jesus, how do I get so much? Oh my god. Honestly, probably because you had a perception of edginess and pushing the rules even if it wasn't accurate. When they say they invented rules for you, it's because there are aspects of something they didn't like, but they could draw a real rule around. Yeah, it's always like the annoying thing is, yeah, people would always have that impression of me like, oh, like, you're always skirting the line or pushing the rules. Like, if I knew where the line was, I don't push it ever. My bans were just so ridiculous sometimes. Like the one ban, whoa, look at this guy, Ryan at Twitch or whatever. Doc, 7 days. Really? For saying Ryan at Twitch? That's his email. You doxed him. Okay, bro. From leaks that were public anyway, but okay. The Mr. Mooten ban, I'm like, Mooten, I'm gonna kill your whole family and then your whole family's family for letting me die in bot lane or whatever. 7-day ban for real life threats. What? It didn't even make sense because it's also like, because they say that was when they were saying like, well, we're applying context to the bans. And it's like, okay, well, if you applied context, there's only one of two options here. Either I'm joking, in which case, why the fuck did you ban me? Or two, I'm legitimately threatening the life of his entire extended family. Why would you unban me? Why wouldn't you make it permanent? And then I felt like I had like 3 bans for opening like pictures and there's like 1 frame of nudity. And I'm like, oh, okay, chief. For like 1 day. The calling the one Graves Lee Sin Jungle of the F word, that was legitimate. Okay, I'll take that ban. Oh, and then did I get a 1-day or 3-day ban when I was debating that one conservative girl and she held up the picture of Hunter Biden on her fucking phone in the middle of the debate? Forgotten Battlefield. Wait, have I done this? Wait, I came from here, right? I did. Okay. All right. Let me just kill these guys real quick. Has Twitch hated you forever? It's a long story, but there are like 2 different ways of Twitch like employees, and both hated me for good reasons, I think. I shouldn't say for good reasons, I should say for understandable reasons. Wait, oh my god. Everyone. All enemies.
Let's call the path.
Good one. Good one. I think I got on the bad side of a lot of the first wave of employees when I was the biggest streamer and then Owned offered to buy me out from Twitch. Or buy me up from Twitch. Not really buy me out because I wasn't even like on a real contract. But I feel like that was an understandable decision on my part, and I feel like they understand that. But I was on really, there's a lot of the C-level people and the upper people didn't like me for going to Owned after that. Which is fair of them too. And then I think the second wave of people didn't like me because of the I think it was personal and from DJ Wheat, because he always blamed me for a ton of harassment that he said he got after the big blow up in the StarCraft scene. I was right on that disagreement, to be fair. To me. And then after that, I think it was just Hassan was really well networked, so nobody that liked Hassan stuff liked my stuff politically, you know? What was the DJ Wheat thing? So everybody that was big when I was right before I went to Owned, kind of like started to get jobs like with Twitch officially, and like we're getting equity in the companies and stuff in preparation for the Amazon buyout and everything. I didn't realize that DJ Wheat was promoted to a pretty high level position in Twitch, and he absolutely fucking hated me after our huge disagreement in the StarCraft 2 scene when I had that big debate about how, oh well, maybe fucking when you guys all retire, like or when all the Koreans leave for League of Legends, like you guys will finally start winning tournaments again after that big blow up or whatever. He said he felt like he blamed all the harassment that he got in the StarCraft 2 community on me after that big blow up, which I don't think that's fair, but whatever. Did you ever have that convo with him after he said he wanted to a while back? Yeah, actually we had a convo, I think like 3 years ago. Everything was cool. I enjoyed that convo. I thought it was fun. But by then, I think he was largely uninvolved with a lot of Twitch stuff, so it's not like he could do anything at that point. Fuck, I don't remember which guys I've killed or not. Kind of crazy how I was permanently banned. That usually happens some illegal real world shit. Yeah, I'm trying to think if anybody's been permanently, any other big streamers have been banned on that platform permanently besides me and Ice Poseidon. Oh, I haven't been here. Gross score? Oh my god, dude. We're not gross score. Gross score might be the most tragic fucking story in all of Twitch. This guy was like a huge streamer. Somehow had like, I don't remember what happened, but had like a massive crash out. Got perma-banned from Twitch. Struggled to rebuild on fucking YouTube. Fought his way back to like a middling YouTube stream. Managed to miraculously get unbanned from Twitch. Came back to 5-figure big viewership. Was on top of the world again briefly. And then made a thread on r/like am I ugly or roast me or something, and then the topmost upvoted comment was like, didn't you sexually harass a bunch of people at TwitchCon? And then he got instantly re-permabanned on Twitch, and his whole life got fucked after that again. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Like I didn't even know. It was so crazy. Did he even actually do that? I mean, I think he did. It was not like he didn't. I don't think he like raped someone. I don't want to misquote the story or lack justice or whatever for whoever. But didn't he like? Wasn't he like crouched and he like made a comment about some girl's butt or like? I don't know if he even touched him. Did he grope somebody? I don't remember. Maybe he did, but. He invited 2 girls to an LEC finals event, paid for everything, and they didn't fuck him. Proceeded to crash on stream for 5 hours. I do remember that. That was funny. Dude, I do love how Oh man. Fucking white women are just my favorite. They're just fucking epic as fuck. If you really want to hate white women, there are two groups of people that you can talk to. There's the obvious group, okay, the misogynists from all of mankind, the white men. Welcome. We all hate women, white women here. If you really want to hate white women, then you talk to women of color. Woo! Not like actual women of color. Not there. Now it's confusing because there are white women of color too, and these are like 18 to 24-year-old, like mainly black women, African American women, like on college campuses. Those aren't the ones I'm talking about. I mean our queens. Why'd you bring up white women? Oh, just the whole, that girl score thing was funny. I will say, I'll preface this, and I'm not even, listen, when I preface shit, listen. Never mind. Okay. I do mean what I say, okay? I don't preface things for memes, okay? Don't ever think that, right? Nobody ever owes you sex for anything, okay? No matter how much you spend on dinner or whatever autistic shit, okay? Nobody owes you sex for anything. But if a guy flies you out to an event, pays for all of your shit, and then you show up and you act surprised that he thinks he's gonna fuck you, okay? I'm just saying, you shouldn't steal shit from retarded kids. But like how fucking stupid to not have somebody babying you or attending you or bring a parent if you're actually that naive or that stupid about the world. I don't even understand, bro. Some of these, the two white girls that were with Grove Score who were like, oh, I thought we were just hanging out. I didn't even, who were like acting like stupid. I don't know. That shit was, I thought that was fucking hilariously stupid. It reminds me of the story that like Ethan tried to get Myron on, and when you were reading all the text messages, the girl was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna like mess with him and blah 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 blah," and it's like, why does this? It's like some white women shit. When I say more specifically, when I say white women shit, okay, what I mean is that like, I don't know why this is. Maybe we just need more black women to be victims of stuff that are more visible in our community. I feel like women of color, if you fuck up in a really obvious way, literally no one is giving you sympathy. Like, you're gonna be trashed like to the ends of the earth. I don't know if it's literally as basic as like white color equals good and pure and like darker color equals bad, but like if a black woman did some of the autistically fucking retarded shit that some like white women do like in communities, I feel like everybody would just look at her, especially from our own community, be like, bro, you're fucking retarded. How could you do something so stupid? But like white women just live in this like fantastic escape from reality where they can just act in the most like mentally absent ways possible. I just think it's very funny. I'm sorry. Listening to like with Lauren, on Darius' stream today, where she's just like out and about in the world, like talking, like going around doing shit, and like we're gonna pretend like 5 days ago we weren't just watching her like so desperate and thirsty to go inside this guy's house that she was like willing to camp out in the parking lot until the cops showed up and forced her to leave. Like, what the fuck? Are you okay? That's like some shit where it's like, you're crazy. Okay, I can't go away. Okay, we're ready to proceed on the story, I think, right? I think so. Wait, Did I check that thing? I did. I've checked all this. Okay, that's what Panda's. Okay. Ghost fight Sprong first? I don't know what the fuck that is. Or if you're even trolling, I don't know.
Fastest ball.
Xena does the same shit white women do? Yeah, but Xena gets zero sympathy from anybody, anywhere, ever. Who the fuck is giving sympathy to Xena? There are tons of chatters here. I feel like Xena is more hated than liked in my chat, but okay, maybe. Are you sure you're not just mixing it up with like people are thinking she's content?
Time.
Follow the tracks. They'll lead us to Monoko.
Okay.
A train. Gustave would have liked to see that.
Is it true before the fracture, Lumiere had trains running throughout the continent?
Always running late, but running. Yes. Here we are. Monoko Station.
Wow.
Is that a Grundis?
Aerith, super red pilled in chat.
I knew it. They're real too.
But also true. The truest thing that Andrew Tate ever said was the problem isn't actually white women. It's the simp men that empower them. True. Holy shit, your Dropbox folder finished. Okay. Is it uploading? Is it working? Oh my god. Need to sync? No, we're good. Waiting, okay. Okay, alright. Now I'm gonna drag this in here. Bayzed. Men literally fuck up everything in the world. 99.999% of all violence. It's actually so fucking base, dude. Like, remember on the flip side, whenever like minorities and everybody are telling you about how much of a fucking struggle their shit is, like, boo-hoo, my dad got lynched, or, you know, people fucking try to kill me because of my race or whatever. Remember that when they're guilt tripping you over that, okay? Don't just feel bad about it. Feel amazing about how free from all responsibility you are for all the other men or white people in the world. Like the fact that like men can do anything in history. Like think about like the Holocaust and like nuclear bombs and shit. Like technically all the like most of the people involved in this are all men, right? But then we can turn around and tell women like, could you imagine how fucked things would be if you ran the world? Like tell me that's not like some fucking, tell me that's not some top tier troll shit right there, right? I feel like that's fucking epic. Hi, are we friends? Because men are the best at rage baiting? Actually true. That's like a rage bait. It's just a rage bait rationalization, yeah. Literally the president of the United States, Donald Trump. So how do you feel about Russia? You know what? Putin's been fucking around, so now I've completely 180'd my entire opinion because he's insulted me on the entire war. And as for climate change, we're just going to start nuking the next hurricanes that come by, and so we'll be okay. He really suggested that. I remember that. Have we tried using... I think it was nukes. It wasn't even bombs. It was nukes to stop, like, giant storms. And then women are like, what if we ran the world? I'm like, you'd be too emotional. Sorry. Sorry, Buttercup. Rage baited. Absolutely rage baited. Which way should I go? Fuck, let's go this way. Fuck. Wait, that looks like story main way. Let's go this way. Wait, or is that just where I came from? His navigation skills, bro. True. I'm just not. Just making sure that sometimes the paths behind you change. See? Okay, it didn't. Were you ever a good note taker for learning shit in school? My handwriting was literally the most incomprehensible shit. I feel like the worst thing ever, like I suck at telling people no for things. I feel like the worst thing ever is when somebody would tell you like, bro, I'm not gonna be in class, or I might miss school tomorrow, can I like borrow your notes, or can you take notes for me? And you're like, all right, dude. You ever like go to the dentist? The dentist like touches your teeth and your gums all start bleeding. He's like, have you been brushing? And it's like, yeah, 3 times a day. You know, you're just like laying there. I feel like it's like when you hand bro your notebook and he's like, these are yesterday's notes, and you're like, yup. And it's like he like puts it on the there's no way he can read any of this. But he like jots down shit for a while. And he's like, thanks. I'm like, I don't know what you got from that, but okay, dude. No problem. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Did you just read the textbook and remember shit entirely? Fuck no. I could remember things if I could conceptually understand them, but if I couldn't, then I was fucked. I got wrecked. So like things like biology I did pretty well in. Chemistry I got fucking wrecked. Things like physics or math I could do decently. Anything that required like a lot of reading or memorization, I fucking hated reading. Whoa! Cinema time!
If Minoko's not here, that means...
It's time to rage bait. Perfect parry. Oh.
Slow as ever. Mommy.
Oh, they know each other. Oh, he's a guest troll.
Your reflexes remain sharp as ever. I approve. Eskia, did Verso pull you into another adventure? New friends.
You speak our language.
He had a lot of time to kill, so I taught him.
Ladies, could I interest you in a duel?
Definitely a gestural.
No point trying to talk until we've calmed Minoko down with a relaxing fight. Be careful though. Minoko's fighting style is a bit peculiar.
Am I about to get rage baited? Can I shoot his bell thing? Okay, no. Okay. Ugh.
It's locked on you.
Good one.
I'm ready. Let's sow this down.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
He can turn into a Nevron.
Oh my god. Good one. Good one! She's fine. We're fine.
Okay.
Now, you know what? Now it's time for you to get fucked. Wait. Yeah, it is.
It's locked on you. I'm not giving up. I'm fine. Ready?
Break? Can I? I don't have it.
Ready to carry.
I think he's dead. Right? Yes. Loser.
No distraction, son. I'm really busy beating up strangers.
Noko, what are you doing here?
Noko. Isn't that like a Swedish energy drink?
Noko, you said Nevron?
Oh.
Hmm.
A stalact.
Oh. Uh-oh. Trying to keep me from going back here to get the... Getting Excalibur 2? Oh my god. Isn't it crazy that Athena is still streaming on Twitch to this day and still scamming? Is he still streaming on Twitch? Athena is? Is he still scamming? I remember he turned into a cult dude, and he had his own... He also had his own theory of everything. It's crazy how the... No! I shouldn't have jumped. I'm an idiot. Oh, just kidding. Planned. What's the point of that if nothing even happens? Oh my god. Oh. I need to get over there. Oh, that's probably... I gotta go back to go over there, huh? He thought he had a giga epiphany when the meme superconductor news came out last year and tried to get a bunch of people in his Discord to come trade off of it and got duped. Because, oh yeah. Good one. I just remember that, it's not related at all, that Mr. Girl has a theory of everything too. His black hole papers. Why do you think Hassan keeps saying that June 6th was funny and that he doesn't care about it? January 6th politically is a fucking layup for the lefties against Trump and Republicans. It's universally criticized by everyone on the left. So it feels like he shoot himself in the foot with his take. What? Do you not watch my stream? You literally just said it. You just explained why he doesn't care. You would only use January 6th to attack Republicans. Hassan's main enemy are the Democrats. Okay, take a break. You're in. What is enjoyable shit this... Oh, what is enjoyable about this style of combat system? I don't know, I think it's a good mix of like turn-based combat versus like non-cringe QuickTime events. This is probably the only game I've ever played in my entire life where I've thought that like QTEs were incorporated well into the game. But I guess, yeah.
Defeat the Stalact with your fearsome talents.
Right.
Why are they laughing?
Oh. You serious?
Yes, he is. You little coward.
Okay.
Verso, why aren't you using gradient attacks?
I don't need pointers from the one sitting on his lazy ass.
You didn't teach them, did you, you lazy old fart? Very well. I shall generously...
You're outmatched.
You can now use gradient attacks. Each AP used to cast a skill fills the gradient gauge. Once the gauge is full, you gain 1 gradient charge that you can use with any character to cast your gradient attack. Oh my god, it's the thing. What is a gradient attack? Medium physical damage to all enemies. 1 hit. Okay. Jesus. Wait. Okay. Was that... Am I just a little bit strong for this guy?
You found worthy friends, Verso.
Jealous?
What are you doing?
I just need the foot. Aha!
He transforms by collecting Nevron feet. Don't ask me how it works.
Redditor.
I've never understood.
Turns into AOC next. I'm just kidding. That's what they were looking for in the Capitol, right?
Now that we've had some good battles to warm the spirits, to what do we owe the pleasure of your company?
We're heading for old Lumiere.
Okay, bye.
Hey, come on. Hey, hey. Hey, look. I know we failed before, but look, you doofus. Don't you recognize her?
Of course I do.
And you know what that means. This is our shot. It might be our only shot.
This is your only shot. Out of the question. I will never join you again.
There will be a lot of fighting, though.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's true.
There will be a lot of fighting.
Exactly.
Count me in then.
Good.
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 Yes, good.
Noko's coming too.
Oh, you are?
Non me mercanto al dormir. C'est mon retour, trésorier. Voici le meilleur mercanteur du monde.
As a responsible parent, this is a superb idea. Let us go to old Lumiere.
Wait, have we seen any girl Jestrels? Olga? Do they all have kids? She makes all the babies? Okay. Do you wish to play Minoko's tutorial? maybe? Do I? Wait, what? Oh no, is this my next party member? What? This is one of the bestial wheel pointer forward. Each mask on the wheel upgrades specific skills. The almighty mask upgrades all skills. Upgraded skills are stronger or gain additional effects. Whoops. No! Wrong thing. I'm retarded. Whatever. Harvest never on legs if he is in the party when the Neverons are killed. Oh, that's why you're saying I missed an ability. Enemies with lootable legs have this icon next to their health bar. Defeating them will allow Monaco to learn this Neveron skill. Bestial Wheel is now on a caster mask. Doesn't have any caster skills yet, but defeating the Hellerin will unlock them. Well. Whoops. Do I wait until I can use the next ability? Oh, okay.
A bit of violence, yes.
Damn, level 26, bruh. You okay? Don't raid me. I gotta sleep soon, bro. Uh-oh. Ugh, okay. Is there no way to just see just your favorites? What's the point of being able to mark things as favorites if you can't? Like sort by favorites, no? Square. Oh, favorites. Good job. Looks like all my shot ones. Is that okay? Okay, fuck it. Storms with Lily, how about Tree? I think Lily and me are just chilling. We didn't really do much though. I think Tree hated me after the white woman assault. Okay, should I do, should I progress in this direction first, or should I stay on this continent a little bit more? Wow, such fire. Good for you. Fuck. Who am I supposed to... Who gets the best outfit if I fight? What? Fuck. Wait. What? I was reading chat. Life blooms like a rose with petals soft and frail. What am I? Am I supposed to choose one that sounds the nicest, or? You can do it for all the women. Wow, Lord Pyman, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Does it matter what you choose? Just choose the longest? Okay, based. Is it? Okay. These outfits look good at least. Wow, thank you. What a challenge. Pure? Can I not be having people all fucking bloody? Jesus. Multiple swimsuits? What am I supposed to put the men in if I don't have matching outfits? It's okay, I guess. So these guys they're not Gestrals nor Nevrons? And obviously not humans? Okay. So guys are like Goron wannabes. Okay. Should be down to have a chat about political optics, right-wing conspiracies, and where we've come since early 2000s conservatism. Curious to hear your thoughts. Yeah, sure. Maybe tomorrow. Or the day after. Wow, thanks.
Expedition 65, Aurelian. The Grandis have embraced us with such warmth and hope. What a balm for the soul to know that other beings survived. That we in Lumiere are not alone. It truly is a miracle. The Grandis retreated to higher ground after Nevrons overran their lands. It is bittersweet, but at least the most important parts of their civilization
thanks for the tier
survived.
or the 4 tier 1
Their
subs.
children. Fortunately for them, they do not appear affected by the Gommage the way we are. It is painful knowing our expedition has failed.
Wow, so they just chilled here. Okay, is that where we want to go first, or? Fuck. Thanks. Critical hits, heal videos, and more damage. Awesome. Uh-oh. Cinema time. Oh, never mind. And go back. The Ferris wheel is a small quest, but the other zone is high level. Ooh, hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Wait. Oh, never mind. Don't hold. No more holding.
Well, that will help.
Yeah, of course it will. Stop. Pesky. Yes. Huh. A simple, easy battle for sure. These aren't Chroma enemies, right? Okay, not too bad.
Here we go.
Okay.
Not impressed.
Ah! Fuck you. Good one. Can I do a gradient thing? Nope. Oh, bro, you're dead. I know you think it's a meme, but I sent you an email with sources showing the Blackmagic Studio 6K will not send video over that switch. BM uses proprietary output signals that aren't supported like just standard NDI. You can perma me if I'm wrong. What? The manual literally says it does. Nobody, not a single person yesterday mentioned Blackmagic Studio Cam PoE video. On Blackmagic Studio Cam 6K Pro and 4K Pro G2, their built-in streaming engine Lets you stream video over the internet or a local network via the 10G Ethernet connector. The added streaming functionality means you can connect your studio camera to a remote ATEM switcher using an ATEM streaming bridge. Find my email. You need the BM converters. Did you email contact or did you email like my name? All of the marketing says PoE 10G switch, but it's only combined with their own converters. No. Blackmagic video over PoE. This $50 gadget transform my Blackmagic studio camera.
The Blackmagic Studio cameras come with these super short power supplies, and it almost always means that you need to carry plenty of these around with you to power your camera. Or do you? Because in this video, I'm going to show you how to power your Blackmagic Studio camera with an Ethernet cable. Look, that's the only thing plugged in and powering my camera right now. And this method doesn't use Blackmagic's $955 studio converter. In fact, all you need is this, which cost me just $50, and this, a Cat 6 or Cat 5 cable to power your cameras at distances of up to 320 feet or 100 meters. And this opens up a world of possibilities in terms of where you can place your cameras and what you can do with them, not to mention completely simplifying all of your cable runs. So let me show you how it's done. To give some context to the method that I'm about to show you in a second, let's first talk about the Blackmagic Studio Converter, because this thing is actually pretty awesome, and I realize there will be some people watching this video that have never heard or seen of it before, but it really could transform your setup. Now, my method provides power to the camera over Ethernet, but the Studio Converter is a unit that provides everything to and from the camera over a single Ethernet cable. It's designed to be like a SMPTE fiber workflow you would find in
Hi all, I would like to use 4 Studio Camera 4K Pro and Studio Converters to realize a fully remote control room over an Ethernet IP network. I'm going to much details explaining why I need the solution, but in short, I have a studio far away from the control room up to 1 mile, interconnected with a proprietary Ethernet-based network with enough bandwidth supported for cameras, by the way. 1080p video resolution cameras. Hello, that's a good question for sure. The 10G Ethernet connection from the Studio Converter to the Studio Camera 4K is intended to be a point-to-point connection. It cannot be used through any type of switch. While it is an IP-based signal, it cannot be used in a networking environment. Maybe they just mean it can't go through like a managed. I've never used an unmanaged switch before, but theoretically, wouldn't routing something through an unmanaged switch be basically a point-to-point connection? Oh, where are my networking people? Don't answer that question if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know enough about this to know. Unmanaged switch isn't point-to-point. There are many reasons why. There are many reasons, but the simplest one to consider is all the IP addresses would be the same, causing confusion for the switch. What year is it? Did we run out of numbers? It's a local network. What? It's not like you're. That doesn't even matter. What? I know this won't be the last word on this, but hopefully we'll guide some users in the right direction. Retards Gary. Oh God. I tried to tell you this 2 days ago. You have to buy the $1,000 Studio Pro they sell. Per camera? Oh. Thanks, Gary. I understand that the view of BMD that define these products as P2P, but let me make some hypotheses. I don't want to reverse engineer the communication of the studio camera and the converter, but only understand a possible future. You confirm that the communication is based on IP. I could suppose that the protocol/codec would rely on TCO specification like other BMD products, following the SMPTE RDD35 specs. Oh, of course. I also understand that the firmware of these devices would be locked to work on a specific configuration. Fixed IPs on the NICs, fixed multicast addresses, fixed UDP ports. Why? They're like $3,000 cameras. There must be a way to change these settings. Oh, fuck. Why would you even tell? I'm going to ban you if you're right, actually. I should just go downstairs. I should have went downstairs as when I grabbed when I brought it upstairs and fucked with it. There's no shot. That would be so fucking retarded, bro. There should be like an enforceable by death penalty thing that makes it so if you're on a form factor, it's just one spec. From now on, form factor and like standard has to be like the same shit. Like all USB-C cables need to be the exact fucking same. And then let's just go back to making different cables for everything. Like there's got to be some like fucking tech loser comedy skit where some guy goes to the future and he's like, oh, like I don't have the right cable for my toaster. I just have like a computer cable. I'm like, oh no, bro, we use like power cord C. Like everything plugs into everything. You're like, oh my God, that's so convenient. Yeah. And then the guy goes to like plug his fridge into the wall. It's like, whoa, you're not gonna use that cable, are you? And it's like, yeah. It's like, bro, are you retarded? That's not a refrigerator cable. What do you mean? It fits. No, bro. Haha, that's just the form factor. It fits, but that doesn't mean it works. Well, what the fuck is the point of all the cables fucking fitting if they don't all fucking work? By the way, for the tech retarded people out there, if you ever wonder why it seems like some of your USB cables just aren't working sometimes, what's probably happening is you've put a whole bunch of your USB cables together that are all like type C, meaning they look a certain way, but that doesn't mean that all of them transfer data or transfer data at the same speed or transfer power at the same speed. So if you've ever had like a controller and for some reason your computer's just not recognizing it, you don't know what's going on and you get frustrated and you come back to it later with a different cord and you're like, oh, now it works. It's probably because you're not using a data cord. I hate it's okay. I don't know. I'm just being angsty. Why would you have, but why would you even call it PoE? I don't even know what PoE, whatever. I didn't even know about the standard fucking 5 days ago, so fuck me, I guess. What, like, is this even standard? Like, is this even using like the ordinary, what's the layers? What do you call the bullshit layers? IP, layers, Wikipedia, what are the layers? What are they called? The OSI layers. Is this even like a normal, like, is it even like a normal 2 or 3 thing? Or is this just like a whole new fantastical world of bullshit? Hello, Daniel. I'm unable to discuss much of the design and any future development. However, I will pass along interest in a more user-friendly IP-based system. What I can say is we do use the same token conversion system, very similar to the SMPD vibrating converters for drawing support base. Unfortunately, baloney, the situation on COVID pandemic. What does that mean? Is that an insult for America? Or was there a country called Bologna? 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 Or is this a city somewhere? In Italy? Oh my God. You fucking losers. Sorry, I didn't mean that. What? Hello, Genius BMD users. You're going up to run our 6 4K Studio Pro cameras off the network. I understand that the bandwidth of each camera will be average a little over 6 gigabits per second, and that's why they are equipped with 10 gigabits per second NICs. Whoa, bro, that would be way too high, right? Each camera? If anyone has more insight on bandwidth usage, I'd love to hear it. I also understand that these bad boys can ask for up to 46 watts from PoE plus each. Well, I don't believe there's a single PoE enough power. You realize that these cameras are not using NDI and that the workflow of connecting multiple cameras to a switch is not officially supported. There's no way that there's like hard-coded for video IP is NDI. They use their own bullshit 2110 standard that needs to be converted with box. Wait, would one of those 2110 routers have worked then? Gigabits, not bytes? Even gigabits is, what do you mean? That's still way too much. 6 gigabits per second per camera? That's crazy. Oh, bro, there's no shot I needed one of these stupid fucking things. Oh, you're rage baiting me so hard right now. That's like 800 megabytes per second. That's pretty normal for high res. Maybe for like a totally uncompressed thing, but I don't think you'd ordinarily try to transfer data like that outside of like a display port or HDMI cable or an SDI cable. You'll need a Class 7 or Class 8 Type 4 PoE power supply and burn enough power for the studio camera. If you want to make use of the IP video features, you need to plug into the Blackmagic Studio Converter. If you just want a PoE power supply... Oh, I just bought the most expensive power cabling system in the world then. I should have used extension cables. Wait, does it in this form basically say that each camera has the same fixed IP so that you cannot use a switch? Yeah, but the issue is not just fixed IP. It sounds like the issue is that I don't know anything about the OSI layer bullshit, but it sounds like the however it's like transferring data is using some like proprietary standard where you can't just have like something sitting on the other end, like even like receiving a connection from the camera is what it sounds like. You have to have some converter. I don't even know how or what the fuck. I don't even know. It's like this is too much into networking bullshit for me to even understand why. Hold on. Okay, what did this fucking loser say?
Much bigger broadcast environment, but utilizing much cheaper and more readily available copper Cat6 cabling. And the way it works is you connect up your camera to the converter via a Cat6 cable, and then on the back of the converter itself, you've got all of the inputs and outputs that you need to connect it up to your ATEM, external monitors, and the rest of your broadcast infrastructure. So over one Ethernet cable, you get power to the camera, video output to be able to send your video feed to a switcher, for example, or external monitors, 2 return feeds so that you can send the program output back to the camera operator as an example, time code in and out, reference in and out, talkback, tally, and of course Blackmagic's camera control so that you can do all the shading and the color calibration of the cameras as well, all down a single Ethernet cable. It's seriously impressive, and for individuals and studios that can afford it, it's 100% the way to go because it keeps everything neat and simple with a one cable workflow. But there are 2 things about it that I think can make it even more accessible so that more people can utilize and benefit from this type of workflow. Firstly, the cost. Not everyone is going to be able to afford this at $955 per camera because you do need one for each camera. Secondly, these are very much designed for a professional SDI-based workflow. There's no HDMI inputs or outputs on here, so these are not going to be easy to use with something like an ATEM mini workflow. And so I think there's a huge untapped consumer-prosumer market here for Blackmagic. If they created a Studio Converter HD Mini, something the size of their regular mini converters, or in this case, an ATEM streaming bridge, but they stripped it back to the bare basics, so that on one side it just has the DC power in and a 10G Ethernet port, which would run to the camera, and then on the other side, an HDMI out or an SDI out to be able to go to your switcher. And then they price this at, let's say, $200. I know I'd be picking them up for every studio build that I do that uses HDMI workflows with an ATEM Mini. I know loads of others that would be. I think this would fly off the shelves. Let me know what you think in the comments. Would you buy one for your workflow if Blackmagic did make an HDMI-based studio converter so that you could have a one-cable solution for all of your cameras? Anyway, the reason I brought up the studio converter is because that is what got me thinking. If that device can power the camera over Ethernet, surely there's other devices out there that can too. And after doing some research, I found that the studio converter's Ethernet port provides what's called Type 4 PoE, power over Ethernet, which gives up to 100 watts of power to the device. I found that the Studio Converter's Ethernet port provides what's called Type 4 PoE, power over Ethernet, which gives up to 100 watts of power to the device plugged into it. So I went on the hunt for another device that could do the same, and that's when I found this. It's a PTZ-Link 90-watt PoE++ injector, and it costs just $50 on Amazon. I'll leave a link down in the description below to it if you want to check these out yourself. So how does it work? Well, firstly, you plug this thing into power wherever you've got your Vision Mixer or rack set up. Then you run an Ethernet cable from the PoE port on the injector to your studio camera. Then when you turn on your camera, you've got power. And as I said before, this will give you power for distances of up to 300 feet or 100 meters, all with a single Ethernet cable. Now, if you wanted to, you could pair that Ethernet cable with, let's say, a 300-foot fiber HDMI cable, wrap it in some cable braiding so it's a single core, and then you've got a super clean, super simple, long-distance camera.
Everything's a single cable if you wrap it.
Connection. Finally, you can get rid of all those extension leads. Now, before I give you a quick bonus tip on one of the benefits of using this thing, let me tell you about today's sponsor, Lucid. Lucid.
What the fuck is the point then?
Link is the new way for creative teams to work together on projects in real time without having to download and sync media locally. It's fast, simple, secure, and acts just like a regular hard drive connected to your computer locally, but with all the benefits of a cloud storage solution. Take this footage all 200 gig away and as and when it's on the cloud. As if you were in a computer, it can handle as much data and as many users as you need. Some of your team are working with out-of-date you grant access to. So say full source of truth for those of you that have made it this far into the video, you might notice that there's a second Ethernet port on the PoE injector labeled as LAN. And if you plug that port into your router...
But this is like the key to getting a 10-inch dick. And it's like step 1, have a 5-inch dick. Step 2, get a friend with a 5-inch dick. Step 3, get some duct tape. You too.
Or network switch, it will connect your camera to...
You can rock with the 10-inch Thundercock.
...your network. Now, I haven't been able to test and confirm this next part because the camera that I use is an original Blackmagic Studio camera that doesn't have streaming functionality built in. But what it should mean is that for those of you that have Blackmagic Studio Camera 4K Pro G2s or the Blackmagic Studio Camera 6K, you can now power and stream directly from the camera all via that single Ethernet cable. Imagine this with an A10...
Wait. What?
You might notice that there's a second Ethernet port trial, and let me know in the comments below how you find it. Now, as an added bonus for those of you that have made it this far into the video, you might notice that there's a second Ethernet port on the PoE injector labeled as LAN. And if you plug that port into your router or network switch, it will connect your camera to...
Router? This is a troll. I know that you guys don't fucking say shit like this when Americans aren't watching. Router.
You might notice that there's a second Ethernet port on the PoE injector labeled as LAN. And if you plug that port into your router or network switch, it will connect your camera to your network. Now, I haven't been able to test and confirm this next part because the camera that I use is an original Blackmagic Studio camera that doesn't have streaming functionality built in. But what it should mean is that for those of you that have Blackmagic Studio Camera 4K Pro G2s or the Blackmagic Studio Camera 6K, you can now power and stream directly from the camera all via that single Ethernet cable. Imagine this with an A10 Television Studio HD8 ISO workflow that has the A10 streaming bridges built in. You can now power your camera and stream your feed back to the A10 for it to be then used and mixed into a bigger production all over a single cable. There's so many possibilities for this type of stuff in the future, and I actually feel like we're going to...
Wait, so I don't understand what's the difference between this and the Switch that I bought. PoE, Blackmagic camera, video, Switch. You still need the ATEM? On Blackmagic Studio Cam 6K Pro, their built-in streaming engine lets you stream video over the internet or a local network via the 10G Ethernet connector. Well, that makes it sound like you don't need an extra thing. I feel like you're trolling me. You can connect a smartphone to one of your camera's USB ports and stream directly to the internet using your smartphone's 4G or 5G cellular connection. No, it has to have the ability to do that then. Because if I can connect a smartphone and then stream directly to the internet, then that means it must have... The smartphone is basically serving as like a... basically like a switch at that point, isn't it? Unless there's like some app that you have to download for your phone that does like the conversion or something, no? Or something like that. We'll get to the... Oh, man. No, it's P2P because one phone, one camera. Why, if I got like a managed switch, couldn't I theoretically take in 3 of the same IP addresses? Isn't this literally the whole point of like DHCP and everything? Is to have, like, to be able to dish out like IPs to other things, or to be able to serve, like, to create a network? Isn't this like solved? Is this not like isn't this like... you know what? It's just going to work. It's going to get here, and I'm going to plug it in, and it's just going to work. I know it is. Like, why would you build in all this cringe fuck proprietary, like, interfaces directly to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter? What the fuck? Like, that's so cringe. Like, what engineer was assigned to that sub project? Like, hey, we need to make sure today that you work on this feature and it's ready to ship for some shit that literally nobody will ever in their entire fucking life use this camera for. Like, somebody's about to buy this $3,000 camera and throw a $1,500 lens on it to stream directly to some fucking platform with the camera itself. Like, make sure that it's, like, bug-free, buddy. Like, there's no shot. It's so fucking stupid. Okay. Streaming video. Blackmagic Studio Cam have a built-in streaming engine that enables the camera to stream directly to platforms. That's cringe. You can also connect your studio camera to an ATEM fuck me in the ass switcher on the same Ethernet network or via the internet anywhere in the world using an optional ATEM streaming bridge. When streaming to an ATEM switcher, this setup also includes tally, talkback, and camera. Okay. Below are two examples of trying to connect to an ATEM switcher using an ATEM switcher. Okay, how could you transfer it over the internet to some other streaming bridge? It will work. I am confident that this will work. It's connecting over network. Okay, so it connects into this, goes to the network, comes out of this, goes to this ATEM streaming bridge cringe shit. This does some conversion and then SDI outs. Or this connects over the internet. This isn't gonna work. There's no world. I'm gonna get all the things, I'm gonna connect them to the switch, and then I'm gonna open OBS on the laptop, and I'm gonna go add video source, and nothing is gonna show up, and I'm like, oh, I probably just forgot something. And then I'm gonna spend 2 hours trying to figure out why it's not showing up anywhere. And then I'm gonna realize it's because it's some fucking video stream that can't be decoded by software, and I have to get a separate. Oh my god, no shot. There's no shot that this is real. It's just gonna work. What's the range behind the switch being managed? I bought an unmanaged switch, but this is making it sound like what I bought isn't gonna do anything for me. Hold on, what am I doing? My orders, login. The idea was supposed to be I could plug in all 3 cameras to this switch and then take one Ethernet out to my laptop, and the laptop will just be able to see the 3 other cameras on the network. But these posts now, this is making it sound like that's not how this works. That there would be a conflict, and I could only theoretically connect one thing at a time. Why couldn't I connect? Couldn't I theoretically just buy 3 routers and put them? Like, I don't understand why it has to, I don't understand what the fuck point-to-point means. I don't understand what point-to-point means. What's the whole point of that OSI layer if it's point-to-point? Wouldn't it just be 6 layers then instead of 7? What does it mean? What is a point-to-point connection? That just sounds like you're deleting a layer of connectivity, no? Look at the top image. It suggests it's not point-to-point because it's going into a switch. Yeah, but it only shows 1. Show me multiple. No. Okay, connect a smartphone to your camera's USB-C expansion port using USB-C. This connections are fast streaming anywhere in the world. The ATEM camera ID is a setting your camera's which SDI input your studio camera 6K Pro is connected to on the ATEM switcher. When the camera ID corresponds to the switcher's input number. Okay, don't. Can I have is it possible to make like a virtual ATEM streaming bridge? I'm never doing this. I don't even know why I'm I don't even know why I'm looking this up. I don't even need this. BM cameras and converters with PoE switch in between. As I understand it, using a camera via PoE to the camera converter, self-resolving IP addressing. But if I have, say, only 3 converters but 5 cameras, can I drop a PoE Ethernet switch in between the converters and the cameras, then via static IP addressing, route a given camera to a given converter? Nope. There have been users that tested it to extend by network switch and sort of works as long as the switch is dumb and not managed, but as soon as you connect 2 cams, it fails. It will not be possible to network these cameras and converters. It probably will not be worth your time to figure it out. They are designed to be point-to-point only. I hope this helps. Well, thanks, Gary from Blackmagic Design. Where are all of the supposed professionals yesterday? Where'd these guys go? The email, I linked some Reddit thread. Fuck. Fuck, this whole thing stack, whatever the fuck you want to call this that I designed is not going to work. I have to figure out how to get, I need to go back to like square one and figure out how to get the fuck. Oh my god, I'm so trolled. I'm so actually fucking trolled. I just got rage baited so hard. What was that stupid device that I had initially? Why the fuck can I not see the back of this piece of shit? What was the alternative? The alternative was, oh god, dude, fuck. Pingburn, I think, said his camera people weren't going to be available, so I have to have this, like, I'm like supposed to be providing the equipment for the next set of events, and the first one is, what is the Phoenix one coming up? That's a Pingburn one, right? Or is that an Unfuck America one? Do I need to have the equipment for this? I have to book all this shit. I haven't done anything. Anti-Trump Tour Phoenix. That is my, okay. October 2nd. How many days is that? Okay, 1 week. Okay, so whatever our order has to work. I'm not gonna have time to do returns. Oh my god. Fuck me. What would I even want? Routing and I don't even, ATEM production switchers. This? I don't even know. I need to just ditch this PoE bullshit. Why not use ATEM Mini with fiber HDMI cables? That's all you need. Then just supply power to the cameras normally. Well, one of the things that I wanted to avoid if possible was it would be nice to be able to ingest all of the HDMI feed or all of the camera feeds into the laptop. I don't want to, if I can avoid having to like switch on like a board, because I'm not gonna have anybody, I don't know if I'm gonna have anybody to manually run it. I mean, I probably would need somebody to manually run OBS anyway. I'm just so mind raved right now. ATEM Mini plug-in HDMI. Yes, you dipshit, but the problem is this board is only outputting one of the camera feeds into the laptop at a time. It won't let me, I can't sort through all the video on the laptop. I have to use this fucking thing. I assume we're avoiding NDI here. How does NDI help me? I would have to connect. They don't do NDI. We don't believe in NDI here. Where we're going, there are no standards, just proprietary slop. Okay, back to, well, okay, wasn't I looking at some device that like takes in SDI and outputs SDI, like multiple and multiple? There was a device I was looking at and they talked me out of it. What was it? September 22nd. Was it this shit? This thing. Was it this thing? Oh god, fuck. God, I hate these fucking ATEM boards. What I'm talking about doesn't even make sense. Would you even be able to do that? How would I get multiple camera feeds into a single laptop? Should I just build like a mid-tower or small form factor desktop and then put a capture card inside of it? Theoretically, would that be easier than a laptop? Oh, I need a fucking monitor too. Oh. I don't need a monitor. What if I can remote in? What if I brought a small form factor PC with a remote desktop on it? I can remote in from my iPad. Was this the thing I was looking at? I don't even know if this does what I needed to do. Oh, it was this thing. So this thing could theoretically take in up to 4 signals. And then it could output via SDI. Like it takes in all 4 video signals here. Wait. This is the thing, right? But then what was my solution for getting SDI into my laptop? Because I need to get SDI cables. I thought I had like a thing that had 4 input SDIs and 1 output SDI. And for some reason that works. I don't remember why or how. That one is an Ethernet out? Yeah, but do you think it does over that Ethernet? Do you think it would do video? Okay, hold on. Hold on, maybe we'll... Okay, we can bring this back. This is maybe with this device. Okay, hold on. Let's go. Where are we at? Yeah. Help me. Who are you? Grant. Please help me, Grant. Please, God, help me. Okay, Grant. Blackmagic 2110 IP mini converters support wait, what? The fuck? Mini IP, mini by... Oh, okay, whatever. It's the same shit. Okay, just talk to me about this. It's an Ethernet-based broadcast solution that lets you stream video, audio, and data over network. Blackmagic 29R10G converters you can use to adapt your existing SDI equipment, including cameras, switchers, monitors, and disc recorders to fit into a 2110 IP workflow. Plus, these converters can connect directly to each other, so you can start using 2010 IP without 2110 IP. What do they call it? 2110? 2110? 2110? Without needing any prior IT or networking knowledge. Wow, that's okay, let's go. Okay, Blackmagic 2110 IP mini converters support PoE plus power over Ethernet. So the easiest way to start using your converter is simply connect an Ethernet cable. If after a few moments the link and activity LED on the Ethernet port flash, then it means there is enough power available on the Ethernet cable to power the converter. A good example is connecting to the IP converter 420, which has enough power to power the other smaller converters. There's no way you have to convert to go to the thing, right? So if you see lights indicating the converter is powered on, there's good news. Now you can plug in your video connection. There's no indication. Okay. SDI to the bidirectional. No. This illustration shows a point-to-point connection between two Blackmagic 2110 IP mini converters. Point to point to point to point. The camera SD out is connected to the SDI in on the Blackmagic 2110 IP mini bidirectional 12G, and the Blackmagic IP to HDMI is connected to the HDMI television. Holy... Okay, this is what I need. Please, God. Okay. Can also be powered using the Ethernet connection by a PoE plus network switch or other unit that powers the Ethernet port. So just like this. Okay, this is what I need. This guy. Now connect your two converter. Okay, no. What is this thing? Is this the IP presentation converter? It does not just automatically... What is this called? No, it's just IP converter. Not the presentation converter, but okay. It's just the IP converter. Okay, but where were we? Okay, we don't care about this one. We don't need that shit. We don't have that shit. We don't want that shit. This is our guy. The Blackmagic 2110 IP converter 4x12G power lets you connect 4 2110 IP converters via the 4 bidirectional Ethernet ports. Each connection includes each connection includes program return, talkback, tally, and camera control, plus enough power on each 10 power converters that support PoE. It must be able to go right to the camera. It has to be able to go right to the camera. It must be able to. With power over Ethernet being an important part of some of you are more power than a standard PoE connection can provide. That's where Blackmagic starts power delivery. It's not possible that this can be so fucking cringe. When this is connected to a network switch and used as 4 independent bidirectional SDI to pressing an output button lets you confirm the signal to the corresponding SDI port has been converted into an not available on the network. For example, however, SDI output is connected to the 12G input 1 in your converter. Pressing the button label 1 out will choose that. That's it for getting started. Using an Ethernet switch. If this is your first time setting up a 10G network for streaming ST2110 IP video, there are a few considerations to take into account when getting started. IP media is sent in packets, so it's important to have P2P aware switch to provide the timing information to synchronize the devices connected to the network. The management of the traffic flow is covered by a separate control system named NMOS. Two people in Miami that deal with this.
Hi, I'm Jesse with Midtown Video.
What's up, dude? Oh. Do they sell like... I'm just... Like, look, this guy's camera is plugged right into this thing. That's what it looks like. See? Camera, and then it's going right there. What's going on with that guy? He doesn't have to use that cringe one here. He's just going right in here. That's all I want.
Gearheads, welcome back to BZB TV. This is Nate back here from the tech support team, and today we're going to be doing a series. This is going to be part 1 of our series of our full multi-camera live stream series of between HD and 4K solutions. So today, great solutions. So today we're just going to do a full walkthrough from start to finish setup. We have 2 of our cameras here, our BG Commander joystick, as well as
Bro, the FBI is going to show up and arrest me for assembling a fucking bomb if I walk out with this much fucking gear. I need to dissociate my mind from this fucking PoE bullshit. I can't believe I let them talk me into this. I knew I didn't want to use this shit. I can't believe it. It sounded too good to be true. It is too good to be true. One cable that plugs right into the camera and does everything and then puts it right into the fucking router and just injects video, power, bidirectionality, everything. I knew. That this wasn't going to work. Too good to be true. It can't be. Look at this guy. Camera control. Look. Supports telling camera control data when connected to ATEM. Look, he's connected right to the thing. He's connected right to the thing. Give the first 6 minutes of this video a try.
Today I'm going to go over our portable light.
Bro, kill yours. I'm not buying that shit. I don't think I could pick that up. I would need 3 years of training just to be able to lift that thing off the ground. Jesus. Just use NDI. How? Use NDI how? What are you talking about? I don't think these cameras do NDI. I don't know why you're saying just use NDI. I don't know what that means. Oh, you're going to link me the one device that you've used in your life to recommend me to change every... I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't even know what you're linking me. What is this? Birddog.tv. I don't know what the fuck this is. Look up SDI to NDI converters or anything like that. Fuck, please shut the fuck up. Stop. Don't troll me. I'll do this off stream later. Oh my god. Okay. Look, some sellers do bundles for PoE. Wonder if you could switch the 3 studio. What I just need to go back to what I was doing, what I originally thought of, which is I just need to do 3 SDI outs and then do power independently, and that's it. And then I just need to figure out a way to get all the SDI inputs into the computer, into a laptop. That's what I need to do. What the fuck is this? Studio 6K. Hey, these are my cameras. 10G Ethernet Pro Studios. Wait. What? What's he doing? Oh, he's got one of these big ass fucking... Destiny, we emailed you. Are you one of the guys from yesterday? Your shit won't work. And now I'm realizing it. Now I'm fucked. They're using these three of these things. Okay, wait, what's this guy called? Okay, just show me this. Show me somebody using this and connecting it right to the camera. Please just use this and connect it right to the camera. Please, God. Please, God. Show me it going right to a camera, and then I'll be happy. Just save this. I just need you to save this. Please, God.
Blackmagic Design is excited to bring to you more video converter solutions this spring. Introducing 4 new 2110 IP converter models. Starting off strong, take a look at the 2110 IP
That's what I want. That one.
4X12
Yes.
GPWR.
Okay,
This
talk to
model
me about
is
him.
designed to add SMPTE 2110 IP video to 12 GSDI broadcast equipment.
Okay.
Features a 1. Are you designed with 4 independent bidirectional 12 GSDI to SMPTE 2110 IP video converters
Thanks
using
for all that.
RJ510G Ethernet connections.
Okay.
It can supply high power to each 10G Ethernet connection guaranteed.
That's what I
So you
want.
can connect 4 Blackmagic Studio cameras 6K Pros.
Directly or with a converter? This is just, I just need this answered. Does anybody in the audience own this device? I just need to talk to one person that has this thing. Hold on. Does this connect? Hold on. He's going to show me. Just show me this thing. I just want to see this guy connected to a camera. Please, God, please.
All at the same time. Next up is the 2110
I don't
IP
want
Mini
to have to buy
Bidirect
this.
12G converter.
No, no
this
buy
model
shit.
is designed to connect broadcast cameras to SMPTE 2110 IP systems.
Okay.
This means it handles the SDI camera feed and
Yeah,
the SDI
but I don't want that, 'cause I'm
program
taking-
return. It also has a 5-pin X.
Yep, okay, we don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that.
Into SMPTE.
Just show me.
160 project.
Nope,
EMI
definitely not this
video,
guy.
microphones and PA systems.
Okay, hold on, please. Show me. Oh my God, you've got it. You got it. Okay. Oh my God, yes. Please, weird Japanese writing person. Please, God. I just need to see this guy, this little bro going right into the back of that device. Please, God. Please, God. Please, God. Please, God.
今までよくご紹介している、
Yes. Oh.
ブラックマジックの
Okay.
スタジオカメラ。こちらですね、LAN ケーブル1本で
Yes.
SDI のインプッ
No.
ト、アウトプット、
Yeah,
タリー、
no, fuck
カ
all
メラ
that
コン
shit.
トロールできます。よく紹介したじゃないですか。
Okay,
で
yeah.
これが
Show me.
スタジオコンバーターと1対1で
Show me what it goes
っていうのがあり
into.
ました。で、これがですね、この
Wait a second. What's that other cable
Yep.
connected in though? What else do you have plugged in
で、
there?
これがですね、
What the fuck is that cable? That looks like a power cable. Does he have power plugged into this?
カメラコン対ですよっていうのがありました。で、これがですね、この IP コンバーター4
Yeah, thank you for
412G
yeah,
パワー。
oh
これ
power.
です。これを使うと、
Okay,
これ
show
も
me.
裏側に来
Show
ま
me.
すけど、
Okay,
こ
show
れ
me.
これがですね、これは
Not that thing. Not that thing.
これがスタジオカメラから、
Okay.
ス
Yes.
タジオカメラから来ている線。ちょっとごちゃご
Yeah,
ちゃしてま
that
す。
thing goes right to
これが
the.
4つあるんです。
That goes right to the
なの
camera.
で 12×4 っていうのはこういうこと。スタジオコンバーターが、ね、このスタジオカメラから
Oh, he pointed at it. He pointed at both of them.
映像を受けたり、電気を供給したりする、これが4つ入っているということですね。もう、マルチカムの時に、スタジオコンバーターをいっぱい買わなくてもいい。4カメまでならこれ1台でいいという機体です。
How do you solve a problem like dermatitis?
We don't care about that
今ま
problem
で
right
よ
now,
く
house.
ご紹
Discover with us. No! Why did he have all the things? Not these things. Oh, not these guys. Oh, wait. Is he even using cameras? Or is this like... Okay, that's... I don't... Okay, he's doing something else. Okay, you.
It's Sean Lamb here for streaming media producer at NAB 2024. I'm at the Blackmagic booth with Bob, and today we're going to talk about SMPTE 2110. So there's a whole rack here of products, but before we go into the minutiae of detail, we probably actually won't go too deep in it. Let's have a bit of an overview. What is the standard, the SMPTE 2110 standard?
Sure. So it's a way to move video across the IP networks, right? And last year we introduced a couple
Not these. Oh, okay.
products that help people take video and turn it into a SMPTE 2110 signal, so you can send it through Ethernet and then bring it back to baseband to a monitor or to a display or into an edit system. So we started with those products last year, but one of the things that we wanted to do, and those were HD products, this year we wanted to be able to move 4K signals the same way, right? A lot of people have 10 gig Ethernet back.
Can you explain why you want to buy those converters? Because if I'm buying 3 converters to go to one box, at that point, I might as well just be taking an SDI out directly from the camera. The goal was to simplify the amount of cabling that I'd have to do, and ideally to simplify the number of devices or whatever I would need, or at least have everything right next to my laptop. But if I have to buy like 3 converter boxes, and then all 3 converter boxes also need like, there's just so much extra shit at that point. What the fuck? There's no point in that at that point.
Phones. And so what we did was we created our own IP
Today
codec so
I'm
that we're
gonna
able
go
to move
over our
4K down
portable-
10 gig, right? So this year we have some new products.
Oh my God.
Live streaming rig, and why we went from the 4-channel ATEM SDI to the 2M Constellation. I'm going to start with exterior. We got the 8U SKB case. Why we chose this one specifically is the multi-view output. We do have the 2 multi-view outputs actually moving for RTMP, YouTube, it records the 2 SDI, and they do both work at the same time. The inputs were used typically for their computers, another monitor, and we got computer rating from that going back. Much for the front side. Now let's jump to the back side and I'll show you everything that we got going on back there, which is a lot. This is the back side of the same SKB case. We actually revamped all the cable management thanks to computer guys in Modesto, California, where you control audio from the camera. They're going into the switch. They're all externally. Right next to that, we got 4 Cat6 4 cables to be able to be controlled via the app or the software on the computer. It's got 2 headphone jacks, which make it easy for multiple XLR cables in if we're not doing audio from the camera and we're coming externally. Right next to that, we got 4 Cat6 ports. 3 of them are going as inputs that are going into the switch. They're all PoE. So if we have PTZ cameras, they can all be plugged in right there, simply and thinly without rummaging. That's coming from our sound card.
Okay, back to this guy. Save me.
That have the 10 gig Ethernet built in to move the data across, right? So like the camera, you can come out of the camera's 10 gig. You can go to our new monitor, our new audio monitor. We have a new IP converter here. Yep. So it's converting those signals back into baseband so you can bring them into a switcher or whatnot, right? And we also had to create our own Ethernet switch, but the switch is really designed for video. It's not really your traditional Ethernet switch. It's a switch designed for video so that you have that front display similar to like a video router, because we realize that not everybody's IP centric, but they want to be able to move images long distances, and this is a great way to do it. And the compression that we're using, this 2110 IP codec that we've created, is going to be open source, so anybody can add it to their products.
And so what that means too, right, because there's different flavors of the standard. There's other hardware out there.
Come to us, but it's going to be a free codec, so they don't have to license it.
Starting off the cameras, which cameras support the 2110 flavor that you guys have?
Sure. So the new Pixis camera and the new Cine camera 12K have 10 gig Ethernet ports on them already. And we also have the other devices to turn it in from one to the other, right? So we have a couple new boxes that came out at the show that you could plug the SDI in and then turn it into the SMPTE 2110 to move it across to another receiver, for lack of a better term, so they can monitor it somewhere else. So we have a lot of components there, so you can get going, right? So it's not like you're stuck. You can use it. And again, those SDI signals could be anything. They don't have to be our camera. So
talk to me a bit about the compression that's on that signal, because it's not an uncompressed signal.
It's not uncompressed, but we're using about 8 pixels. I mean, it's a very, very light compression, especially if you're going less than I think, like if you're doing 30 frames or less, and there's 0 compression, and then we use a little bit when we have to do 60 frames per second, but it's negligible, and that's part of the SMPTE standards. It's not supposed to be heavily compressed, but so we conform to the standard, but we created this codec to make it a little bit more nimble to move these 4K images down 10 gig without having to expand to 25 or 100.
What are some of the use cases? Who's likely to adopt SMPTE 2110 products that you guys have?
I think, well, a lot of broadcasters could use it if they're doing remote work, and I think that we're going to see, I always say that when we come to the show, we find people are going to use it for something we didn't even think of, right? But, even in houses of worship, they want to move the signal across campus to somewhere else, they could use that and know that they're not going to get a degraded signal on the other end, right? So I think that we'll see, and we're hearing a lot of good conversations now about different use cases that people have, but really it's just anytime you need to move a signal from one place to another that you can't run a cable to, and you can do it through the Ethernet, well, we have the ability. But it's also 16 ports of 10 gig, which is just plenty. So what we did here with the Ethernet switch was to basically make it look like our router panel, so that it works the same way, where you go to the in and you pick a source and you can dial through and find out what you have, and then you can tripping of the program output to get all the full camera control.
Blackmagic Design has a wide range of SMPTE 2110 IP video products that support Ultra HD using low-cost 10G Ethernet. And now, they've expanded their 2110i, the highest quality convert between any equipment with SDIO connect and the USD to AD with SDI to HDMI of 10 in sync with T.
There's nobody on the internet has a video with this. Nice.
New video hubs, new ATEMs, new video monitors, audio monitors, a whole new DaVinci Resolve, replay units. The list is endless. Blackmagic has just done the mother of all product drops at us, ready for the start of. So they started off by actually saying they've created a brand new codec, because one of the problems that they were facing was that. And so they created a bunch of these new products to suit that and to use that codec as well. So they already released this, which is the Blackmagic 2110 IP Converter 3G. That doesn't support up to Ultra HD, it only supports 1080p. But these new products do. So the first one they came out with was the Blackmagic 2110 IP Mini IP video dotted around. The second one, 12G, this does exactly the same thing, but for SDI. So you plug your 10G Ethernet connection in on one side, and then you get a bidirectional connection on the other in terms of for SDI. So you can go SDI in and then convert that to 2110 and put it on the network, or you can send a 21, so support PoE as well. So you can include power, because obviously power can be carried down the copper cable. They also created these fiber versions for those times when you need to do longer runs, and so copper cable wouldn't be sufficient enough. You can then use fiber with these SFP modules. They can't carry power down them, so they don't include power. But you've got so you can get the same things, but in a rack. And actually, they've got a rack version here, which is you can connect up to 4 devices. So it then puts 4 video feeds on the network, as an example here, and a 8 device version for fiber as well. I'm not going to go into these too much because I don't really think it's for. And a 8 device version for fiber as well. Not going to, it then puts 4 video feeds on the network.
Not going to go into it. This is what I have. I don't know why I'm looking through this. Okay. It's I don't check your email. If you're only the contact one, that gets forwarded to me. Hold on, Jesus. I'm not even logging into that one right now. I'm too lazy. I'm fucked. I'm just fucked. I'll wake up tomorrow. I just need to rebuild it as an SDI. That's what I need to do. That's what I should have done initially. Fuck! I know that's what I should have done initially. And I tried to shortcut it. And then I fucked myself. Blackmagic Studio Camera Workflow with IP2110. What is this? Wanting to interface Studio Camera 4K Pro with a Constellation 8K. This seems to be the best solution. What is a Constellation 8K? Do I even know? Do I care? It's an Ultra HD live production switcher. But you'll need a converter. I'm glad you confirmed. An update for these models is to be decided. This is, oh, look, this is me. He's in the past. Hi, everyone. I recently got a Blackmagic 2110 IP converter 4x12G and paired it with Blackmagic Studio Camera 4K Pro G2. To my surprise, I found that I couldn't receive any video feed over the Ethernet cable coming out of the camera, only power it via PoE. During the 2024 NAB presentation about 9 months ago, Grant Petty mentioned that SMPTE 2110 support for the studio cameras would be added via software update in just a few weeks. Unfortunately, I've got some bad news for you, dipshit. Hey everyone, to my surprise, Blackmagic's official Instagram post says that means you can now choose an SDI or 2110 IP for the foreground input, giving you a wider range of options for compositing, including footage from cameras with 2110 IP such as Blackmagic. Wait. So what's the truth here? Only the Studio 6K Pro. That's the one I have. Wait, the firmware for 2110 support has not been released yet. but we expect soon, February 6th. When was the last firmware? Hold on. It is expected in a firmware. Firmware update. Firmware update. Blackmagic Studio Pro 6K 2110. April. $6K Pro. Any Studio Camera Pro running on this 2110 software will not be able to connect to a Blackmagic Studio converter via 2110 unless it has been updated with this software build as well. Wait a second. Okay, hold on. Hi, Gary. Frankly speaking, I'm a bit amazed and shocked by the approach of your company. Ooh, Hive Media? Not happy. Uh-oh. Why the fuck does this nut job say we have video from Destiny at 2:08?
On tape. Us that you would expect after someone was publicly executed in broad daylight in front of 3,000 people. But in no way did that trigger man, that assassin in the brown shirt with the sunglasses act alone. We have video now from Destiny that shows the handoff of this remote detonator.
Grabs something, probably the lavalier. Puts it in his pocket.
Distract from the fact that there was no shooter. We had John Cullen on the program last week, and he made a great point about ballistic acoustic.
Oh, maybe Destiny's like one of their on-the-ground black female reporters or something? Okay, sorry. As a person is okay, guys, I have a question. I bought a Blackmagic device. That's my device that I want to buy, and all I can do is supply power via twisted pair. That's not good. That's not what I want. Which I bought 2 of them for 1850 euros per camera. So I now have a power supply for 4 cameras for 2,200 euros. When do you plan to make new firmware for the camera without the function? Okay, okay. Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's the 9.4 beta we were reading about. Okay. Anyone knows here, after that update, can we use a Decklink IP to capture and control Blackmagic Studio programs using only Ethernet cables connected to an ordinary Ethernet switcher? Oh my god, they're speaking to me! They're typing to me right now! That BMS converters appears to convert Ethernet to SDI, but I'm looking for a pure Ethernet setup. The 9.4 beta adds support for 2110 to the studio cameras, but now with the latest camera update from Blackmagic, 2110 support is not available anymore. Why is that? Wait, hold on. Our release software and firmware does not include beta code. You can still install the beta release for that functionality. Oh, okay. You'll need a proper Ethernet switch supporting NMOS properties to connect the camera and Decklink IP. You'll need NMOS control to make the route. You could connect the camera to the Decklink IP, making sure an IP address has been properly defined for both. The camera output should appear input 1 of the Decklink. This is just referring to a capture card, right? Camera could be tricky in a direct connection. RAS control would be possible using the Ethernet switch connection of the cells. So if I get, how does this thing, these dog shit ass fuck pictures, I'm just curious. So I can take in, okay, so these cameras will connect now with that firmware update. The cameras will connect here for power and video. Once it's in here, can I use the Ethernet port to transfer the video, all the video to the laptop, or no? Or would I have to take these SDI outs? So I'd need to find a way to take, so now I'm back to Blackmagic Facebook post. Today we announced this beta jet support to the Blackmagic Studio connected to the Blackmagic Studio converter or the 2010 IP converter. That means you can connect all the camera with one signal, Ethernet cable, camera feed. Yes, 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 yes! In addition, the update adds improvements to network function on the Blackmagic Studio camera Pro models. Improvements to lens support. Okay. Okay, but... Okay. So I have to... Okay. Okay, hold on. Sanity check. Is this still worth it? Because I have to bring this piece of shit with me now. What am I fighting for? What are we doing this for? What is the point of this? I am... But at that point, why use this $2,000 box if you're just using SDI? Yeah, what the fuck is the point of that? It's just to not have to run power cables? That's retarded. Okay. I need 50-foot SDI cables. And I just need to figure out how to bring three SDI connections simultaneously into a laptop. That's what I need to do. Because everything else was... Oh my god. Fuck me. External PCIe hookups you could use. Oh, I don't know if I can... Connecting multiple SDI cameras to laptop. I don't want to switch her. God, do I have to? I do. I am just gonna have to fucking suck my own dick and get a switcher, huh? Like whatever this is, 8 years ago? God, I wish. Something like this is okay, but this is a multi-view, meaning it's going to take it's just going to show me all 4 inputs. I'm so confused as to why you want 3 cameras if you aren't going to be switching them. I want to be able to switch them on the computer instead of having to use a separate board. Like right now, I have actually I guess right now, like theoretically I could have 3 different. I don't even know, bro. Do I have them? I don't even have my. Fuck. Oh, I'd have to go. I don't have all my shit set up. You can control the switchers from the computer. Yeah, but it'd be nice to avoid the whole separate question, the whole separate thing. I don't even know if I just spoke a real sentence. I just need an ATM thing. It's literally the thing that's built for exactly what I'm looking for. I need an ATEM SDI input mini. This is whatever the fuck device comes up is exactly what the fuck I need. It's this piece of shit fuck motherfucker. One, two, three, four inputs, and then 2 outputs. So my question is, what cameras were the video over IP professionals using that do support this? I think that I don't know much about it other than the very small work I do with NDI. Like right now, I'm using it to send. NDI is just like this nice standard that everybody uses to transmit video over networks, and it's what everybody uses. And I think all the guys from yesterday assumed that if these cameras did video over Ethernet, they just assumed that it was NDI video. And if it's an NDI video device over a network and you've got some device that has like NDI software on the receiving side, you can set things up to just receive the video via NDI, but it's not NDI. It's some proprietary Blackmagic ball suck signal. And since it's a proprietary Blackmagic signal, that means it has to be decoded by some Blackmagic device.
How can you call it a movement when you have no motion? You can't call it a movement because you have no motion. None of these niggas have motion except for me.
Nice. I guess 1080p 60 is fine. I don't necessarily need to do 4K, I guess, huh? Cameras are a little wasted, but that's fine. This is only... None of these ATEM boards output 4K, I'm guessing, right? It's whatever. Okay. So... I'm going to be using an ATEM SDI. What the fuck is the difference? Ooh, extra buttons. Okay, sorry. HD video output 1080p 60 is the highest. With both of them, right? I just need the ordinary one. Why not the IP to HDMI with 3 HDMI capture cards? Dog, think about what you're saying. That means that for every camera, there's going to be one power cable to the camera. Then there's going to be an Ethernet cable to a converter box, and then an HDMI cable to a inline capture card, and then a USB from the inline capture card to a Thunderbolt box, and then from a Thunderbolt box to the laptop. Why? Stop! I just need this. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm talking to myself. I'm just mind fucking myself. It's 3 SDI cables to this. I need a singular output. Is the pro worth for this? It's saying computer interface 1 USB Type-C 3.1 for webcam out. Does that mean I can just connect this to my laptop via USB-C? Because that would be easy, I guess. ATEM SDI Pro ISO. This is probably what the fuck I need. ATEM SDI Pro ISO supports for direct live streaming using RTMP over Ethernet or a shared mobile internet connection over USB-C. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is everything so fucking weird? Using USB or Ethernet connection directly connected to Mac includes... That's for software updates. It shows up as one webcam in OBS, and you push buttons to change it. If you want 4K into your laptop, that's what the in-between box is like the Ultra Studio. No, shut up. We don't care about that. I don't care about 4K. Okay, hold on. I just need to see a video to make sure this thing does what I wanted to do. And then I'm... ATEM, SDI, Pro, ISO, 2, PC.
Hey everybody, welcome to a new show.
What
It's called
up?
Terry's Tech Tips and Troubles. We're going to start with, and we did with the help of Blackmagic themselves. This
What, bro? What is all this AIDS converter dongle shit?
little guy, the Atom Streaming Bridge, was released, and nobody really knows what
Atom?
it does. If you watch the presentation, they actually don't mention the most important feature of this, which is with this device, this one right here, you can finally record into the Atom Mini Pro ISO, get all your recordings, and then also get that same stream into OBS on a separate computer. Enough talking, let me show you how we actually do it. Let's look at the actual devices themselves, and you'll see I'm actually using one right now to run the show. So we are running the Atom Mini Pro ISO, and I'm actually going to show you how to get into this laptop. So first and foremost, you have to have a nice Atom Mini Pro, right? So the Atom Mini Pro, you'll see in the back here, there are different
Might be,
ports.
hold
Now,
on,
one of these
I don't know why I
ports
say
is an
it.
Ethernet cable, which can plug directly into your laptop, for example, and you can control it through the Atom software, which I guess I can just open up and show you because this is a pretty loose show. Magic, and this will be sped up. So if you go into your ATM setup, no ATM found. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug it directly into the computer via Ethernet. And if we do it right, there should be... Boom, there we go. So the Atom Mini Pro ISO does show up via that. Here's the problem. I can't then go into OBS and simply activate it because it actually doesn't throw the signal in. All it does is allow me to use the switcher software itself. It's launching the control. Boom, this is all that the Ethernet cable allows me to do. You'll see I can record stream, which I'm already doing over the top here. That's with this little button that's built in. And we'll do an overview video. This is more just to answer the question of how the hell do I get this in OBS? Because so many people are asking. So this has a record function, which you can see it's recording right now across the other camera. But that's all I can do. Why? Because this stream recording does so through this USB-C cable, which is plugged directly into this USB-C SSD drive. Which means, and the problem with that is that OBS is expecting to get the Atom via that same cord. So we have a problem in that there's not enough outputs on here. If there were two
Oh, so you could do that? You could just plug that USB cable right into that? I just need to see that. Don't buy before watching this.
Don't buy an ATEM switcher before watching this.
Okay.
A lot of people go out and buy the cheapest live streaming switcher they can find and are quickly disappointed that the ATEM switchers can't function a certain way. Here's
Okay.
3 things that you should think about before buying the ATEM, and if you
Tell
stick
me.
around to the end, I'll help you make the best decision when
Thank
picking
you.
out an ATEM Mini live
Help
streaming
me.
switcher. The first thing that you should consider with the ATEM switchers is output. And I don't just mean the fact that it outputs a 1080 HD signal, but I'm talking about the amount of outputs and the amount of screens that you'll want to send a signal to. I've seen time and time again people posting to Facebook groups asking how to get both the program feed, meaning your live feed, as well as the multi-view feed, meaning the view where you can see all of your camera inputs.
Nope,
in the
don't
multi-view
care about
boxes
that.
as separate HDMI
Nope,
signals
don't
coming
need
out of
it.
the ATEM Mini
Nope,
Pro or ATEM
cringe.
Mini Pro ISO. Newsflash, they only have one HDMI output,
Good.
and while this is something anyone could easily determine from looking at the product page, it's quickly overlooked because of the attractive sticker price. Here's the fix, and there's a few of them, so stick with me. They're all going to cost you a little bit more. Since the ATEM Mini Pro and Mini Pro ISO only has one HDMI output, you have to start considering the other outputs. And no, you cannot just take an HDMI or USB splitter to it and get a second output. The ATEM can send program or multi-view to the HDMI output. The ATEM will also send program to the USB output so that you can either record on a hard drive or send it into a computer as a USB webcam signal.
Oh, that's what I want to hear. Show me, just show me that.
Finally,
I just need to
the
see
ATEM
it.
can send the program feed using the built-in encoder out over the Ethernet port. So to recap, the HDMI output is the only output on the ATEM where you get an either/or option between the multi-view and the program feed. The USB connection and the Ethernet connection offer program out only. By default, the only way that you can get multi-view output from the ATEM is through the HDMI output, so you're stuck with that being your multi-view output no matter what. However, there's still ways to get HDMI output of program feed. You could use the Blackmagic streaming bridge,
Nope.
which connects to the ATEM Mini Pro
Nope.
using Ethernet. Using the ATEM's built-in encoder,
Absolutely
you can encode the program feed
not.
to go out over the Ethernet port into the streaming bridge, which then converts it back to HDMI and SDI
Absolutely
outputs.
not ever doing that.
Directly to a computer to
Wait, okay.
put on the ATEM free for multi-view. Additionally, if you're not concerned with recording directly to a drive, you can output the program feed directly to a computer to record with OBS and stream simultaneously. Or if you truly need HDMI output, you can get a UVC to HDMI converter, but it will have a slight lag. Two
Don't
popular
want
companies that make them include OBSBot and
Don't want
RGB Link,
that.
and I'll be sure to link to those and the streaming
But the
bridge
USB
down
thing
below this video
works.
if you want to check them out. They'll cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $150, and the streaming
Don't
bridge is about
care.
$250
Don't
with the added
care.
capability of both SDI and HDMI out simultaneously. Plus, it still leaves your HDMI and USB ports free since it uses the Ethernet port. A bonus way that you could get a fake multi-view out of your ATEM Mini Pro is the method that I used when I originally bought the ATEM Mini Pro before graduating to larger switchers, and that is to grab yourself the ATEM 156 monitor from CTEK. It's a 15-inch monitor with 4 HDMI input or input into a recorder like the Atmos.
Bro, no. Please,
A lot of
God.
people miss this one and
Okay.
to buy additional equipment. The second thing to think about with the ATEM is being able to send feeds to external screens and projectors. A lot of people miss this one, and similar to the first consideration, they just buy based on sticker price. Let's say you want to have your monitor for multi-view, but you also want to be able to send a video feed like some PowerPoint slides to a television or projector. This means that you need 2 outputs. The ATEM Mini Pro and Mini Pro ISO only has 1 HDMI output, so again, you run into a similar conundrum. Truth be told, this typically means it's time for an upgrade, and you probably need the ATEM Mini Extreme or ATEM Mini Extreme ISO. The big difference is whether or not you just need the program recordings, or if you need to have ISO recordings of every camera input. Either way,
No.
you're getting a second HDMI output that can be switched independently of
Don't
the first.
care.
This means HDMI output 1 can be your multi-view output to
Don't
any and even better, you now gain a macro keypad on the ATEM feeds. You can easily do that. It's like having 2 switchers.
Number
in one.
3.
The third and final piece worth considering when buying is what I call the bundling issue. And this is really the one where they get you. Just like if you go to a fast food place to order a burger, it's pretty rare that you won't order fries and a drink with it. When you buy the
Okay.
ATEM, there's a whole bunch of things that you kind of need with it to function well. For starters, you'll need a monitor so you can see your multi-view and have a clue what you're actually doing. Second,
Cringe.
you'll need some method of recording your live stream, whether it be directly to SSDs or to a Ninja or Video Assist recorder. Additionally, you'll need plenty of cables, which by the way, if you weren't prepared for this, HDMI cables aren't very useful beyond 25 feet, and you'll need to use either HDMI fiber or convert to an SDI signal. And finally, you'll eventually
True.
wind up needing an audio mixer or some way to get audio feeds into your switcher. I realize that ATEM has 2 3.5mm inputs, and you could run audio through your cameras, but if you're juggling more than one microphone, you really should consider an audio mixer or USB power if needed. Just be sure that you know what you're getting into before diving in.
Okay. This ATEM SDI Pro should work fine. Or can I just use the ATEM SDI ordinary one? What's the difference between the Pro and the ordinary one? Do they both send me something over USB? USB-C streaming / webcam output. This is it. Just this. And then 3. I need this. I need SDI will go 50 feet, no problem, right? How long can unpowered SDI cable? I don't think you can have an active SDI cable. Okay. This is fine. Okay. So 3 SDI cables. Josh Jan's right-wing Twitter account has been removed. Was that the shooter or the shooter's friend? Was it really right-wing? You could still power over Ethernet if you wanted to carry your switch around, LOL. How would I even get power over Ethernet? Oh, with that stupid fuck switch. Is it worth it actually? No, most people can just plug their cameras in. There should be power. Everywhere. Do I want to do that? Can you buy batteries? Blackmagic cameras? The level of enriched uranium that I would need to carry around to power those cameras for more than 45 minutes off of battery power is probably illegal in any non-nuclear proliferation treaty abiding country. Those things suck juice like crazy. Yeah, I could use the PoE actually to power them and just tape the cables. Because why not? It's all going to be running to this shit anyway. Okay. Jesus. Blackmagic ATEM SDI switcher. The basic bitch one. This motherfucker right here. On Amazon. This guy right the fuck here. Easy. Right? Right. SDI goes in the back. USB goes in the laptop. Fries go in the bag. This has a USB out in the back. I don't know why there's an A next to that when it looks like a C port. Maybe it's, I don't know. Who cares? Okay. Maybe it's just labeled that way, whatever. USB-C 2.0 interface. That's not like gonna fuck me, is it? The Pro had 3.1. Fuck it. Oh, good job. You fucked me. I'll take the Pro. Nice. Fuck my shit up, fam. I think this uses a higher USB-C standard. Can I get a response to my question before you go? Just really curious, Stockmate. What is your question? Just come to why not use the latest iPhone Pro with an external mic and battery bank? I'm looking to have at least 2 cameras, if not 3. So unless I have 2 or 3 phones somehow working together, that's not going to work. External mic is going to sound like shit. I don't know how I'm going to sync all the video footage or sync the audio from the different camera. Like this, no. Stop. But I love you. So the feed switching is controlled by the ATEM device? Yes. It just means I'm going to need somebody running video. I should have that at every event, right? I can just pull a fan, push the button. Okay. I need this. Add to cart. Okay. I need how many 50-foot SDI cables have I fucking bought? I don't know how many I have downstairs. SDI. 75, 75. 55. Okay, I should have enough downstairs. Okay. This is everything? Should I buy like cable fucking ball scrunchers? Is there like a wrap to put around things to hold cables together? What are they called? Bongo ties? Is that what they're called? Alright, I'm not getting anything. What are you using for internet? I don't even know, bro. I haven't even ordered a laptop yet. But now my laptop can be much simpler because I don't need to do some complicated multi-video feed switching bullshit on the laptop, I guess. So, fuck all that shit, I guess. MSI stealth. Okay. Oh, somebody recommended this. This should be like totally fine, easy, no problem. This guy. Holy overkill. It is overkill. Is there any chance that I can get... I thought Macs were geared towards more media / creative stuff like this. What's the fucking Mac? What's the latest Mac bullshit? What's it called? Oh, cable sheath. Oh, thank you, brother. M4 Pro. I have all the other Apple cuck shit, so I mean. But would I really want to get all this shit? Fuck. Because I've never used Apple anything before. Like, I'm used to Total Mix and all the Army software. I'm used to all of it on a PC. Do I really want to get all this shit? I can't be fucked with. I'll be murdering people at my events. I'll be so pissed off. I know I'll be triggered. Okay. 1/2 inch expandable braided sleeving should be plenty fine for what I'm doing, right? I think so. Yes. Okay. Okay, I'll pull the trigger on this when I finish sharing. Fuck. Was I close to a boss or something? Okay, hold on. Let me just go to the bathroom. 1 sec. Fuck me. Fuck! Okay, I need somebody. I just need a laptop that will work. I don't think I need that laptop, right? This. Oh, he got a new skill. Just to trigger you, I wanted to let you know that these exist. Blackmagic Decklink IP capture graphics cards? I wouldn't be able to use this with like a laptop. A mid MacBook will literally do everything productive better than the most expensive Windows laptop. Literally the only reason why Windows laptops priced above 2 gigs is for fucking gaming. Is that true? What's like the cheap MacBook or whatever I should get then? That'll just stream and record a 1080p video. The software and shit is considered it's Unix based. Oh, it's Unix based. Oh, well thanks, bro. That's an important part of my workflow. Can I dual boot into my favorite distro too? Once again, asking how you're doing audio in on a laptop. I don't know, USB? Do MacBooks not have fucking USB cables? The baby face or whatever should be able to connect through Thunderbolt, right? I imagine. Buy the cheapest one. Link me down in Discord. Does this guy just like want a thing? I swear to God, if this chick can't just cast some fucking fire magic to melt the ice, then fuck you. Okay, good. Wait, does this do something? Oh. Wait, have I been missing areas by not breaking shit like this? Holy. Yes. Wow. This was the reason I came here? You... There are some rocks that you need to find 4 gestural children to break first. Talk to that guy in camp later. I think I might have 4 kids. Oh, oh my God.
Nice.
Esky. Oh God. All these fuckers are gonna want to chat. How many kids? How many? How many? How many? 1, 2, 3? Oh fuck. Do I only have 3? Yikes. The Draven haircut.
Okay. Momo is then. You sure you don't? That armband looks nice.
Yeah.
I mean, can you call it a disaster expedition? All the other ones died first.
What's up with you? So, you want...
Maybe.
You barely have arms.
Ouch.
Not true. Anyway, I want a headband.
Your head is humongous.
I have a big brain.
All right, Monsieur Big Brain. I'll see what I can do.
I don't like that I picked English as the language, and sometimes they mix fucking French in.
Happy now.
Not good. Do I find out what these relationship levels do at some point? Like, are we gonna bang?
More present. Oh, I got, but I didn't see a present. How's my favorite patat? Oh, because you've taken a real shine to my L.
Ooh, pedo jacketing.
So tell me, patat too. I don't believe you. Don't tell Minoko I said this, but... And you know there are more lost Gestrels out there. Meh? No? It's not all... All right. Minoko's all grown up now. So...
Nude scene in the next 5 minutes? I didn't even get a relationship thing?
More present. Oh, but I didn't see a present.
Am I supposed to go back to, like, where this guy's hut is or whatever?
Is Gold... What do you think? Yeah, but defying Golgra wasn't Noko's idea, was it? Noko would have got... Bah!
I see you got stronger.
Well, I didn't spend the last few years hiding in the mountain.
The mountain where a Pellerin cut you in half and you cried for my help.
Yeah, the mountain where a Stalak stomped you.
You want...
Well, unlike Jestra...
Cow.
Have you seen her?
In the mountains, I have learned...
I've missed our little excursion. Yeah.
These guys are professional mutual rage baiters.
Sure do. We got our art.
And this one time we tried to swim to the red...
Oh yeah, it turns out living inside a snake's belly is possible when you're mortal. Remember that time when you...
Well, someone conveniently good time.
Ask you the god. Let's see how you read someone sending stuff into the voice. I mean, I read, if it's important, it gets passed to me from my contact one. You can send it to my name at gmail.com. I might have just read it and archived it. I don't remember.
Really?
They've got that.
What did the bell?
Ringing the bells, although it only...
Well, now.
Yeah.
What is like your max relationship level? How much do I need to talk to these fuckers?
Eskia would be horrified that we're throwing stones into the lake.
Or he'd be super happy because we're...
Oh, so they're like...
Exactly.
Patrons. That's kind of dark.
Would that make you Lumiere then?
I'm launching them on stone, knowing...
No.
You get it.
Yeah.
That does...
Is that what you're writing in your notebook all the time?
It's not all...
Emo
like
kids.
what you write about. You don't...
Mostly poetic Actually, writing is cathartic for me.
Can I see?
No. Ugh.
Do I get to read yours?
Oh my god.
Yeah, but I...
Okay, fine. I'll let you read.
Oh, they definitely are banging soon.
Be kind, though.
In 2 years, I mean. Oh my god.
Don't worry. He's not.
And the bell?
A gift from
This is
the
the
Grandis.
Pete girl, right?
Amazing.
I'll stick to my swords.
If we combine this with Pictos, could we selectively use...
Okay, you seem busy.
16 is legal in France. Do you think the game was written that way intentionally?
I've been wondering, why stay on the continent alone?
I did. I went back. Helped with the rebuild. After the fracture, we didn't have
Things must have been good.
nothing like the end of the world to bring out the best and worst in her. You know, the dome shield.
Oh.
Wait, do these... The rest of the expeditioners don't know that he's immortal, right? Or I guess...
Those early
Oh, no, because he said he's like over 100, right? Maybe?
They were search and rescue.
Did we just like skip past that? He
know
didn't talk much
the
about it?
painters then. We just wanted to find our loved ones, like my mother.
I see, but this time...
People didn't trust me. Guess I'm hard to trust. Guess they thought I knew more than I did. Halfway to the
You look like the
monolith,
shadiest motherfucker in the world, to be fair.
I was betrayed. Kind of killed my interest in returning home. What about you?
I spent my whole life studying the paintress. This is
Loser.
where I need...
It's
Loser.
a long-winded way to avoid our...
Yes. There are...
You paint such a vibrant...
If you must know what I really miss of viennoiserie.
Viennoiserie. What the fuck is
Good
that?
answer. I miss those two. What?
I enjoyed this.
I prayed.
You'd be over 100 years old kind of dialogue. Yeah, I remember that. I guess I just don't care much.
Minoko seems fun.
Oh, yeah.
Bet you guys got up to lots of... You guys getting us? I've spent some time with Gestural.
Let me guess.
Reigning champion.
Naturally.
Minoko.
What?
Bet you guys...
I don't have to spend time with this fucking loser? Oh, she dies next.
Naturally.
Bruh.
Can you teach me to fight better?
Bro, you're like the...
That white-haired bastard hit us before we even knew he was there.
I pray.
You know they'll be back.
Emotions are powerful.
I know.
Okay. First lesson. Sounds off.
What do you mean?
Emotion can mess with your... Fixate on the...
Okay.
You need to see things as they are. How they move. On the field, everyone has blind spots.
Thought this would be more of a
Yeah, what?
technique.
Like some actual practice, you fucking loser. Thanks for the waste of time. Talk me through combat. There's... Oh my god. I just wanted to smash R1 and dodge stuff.
It was a Stalag, and I smashed it. Utterly destroyed it. I did it in 2 attacks. Plenty of damage. There was nothing left. Then there was a giant Pelerin that attacked. It was tough, but I defeated it. No problem.
This guy's kind of
Pelerin's
badass.
are weak. I could have done that blindfolded.
That's
This
the loser
expedition is
squad.
Gloomy. Yeah. They lost a lot of friends, and they just buried another. Grieving takes time.
How about a little verso magic to lighten the mood?
You mean the one that hurts like hell?
Yes, I mean the one that hurts like hell.
All right, I'll do it.
What, is he gonna go be abusive?
Hi.
Not now, please. I'm working.
Oh my god.
Hi.
Oh, Verso.
Oh, he's
here you
doing the
are.
thing.
How did... Oh! Oh my... Wow!
What is that?
Hi. I'm a pair of legs that can talk.
Verso?
We're both Verso.
You are so ridiculous.
Wait. How can your legs talk?
Ah, yes, I'm quite proud of that. Took a lot of training.
Does it? Does it hurt?
Wait, how did the guy do it without stealing his foot, though?
Did you cut yourself in half? Did Monoko cut you in half?
Do you heal from the top or the bottom? Or do you have to bring the halves together? Hey, can you control the process?
So, if you're cut in half, does that mean you can be in two places at once?
I mean, isn't he
Can
literally?
you go scouting with Monoko with your lower body while your upper body stays here and talks to us?
Well, yeah, you see, I can go hunt Nevrons with my top half, while my bottom remains here cooking meals. Back in the days, that's what we used to do.
Can I... Are you...
Yeah, my hair is...
All that pain just to put a smile on their faces. Verso, aren't you getting too attached?
Oh, never mind. I have no idea what he's doing. Wait, can this guy cut people in half? Oh, I thought the one guy transformed into the dude and they were fucking with him. I didn't understand that at all. He's immortal, dude. Well, then why can't he just, like, fight every battle on his own? If he's like, I thought he was immortal, like he just didn't die of old age. Why would he... Okay. Well, you haven't launched yet, have you? Shut the fuck up. Okay. I can't do anything here. I need to go to sleep. IRL. I mean, in real life. Can I go up here? Wait. Oh, I bet there's like a shortcut thing, maybe. Ah! Or it's not like you would even die. I don't, Oh god, another beach thing. No, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck!
Granted.
They can take care of them.
Really?
They've got their bell.
What did the bell...
Ringing the bells, although...
Oh, no.
Yeah.
If Eski dies, I quit. Gustav was one thing. But not Eski. Wow, Chili Winks. Or Chili Wicks. Thanks for the tier 4 supper, buddy.
Useful.
Change my name to Bone Chills.
Your time to shine.
Wait, what? Why did that guy just go? Did I misread the attack list? Counterattack. Yikes, bro.
What lovely feet.
God damn it. This does nothing because he's flying, right? Yeah.
Brace yourselves.
Good one. Okay.
Swimsuit on, the master swimmer.
Jesus. Oh, what the fuck?
Here we go. Things are getting spicy.
I have no idea where I want to move the wheel thing to. Sacrifices 90% of health to increase damage. Oh, he's almost dead anyway. Fuck it. Okay.
Your turn to shine.
You got it, dude. Based.
That's our path.
Does that crystal not break? Am I crazy?
Here we go.
out what this guy's weakness is.
Lightning storm.
Your turn to shine. Getting spicy. Just try it.
Good one.
A storm is coming.
My turn. Time to strike.
Came down here. There's a beach thing over there. There's this bullshit up here. Skirt.
Thomas of the 47th Drunken Brigade. Benjamin's been calling us the Drunken Brigade. Ha! I love it.
Wait, did I miss something here? No, fuck you. The fuck is that guy? See that KB Farms lawyer went over the motion to dismiss? Yeah, I watched for like 2 minutes, but like, it's so boring that like when people just like hate me so much, there's like not even anything worth watching. Like just like the most retarded commentary. It's like, okay, whatever. It is what it is.
Let us stay here.
Good one. Good one. Fuck you. Please eat this stupid fucking... Oh my god.
Ready to strike.
High physical damage. Interrupted if failed. Damn. Okay. Not too bad, I guess.
You're outmatched.
Well, it was okay.
Bring it on.
Oh my god. Good. I didn't want that guy to play. He sucks. And this guy doesn't suck. This guy is here to fuck shit up. That's what I want. Did I miss that second one? I think I did.
Let's have some fun.
Holy fuck.
Prepare for oblivion.
Fuck! Whatever, doesn't matter. Jesus. Okay. I'm burning enemies. Holy shit, he's fast. He's the fastest ball, dude.
Here we go.
A storm is coming.
Proper challenge.
Ice damage. Wait. Sure.
It likes you.
Parry it. Be good. You suck. Oh my god. Good one.
Just try it.
I'm ready.
Better be, because you're about to die otherwise. Dipshit. You deserve to die.
Sweet taste of battle.
Do you think he'll die to burn damage? Now he will.
Yes, I love the dance.
Oh my god, 5? Loser.
Perfect.
Time for a swim swim.
Ah, cool. Ah, il faut. Ah, mais il a cuit. Oui, là.
What the why? Is that like a bait platform? Am I supposed to try to get something off that, or? What? No shot. Bruh. Huh. Oh, Jesus. Is there like multiple? Does it matter which way you go? Why, is there no way to dance in this game? That's really all I get for this? Someone earlier asked, does Destiny read really fast as he kept skipping dialogues? I'm not skipping the dialogues, I'm reading them. It's not that much dialogue to read. It's like 6 basic English words per line. What? But it takes like 20 hours if I'm sitting there listening to it speak through all of it. The only thing next is advancing the story, right? I think. Wait, did I go on that thing? Wait, is this like a whole ass area or? No. How does he know all these words in English, but he doesn't know any fucking nouns?
Weird that they don't know about Nevron.
Yeah, because he's playing dumb.
It's possible they died before or during the fracture. Or perhaps they called Nevron something else.
Yeah, another N-word. Oh my god, a purple. A purple. I just got rage-baited. Do I have any fucking meetings today? Hold on. Oh my god, at noon. Okay. Okay. Jesus, small area. Good one, dipshit. That was the purple thing. Oh. Oh.
Interesting.
It's not really, bitch.
I'll have to go through the maze.
Oh, joy!
This place is giving me a headache.
Me too. Where's the fighting?
The fuck? Am I supposed to be paying attention to like some kind of pattern or some bullshit here? Quite puzzling. Quite the puzzle indeed. Ooh. I have no idea how that worked or what I did or what happened, but it was completely intentional, and I am a god. My brain is just so...
The door closed again.
I just pirated software that... What can I say? I looked at it one time, and, you know, it reminded me of a puzzle that I worked on in my youth, actually. There was a crossword puzzle book when I was at the Outback Steakhouse once, and I remember flipping to a page, and it reminded me of exactly that puzzle. And, you know, I recalled perfectly the pattern. What can I say?
Well, that will help.
Oh, wow.
I have no idea. Was it like, that's like when you click one, does it open some and close others, and you gotta just like open and close them in a certain order or something? It's time? Like it was time based, or are you saying it's time for me to go to bed? Wait, was that the... Did I get what I needed to get? I didn't even read what I picked up. Oh, the wooden boards. Jesus, that was a lot from that. Why? Goodbye, never. Why is Verso such a fucking dick? Jesus.
Feet.
Don't worry.
And the back.
A gift.
A mate. If we...
Okay, you...
Wait, is this redoing? Is this a new thing? It is.
Do you like cat?
What?
Do you like cat?
I think you've spent too much time...
Wait, do animals get eaten by the gomage or whatever?
I just have this feeling you're a cat person.
Well,
True.
You're wrong. I did have a dog named Pat, though.
I bet it was small and it died.
You named your dog...
Stella. She was a gifted...
Were you close?
When we were younger, I guess. But my...
Doesn't seem fair.
No. Sol was a great... That's actually how I met Gustav.
So, you knew Gustav for quite a while then?
Damn.
That's an awful lot of personal questions.
How?
Alright, we can talk.
How generous...
Ask away. I'm being sincere.
Remember, do you like monkeys?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, come on.
They know what they're doing. The French know what they're doing when they put shit like that in here, okay? They practice advanced racism in that country, so...
Minoke,
Oh,
bet you guys... You guys... Reigning champ?
Naturally.
Okay. Wait, did I don't understand. Did I not do the thing before with her? We did with her. It's not going to be another one.
To the bell.
Ringing the bells, although... Yeah.
Okay.
Is gold... What do you think? Yeah, but defying gold... No code. No code. Bah.
Okay. And you. Wait, why is he not wearing the stupid headband thing? Is he? Oh no, he is. I think that's it, right?
Okay. Momo is Momo. Then you
Okay. It's real life bedtime now. Be back at 1 p.m. sharp, guys. It'll be a lot of fun. Did what did I have? I just need this. Stupid ATEM thing. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, I'll have you guys. Hopefully I'll stream today. Maybe. Be careful. Rip around a cappuccino. 2 connections? I think I already did it past midnight. Yeah. Right. I love you. Be careful. Bye.